Amen. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Merci beaucoup. Tabling of documents. The Honorable President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Excellency the Governor General. But
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Order. His Excellency the Governor General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimate C of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration in the fiscal year ending on March 31, 2017, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général transmet à la
His Excellency the Governor General presents Sub C for necessary funds to fund the public administration of the federal government for the fiscal year ending the 31st of March 2017, and pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, he recommends this budget to the House of Commons.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at Mirror Lake Resort Campground and Pass Lake, Ontario, located in the riding of Thunder Bay, Superior North. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions this morning. The first is from residents of the Toronto area primarily, calling on the government to exercise precautionary principle in relation to the damage to pollinators done by neonicotinoid insecticides. They call for the government to follow Europe's lead and ban these pesticides. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of the Chilliwack as well as Boston Bar and Westminster area. They're calling for an outright ban on genetically modified organisms.
Présentation de pétitions. Question inscrite au feuilleton. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, an agreement has been reached between a majority of the representatives of recognized parties under the provisions of Standing Order 78-2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts. Therefore, I move, seconded by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that in relation to Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts, not more than 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and the said bill in not more than 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for the government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of each stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the report stage and or the third report stage, as the case may be, of the bill under consideration shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Ms. Chagger moves, seconded by Ms. Freeland, that in relation to Bill C-37, an act to, shall I dispense? No. An act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts, not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of each stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the report stage or the third reading stage, as the case may be, of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, of the motion, excuse me. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members. question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Freeland, moved that in relation to Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts, not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of each stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the report stage or the third reading stage, as the case may be, of the bill then under consideration, shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Philpott.
Ms. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr.
Ms.
Easter.
Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemery.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varane.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Alain de Sangary.
Mr. Hernandez Sangary.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur
Mr.
Bayliss.
Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr.
Ms.
Chen.
Dabroussen.
Ms. Debrussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Long.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souy.
Madame Boutin-Souy.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans
Monsieur
Souci.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson
Mr.
Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr.
Mr.
Clark.
Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Broussard.
Monsieur Lauzon, Storm on Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr.
Mr.
Dreeshen.
McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr.
Mr.
Kitchen.
Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill. Yeas pour 207, 207. Nays contre 85, 85.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Debate at the report stage of Bill C-37. An act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, I'm sorry, I apologize to member for Oshawa, but just 1 second if you'll wait. There are 2 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-37. Motions numbered 1 and 2 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les motions numéro 1.
I would now submit motions number 1 and 2 to the House.
Mr. Carey, seconded by Mrs. MacLeod, moves that Bill C-37 be amended by deleting Clause 42. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island, seconded by Monsieur Barcelou Duval, moves that Bill C-37 be amended by deleting Clause 53. Debate. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Speaker. I've already had the opportunity to speak to Bill C-37, and I've made it clear that I, as well as my colleagues on this side of the House, are very much in favor of the majority of the bill. Saving lives and tackling the production, the distribution, importation, and consumption of these dangerous and deadly drugs needs to be made a priority. The bill seeks to allow the Canadian Border Service Agency, the CBSA, yes, Mr. Speaker?
I remind the honourable members, order. If you can hear my voice, say shh. There we go. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill seeks to allow the Canadian Border Service Agency, the CBSA, the authority to cease unregistered pill presses and allows them to open suspicious packages weighing less than 30 grams. The bill also seeks to grant the Minister of Health more powers to quickly and temporarily class and schedule new synthetic and dangerous drugs. It also seeks to severely weaken the Respects for Community Act, which has been called onerous on the applicant and impossible to meet the criteria. Yet, Mr. Speaker, just last week, 3 injection sites, and I repeat 3 injection sites in Montreal, were approved under the previous legislation. So I'm not sure if impossible and onerous are the words that should be used here. Mr. Speaker, as stated, I've had the opportunity to speak on the bill already, but I've not had the chance to speak on how this government has pushed the bill through both the House of Commons and through Health Committee. I know that the response to this argument is that this needs to be pushed through in order to start saving lives, and I couldn't agree more that saving lives is our priority and our primary goal. But, Mr. Speaker, there are many Canadians that are worried an injection site will appear in their neighbourhood without community support. As parliamentarians, it's our job to listen to our constituents and ensure that we represent them in this House. That is why I proposed splitting the bill on February the 1st, 2017. This would have allowed the majority of the bill to pass unanimously, Mr. Speaker, through the House and likely through the Senate. This would have granted the CBSA the authority and powers that they have been asking for to combat the inflow of illegal substances and cease unregistered devices. Mr. Speaker, this would have granted the Minister the powers she is seeking when classing new substances. Splitting the bill would have also given members more opportunity to debate the importance of community engagement in the consultation process when applying and approving injection sites. Splitting the bill would have started to save lives immediately while allowing parliamentarians to do their job and represent Canadians. Mr. Speaker, instead, the Liberals moved closure with the support of the NDP, who had previously complained about the use of time allocation. They said, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to see vivid debate. They want to see a government that actually listens to the improvements that can be made to the bill, and they want to see their Member of Parliament being able to speak out. What this means, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals used a procedural device to ultimately bring debate on this very important issue to an end, and the NDP unfortunately agreed. The NDP agreed to move closure and silence members of Parliament, which is surprising considering they are the party that time and time again accused our previous Conservative government of stifling debate. Both the Liberals and the NDP silenced parliamentarians who were scheduled to speak, Mr. Speaker, speak and represent their communities. Again, Mr. Speaker, ministers are not following their mandate letters. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health mandate letter clearly states the following, and I'll read it. As Minister, you will be held accountable for our commitment to bring a different style of leadership to government. This will include close collaboration with your colleagues, meaningful engagement with opposition members of Parliament, parliamentary committees, and public service. Meaningful engagement with opposition members of Parliament, close collaboration with your colleagues, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to Bill C-37, the Minister of Health has done anything but engage with opposition members and work collaboratively both in the House and in committee. Once debate was shut down in the House, the Liberals then moved to shut down debate in committee. Shutting down debate in committee meant that no witnesses, Mr. Speaker, could appear on Bill C-37 and suggest their own amendments. It meant opposition members did not have the chance to ask the Minister of Health, the Minister of Public Safety, or the Minister of Justice questions that their communities had for them. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals know that there are concerns and questions from this side of the House when it comes to weakening community consultations in regards to injection sites, just as the Conservatives know that the Liberals' agenda includes harm reduction strategies. That is why we proposed reasonable amendments at committee. We proposed 2 amendments, Mr. Speaker. The first would ensure that there was at least a 45-day consultation period. 45 days, Mr. Speaker, which is in line with all the other consultations put in place by this government. The second would give the mayor and the head of police the right to be part of the application process by including their opposition or support for an injection site in their community. These amendments did not obstruct the minister's authority to approve the site. They just ensured that the people who are ultimately responsible for the success of an injection site are properly consulted and informed. These amendments were reasonable, Mr. Speaker, and it is disappointing that unlike what the minister's mandate letter sets out, there was no chance for meaningful engagement with the government on making this bill stronger for all Canadians. That is why I'm asking that Clause 42 of Bill C-37 be deleted. As the bill stands today, injection sites could be forced on communities that don't want or need them. My NDP colleagues stated that the application process should be made easier for applicants, and it seems, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals agree. Again, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister, why are consultations for pipelines entirely on the applicant? Yet for injection sites, the application process should be made simpler. When it comes to pipelines, community consultation is the pillar of approval, yet for injection sites, the community does not matter. It's a double standard that I do not agree with, and it is another inconsistency within this government's policies. Mr. Speaker, I already know the Minister of Health's response. She will tell Canadians that these sites will save lives. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps this is in fact true. But truly saving a life, Mr. Speaker, is offering an alternative to committing crimes, getting high, and potentially overdosing. Saving a life, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring the option to get proper treatment is available the moment it's requested. We know the lack of detox treatment around the country is a huge problem and a huge discouragement for addicts looking to treat their treatable disease. We also know that those who are overdosing from these dangerous drugs are not only injecting them, they're also snorting them and taking them orally. Not all those who have overdosed are struggling addicts, Mr. Speaker. Some are recreational users. Mr. Speaker, this is a complex issue, an issue that all parties can agree needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed immediately. That is why, as I stated earlier, I proposed splitting the bill in 2. We could have ensured the CBSA had the powers they have been asking for while Clause 42 was further debated. Mr. Speaker, this is entirely reasonable. We are not trying to play politics. We are not trying to be insensitive. In fact, I think all members are working hard to protect all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister to reconsider Clause 42 and take into consideration the importance of community consultation and, of course, community support. Because we know, Mr. Speaker, without community support, the chance of success is almost nil. I would ask her to further allow debate on injection sites before this bill gets passed, as is. I know I speak for many Canadians that injection sites don't belong in every single community. We know that the current process in place for the approval of injection sites is not impossible to meet, as 3 injection sites, Mr. Speaker, 3 of them were recently approved by the Minister of Health. For this reason, I ask all of my colleagues to agree to remove Clause 42 and allow proper and full debate on the consultation process when approving a supervised injection site. That's what Canadians expect of us, Mr. Speaker, to have full and proper debate. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Well done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member opposite for his speech, and I couldn't agree more with him when he says that this issue of opioid crisis in Canada needs to be addressed immediately. And safe consumption sites, unlike what he said, do not perhaps save lives, they do save lives. And this is why we're moving forward with this bill. And he's mentioned the Montreal approval of 3 safe consumption sites, but could he just inform the House on how long it took for this community, where it is needed and appropriate to have these safe consumption sites, that's been asking for these consumption sites for a long time? Could he inform the House on how long it took for these sites to get approved under the previous Bill C2 of the Conservative government?
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question because it's a good question. The reality is, with the Respect for Communities Act, there was certain criteria that had to be fulfilled. And one of the arguments to put this bill forward and to change it was because it was impossible and onerous for these sites to be approved. And what I'm telling my colleague is that obviously that is incorrect. If the whole premise of making these changes is because it was impossible or onerous to get sites approved, we know right now that, as he said, 3 injection sites in Montreal. It did take a number of months to get that through the application process. But, Mr. Speaker, what it did allow was the mayor, the police, the community members to be involved in the process. And when that happens, Mr. Speaker, the likelihood of these things to be successful is greatly improved. And the reality is that when he talks about saving lives, I'll tell him he missed it in committee because he wasn't there yet. But we had a specialist come in and he said, addicts are dying. And this is like being a lifeguard who saves somebody out of the water. As soon as you get them breathing again, you don't throw them back in. And I ask him and his colleagues to remember that we need proper detoxification treatment. This is not just about Band-Aid solutions, which many call these injection sites. We would like to see this government take action and make sure that the proper treatment is available for these addicts because this is a treatable condition. So that's what we're all in favor of. We just want to make sure these injection sites, if they're put into a community, they're wanted and they have the greatest likelihood of success.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question. I think the answer to his question is something on the order of 16 months or perhaps even longer for the groups in Montreal to get the safe consumption sites. I just wanted to point out to the Honourable Member for Oshawa that the so-called Respect for Communities Act was an attempt to do indirectly that which the previous Conservative government could not do directly. In other words, they wanted to defy the Supreme Court of Canada, which found that safe injection sites as a matter of law and on the evidence save lives. And the response from the previous Conservative government was to create 12 conditions, which frankly I'm amazed any facility managed to get through them because they required such things as the curriculum vitae of staff that would work in a site that wasn't yet built. The kind of criteria that we're getting rid of with C-37 were there for the purposes of stopping the facilities from even being available for the people who need them.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, my colleague from Saanich, it's hogwash what she just said. Frankly, what the Respects for Communities Act, it was compliant with what the Supreme Court had asked. When she talks about there were 26 criteria that needed to be fulfilled. And now what they've done with this, they're basically taking away all of it. the consultation period is non-existent. It used to be up to 90 days. Now they've gotten rid of that, Mr. Speaker. So fundamentally, what could happen, the minister could choose to have no consultation or give approval within a day. And this is something that's clearly unacceptable. If the member was paying attention in committee, they quite clear with our experts, you need to have community support. So it is reasonable. I made amendments in committee so that the mayor of a community where one of these is going to be placed and the chief of police, the head of police, would likely want to have a little bit of input where these things are being located. These are only reasonable things that we ask, Mr. Speaker. I think at the end of the day, all of us have to think about this, this entire situation in a compassionate way, and we should be pressing the government instead of like Band-Aid solutions that are really not getting rid of this cycle of repeat, come back every single day. What does the member think these addicts are doing within the 24 hours if they're coming back into an injection site every day? We need to be compassionate and work for long-term solutions, not just these Band-Aids like this government wants to be seen to be doing something without really making a big change.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present an amendment to the bill, but I do want to say that it's extremely important that this legislation be passed, that we move expeditiously on the fentanyl crisis. The opioid crisis is a national public health crisis, and for the first time in my life as a parliamentarian, I actually voted with the government on time allocation because I think it is critical that we get this bill passed. There have been things said just moments ago in this chamber to which I must respond because they're not hogwash. They're based on the evidence. We know very clearly, having debated, I was part of this parliament when we debated the attempts by the Conservatives to bring forward conditions that were not reasonable. They were not put there in the interests of public health and safety. They were explicitly and clearly part of an ongoing effort by the previous Harper government to fight against the existence of Insight in Vancouver or its application as a model that works to save lives for safe consumption sites to make them unavailable to people in other jurisdictions. So I do support Bill C-37. I would have wished, as I moved in committee, and as the member for Vancouver East also moved in committee, that we would have had more effort to streamline the approval of safe consumption sites where they are desperately needed in confronting the opioid crisis. But the reason I'm bringing forward an amendment, Mr. Speaker, and it's a difficult one, I have to say, to bring forward an amendment at this stage, but I think it's often the case that when there's an urgent circumstance and our attention is focused in one area, it's easy to say, yes, but that will be okay because the need is so great that we can ignore other concerns. So I wanted to raise an amendment. It's been brought forward by both the Canadian Civil Liberties Union and the British Columbia Civil Liberties Association. There is concern about Section 53 of the bill. Now, what Section 53 allows is the suppression, Clause 53 of the bill, suppression of previous excerpts from the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Act. And in that piece of legislation, again, when you're focusing on one thing, such as terrorism, concerns for civil liberties can be lessened, and that is definitely the trend. So in the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act, the Canadian Border Services agents and other employees of Canada Post are allowed to open packages in a way that would not have previously been allowed. So there's packages that weigh 30 grams or more are not to be opened, but if they are larger and they constitute packages, they are routinely now opened. The concern expressed by the Civil Liberties Union, I think it's critical that we examine the practicality of this. If a civil liberties organization was saying fentanyl, which we know can be absolutely lethal in tiny grains of an amount, something so lethal, but we're going to turn a blind eye to that and say, no one should be allowed to open letters. I think that would be an unreasonable position. But what the Civil Liberties Association is saying is, if you identify a letter, you have reasonable probable grounds that you want to open that letter, then you get a warrant. Now, this is not cumbersome. This is the kind of thing, this is why we have the rule of law, this is why we have protections for privacy, for civil liberties, and for recognizing that once law enforcement agencies have the kind of extreme and sweeping powers to open any letter, it doesn't take much imagination to imagine the ways in which this power can and will be abused. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to draw attention to the House to this amendment. It would suppress just one clause of this bill, and it would not have the effect of saying that Border Services agents and Canada Post could not open letters that they suspected to contain fentanyl. That's not the purpose of my amendment. The purpose of my amendment is to underscore if you're going to open letters, you need to have a warrant. It's very, very clear that these broad and sweeping powers will be in future misused. The letters will be opened by people who are suspecting something else and not necessarily the fentanyl crisis. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to use all the speaking time I have available to speak to this amendment. I support Bill C-37. I want to see it passed, but it should not pass with our focus exclusively on the opioid crisis without taking a moment to consider, are we making a mistake here? Should we not require at least a warrant before Border Services agents and postal officials have the right to open very small packages? I dedicate my commitment to Bill C-37 and to working on the opioid crisis to one of my constituents, Leslie McBain, a founder of Moms Stop the Harm, because she lost her son in this crisis. It's not just downtown Vancouver that is seeing unreasonable and extraordinary numbers of deaths from this crisis. Within my own riding and on the remote Gulf Islands, we have seen people die from the fentanyl crisis. We need this piece of legislation. I will agree with my friend from Oshawa on one thing. We need more. We need these safe consumption sites, but we also need programming for mental health. We need program for addiction counseling. We need ongoing support so that people who have gone through addiction crisis counseling so that they're clean of the drug, then have the backup support they need so they don't go back to it. This is a very large problem. It will, I hope, be a focus in the 2017 budget from this government, that we will see money for mental health, money for addiction counseling, money targeted particularly to adolescents who are very often not in the right place when they face addiction counseling with other older people with addictions and with a lifestyle that may scare a younger adolescent. We need to think about how we target our mental health and addiction counseling. But we do need Bill C-37. I support Bill C-37, and I think this one amendment would ensure that we do the right thing to respond to the fentanyl crisis without doing the wrong thing for civil liberties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the member from Sandwich Gulf Island for her support of Bill 37, as well as her tireless efforts and advocacy to respond to this opioids crisis in Canada. I think she raises an interesting point, and our goal is to, of course, balance privacy, but also to respond to this crisis that we're seeing. And I'd like to simply highlight that the provision, as stated in Bill C-37, would allow for a customs agent to open only international mail. And the reason for that disposition is that we know that only 2 milligrams of fentanyl can cause an overdose. So this means that a 30-gram package could contain as many as 15,000 fatal doses, which is why we have this included in the bill. So I think the goal is to strike a balance, but on the balance, we think that a 30-gram package that can cause 15,000 overdoses is just out of proportion. So that's why the disposition's in the bill, and I just wanted to highlight this to the member from Sandwich Gulf Island.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank my honourable colleague, Parliamentary Secretary and Minister for Health. Yes, if I'd omitted to say it's only international mail, I do apologize. I don't write my remarks out ahead of time. It's clearly intended to deal with letters that are mailed internationally, but that the letters that are mailed internationally can be from Canadian citizens coming into Canada, can be from, and so it's a question of getting the balance right. And I do respect what my honourable colleague just said. We do understand, and certainly I'm very concerned about the fentanyl crisis, but to me it's not a step too far to say you've identified a suspicious piece of mail coming in internationally. At that point, get a warrant. but I certainly do understand and respect my honourable colleague's point of view.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments. And I just want to make one comment because Bill C-37 is a response to the government's response to the opioid, fentanyl, and carfentanil crisis. And we look at, and I, listed young kids that have died in their 20s, 21, 23, 24, 25 years old. Some leaving behind small children. But this bill is silent on the treatment aspect of it. These kids would not go to a consumption site. There has to be another strategy. And I want to ask her, would she not have liked to have seen this bill be more expansive and broader in strategy to deal with the issues of these young kids taking pills, not injecting?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock. Look, I understand that we need a broader strategy. The question is, when we had the previous, I think it was Bill C-2 at the time, Respect for Community Act, so branded by the previous government, you needed to get rid of a lot of those provisions that were making it extremely difficult, close to impossible, to open a safe consumption site. But I think we may even have consensus on all sides of the House that safe consumption sites in Bill C-37 are not the whole answer to the fentanyl crisis. A lot more needs to be done, particularly for facilities that would be designed, as the honourable member just said, for an adolescent who might not go to a safe consumption site, where we're looking at better education. We're certainly looking at, I hope we're using the best diplomacy we have with the People's Republic of China to ask that they do more to stop the flow of fentanyl coming into Canada. There are many, many steps going from the full range of mental health, addiction counselling, supports in communities, helping law enforcement, yes, with safe consumption sites being available, and other steps as needed. But they didn't all have to be in this piece of legislation. I think this piece of legislation was more likely to pass more quickly by focusing on only one aspect of what I hope will be a much broader strategy.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very happy to rise today to support Bill C-37. This bill was expected. It can save many lives, and I'd like to thank the Standing Committee on Health for its very timely study of the bill. Of course, Mr. Speaker, you know how concerned our government is with the crisis that we're seeing in Canada. In the last year, we saw an unprecedented number of deaths across the country, in BC and Alberta. Overdoses from opium and opium-related drugs are causing many deaths. No people are safe, and many, many Canadians know someone who has suffered or died as a result. Our government is committed to addressing this complex public health crisis and problematic substances through a comprehensive and evidence-based approach.
Of 2016, the Minister of Health, with the support from the Minister of Public Safety and Minister of Justice, announced a new Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy. This new strategy formalizes our government's commitment to taking a health-focused approach to addressing problematic substance use by restoring harm reduction as a core pillar of Canada's drug policy. It also aims to strengthen the evidence-based underpinning of Canada's drug policy. At the same time, the Minister introduced a comprehensive bill in the House of Commons that will support the new strategy, Bill C-37, a bill that strives to address certain gaps and weaknesses in the existing legislation by better equipping health professionals and law enforcement with the tools they need to protect the public, to protect public health, and maintain public safety. The provisions contained in Bill C-37 would help to address the ongoing opioid crisis, and for this reason, I encourage all members of the House of Commons to support the bill's quick passage. As we know, addiction is a complex issue. Not everyone will respond to treatment the same way, and not everyone is willing or able to enter treatment. Unfortunately, evidence demonstrates that individuals who are outside of treatment are at an increased risk for major health and social harms, including overdose and death. This is why the government recognizes that we must be pragmatic in our approach to problematic substance use. As Canadian communities struggle to respond to the opioid crisis, it is essential that evidence-based harm reduction measures, including supervised consumption sites, be a part of that response. Concrete evidence demonstrates that, when properly established and maintained, these sites save lives and improve health. Toutefois,
However, Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the previous government passed the Respect for Communities Act, which required applicants interested in establishing supervised consumption sites to address 26 criteria in their application before the Minister of Health could consider it. And to renew an exemption for an existing site, applicants have to submit information to address the 26 criteria, as well as information related to 2 additional criteria before an application can be considered. The result is that this bill has been considered in depth and is believed to be a major obstacle to the establishment of new supervised consumption sites. As I've already stated, the evidence shows that supervised consumption sites save lives. As we work to stem the crisis of opioid overdose deaths, facilitating the establishment of these sites in communities where they are wanted and needed is a priority. That is why Bill C-37 proposes to relieve the administrative burden on communities seeking to establish a supervised consumption site without compromising the health and safety of those operating the site or its clients or the surrounding community. Further, with respect to renewals, existing supervised consumption sites would no longer require a new application. Instead, with C-37, a renewal would simply be requested by informing Health Canada of any changes to the information that was submitted as part of the site's last application.
the Committee on Health adopted Bill C-37 with one amendment to clarify the information requirement for an application for a supervised consumption site. This is an amendment that our government fully supports. Now at report stage, there is now a motion from the member for Oshawa to delete Clause 42 of Bill C-37. This would remove Bill C-37. This would remove, Mr. Speaker, from C-37 all of the amendments designed to streamline the supervised consumption site application process. The government cannot support this motion. Supervised consumption sites are a key element to responding to the opioid crisis, and our government has heard that the current legislative framework is a barrier to their successful implementation in communities that want and need them. An important aspect of this crisis is the extraordinary potency of the drugs being consumed, often unintentionally. Fentanyl, a powerful synthetic opioid, is one of particular concern. While it is a legal pharmaceutical used for severe pain relief, it can be misused for its heroin-like effects. Fentanyl is often disguised as other opioids, such as oxycodone or heroin, or added to other drugs. A pilot drug checking project at Insight, a supervised consumption site in Vancouver, found that 91% of drugs reported as heroin or containing heroin were also positive for fentanyl. Disguising fentanyl in other drugs leads to overdoses, as individuals are not aware of the potency of the substances they are using. We know that pill presses and encapsulators, which can be used for legitimate purposes, are also being imported to manufacture illegal pills containing opioids. According to the United States Drug Enforcement Agency, a single pill press can turn a kilogram of raw fentanyl, worth a few $1,000s, into hundreds of thousands of pills worth millions of dollars on the black market. Currently, these devices can be legally imported in Canada by anyone with no regulatory requirements. Under this bill, C-37, every bill presses and encapsulator imported into Canada would need to be registered with Health Canada. Most illicit fentanyl is produced in other countries illegally and imported in small packages. Pure fentanyl is an extremely powerful opioid where even a few milligrams can cause a fatal overdose. A small package of pure fentanyl smuggled into Canada through international mail can contain the equivalent of thousands of fatal doses. Currently, All mail entering Canada may be examined by an officer at the border prior to being allowed into the domestic postal stream if the officer has reasonable grounds to do so. However, mail weighing 30 grams or less may only be opened if consent is obtained from the sender or the addressee. If no consent is given, suspicious mail is simply returned to the sender. It's believed that this exception is being exploited by drug smugglers and resulting in the proliferation of trafficking via international mail. Bill C-37 would address this by enabling officers at the border to open all items in the international mail stream if they have reasonable grounds to be suspicious that the mail contains illicit goods. Finally, we know that the opioids crisis has introduced very real workplace health and safety concerns for frontline staff, including border agents, law enforcement officers, and others that may be exposed to fentanyl and carfentanil during the course of their duties. This concern is only made worse by the current rules related to the handling and disposition of seized controlled substances. Precursors and other offense-related property are cumbersome and complex, and include requirements for agencies to store materials until a court order can be obtained. This results in large quantities of controlled substances, potentially dangerous chemicals, and other offense-related properties sitting in police evidence holdings for long periods, increasing the risk of exposure to these dangerous substances and increasing the chance of them being delivered to the illicit market, or the risk, I should say. Parmi les nombreuses
Among the many provisions included in this bill to modernize the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act in order to keep pace with changes in the licit and illicit drug market, there are provisions that would introduce a new expedited process for the disposal of seized controlled substances, precursor and chemical offense-related property. Since I have only, I believe, a few seconds left, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude.
Bill C-37 would address gaps and weaknesses with existing legislation in order to better respond to the opioids crisis. This bill is another example of our government's commitment to establishing a comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and evidence-based approach to drug policy in order to reduce the harms currently being experienced by individuals and community caused by drugs. I strongly, therefore, encourage all members of this House to support this bill as amended by the House of Commons Committee on Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
Number 4, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the Parliamentary Secretary's words very carefully, and what he said was when safe injection sites are properly established and maintained. I also want to note that in committee there was an amendment suggested that among a few things is that the Mayor and Council formally endorse the proposal, that the Chief of the Police also be supportive of the proposal, and that there be a process for within 2 kilometers of the planned area, that there be some community dialogue. Mr. Speaker, that to me is absolutely part of the proper establishment, and I would like him to stand up and defend to people in those municipalities why that is not a part of the process in terms of the proper establishment of a safe injection site.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's clear that supervised consumption sites save lives. There's clear evidence on that. What C-37 is attempting to do, what we're trying to do with it, is come closer to the 2011 Supreme Court decision that enables communities that need them to establish supervised consumption sites. As Mayor Kader said in Montreal, we have a responsibility to protect Canadians, even if from themselves. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Honourable colleague on a very well-constructed and logical speech. The question I have for him basically is, does he think the government is doing enough? Now, the New Democrats have been calling on the government to declare the opioid overdose crisis a national public health emergency since last November. It's going on 4 months now, and such a declaration under the Emergencies Act would give the government emergency powers to flow emergency funding, and more importantly, to provide a legal sanction to what are called overdose prevention sites that are popping up in my home city of Vancouver and are operating illegally right now but are saving lives. Does he agree with the New Democrats that such a declaration would be necessary right now so that we can get these sites that he acknowledges save lives up and running right now instead of forcing the people working there to work essentially against the law right now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member for his question. I think the government is doing all it can to respond to this crisis, and it allows me to point out a few things that this government has done. Health Canada has issued the necessary exemption to the Centre intégré universitaire de santé et de services sociaux to operate 3 supervised consumption sites in Montreal, which took nearly 2 years under the previous government's 26 criteria in Bill C2, and now we're moving forward with C37. We made the overdose antidote naloxone more widely available. We provided an emergency interim order to allow the importation of bulk stocks of naloxone nasal spray from the United States. We've provided an interim order to allow I've just said that. We've scheduled W18 under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. We've scheduled precursors to fentanyl. We've supported Bill C-224, the Good Samaritan Drugs Overdose Act. We've enabled access to diacetylchlormorphine via Health Canada's Special Access Program. We've launched a 5-point action plan to address the opioid misuse, which focuses on better informing Canadians about the risk of opioids, supporting better prescription practices, reducing easy access to unnecessary opioids, supporting better treatment options, and improving the national evidence-based strategy. We've hosted a summit on opioids, resulting in 42 organizations bringing forward 128 concrete commitments to address the crisis. And Budget 2016 provides $50 million over 2 years, starting in 2016-2017, to Health Canada, to the Canada Health Infoway to support short-term digital health activities in e-prescribing and telehome care. I think, and that's just to name a few, so I think we've done a lot to respond to this opioid crisis, and C-37 is one of the steps that we're taking to respond to this crisis, and I appreciate the members' support and work on C-37.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think all members of this House approach this debate with a very trenchant and acute sense of the crisis that are gripping communities across this country. The opioid overdose crisis is something that is not restricted to any one province or territory, but is affecting communities from British Columbia to Newfoundland and Labrador, from Inuit territories all the way down to the border with the United States. In every major city, from Vancouver to Edmonton to Calgary, Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, even I'm told Cape Breton is having a number of serious problems with opioid overdoses. So this is something that's not restricted to any one place and is touching communities and families across our country. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're here today debating C-37 because the Conservatives have put in amendments here at the report stage that they could not get past a committee. And, of course, we're dealing with one amendment from the member for Saanich Gulf Islands as well. It has been the New Democrats' consistent position on this matter going back over a year now that the opioid overdose crisis is a national public health emergency and we need action now. It has been our position that this is a matter and a political issue that's different than many, many other issues. In fact, almost every other issue that comes before this House, because it's an issue that affects life and death. The consequences of the decisions we take in this House, the consequences of the decisions that we don't take in this House, have the effect of perhaps meaning someone lives or dies on the streets of Canada today. We can't say that about every issue in this House. And it's that seriousness, that sober reality that New Democrats bring to this debate and have brought to this debate from the beginning. Now, I'm going to start by commenting that the previous Speaker on behalf of the Liberal government felt that the government has been doing everything possible that it could be doing. Well, that is demonstrably false, Mr. Speaker. There are many, many factors that this government has failed to take into account and many actions it has not taken up to now, and there remain before us literally dozens of actions that are open to this government to take to respond to this overdose crisis that it seems reluctant to do. Interestingly, the last speaker just talked about it taking 16 months for the 3 supervised consumption sites in Montreal to be approved, and he blamed that on the previous Conservative government. Now, it's true that that application was dealt with under Conservative legislation introduced in 2015, but 16 months is about the length of time that this Liberal government has been in power. And so I think it's unjust for them to blame that on the previous government when New Democrats stood in this House a year ago, 12 months ago, and said to this government that they should introduce legislation to repeal or amend C2, the legislation that makes it virtually impossible to open safe consumption sites, and to act on that immediately. What was the response of the government at that time? They didn't think that was necessary. The health minister publicly stated that she didn't see the problem with the act. If she did eventually see a problem with the act, she would act at that point. But she felt that the remedy for dealing with the problems with C2 were administrative. She did not acknowledge or understand that the problem was the 26 separate criteria that were in the act itself. And it's funny because my honourable colleague, the member for Vancouver Centre, former Liberal health critic, at the time the Conservatives brought in their bill in 2015, she nailed it on the head, as did the New Democrats. She identified that the Bill C2 was specifically brought in by the Conservatives to prevent the opening of safe consumption sites. Yet when the Liberals came into power, suddenly they changed. Suddenly, the act they could work with. In that year that we've waited before we sit here today, finally dealing with C2, finally bringing in Bill C-37, which actually streamlines this act, how many Canadians have died? Well, approximately 2,000, Mr. Speaker. That's how many Canadians have died. Now, not all of those deaths would have been preventable, but certainly when we know that safe consumption sites save lives, we know that the sooner we can get safe consumption sites open across this country, the sooner we'll start saving lives. So we know that there were Canadians that died unnecessarily because of the delay of this government. And that's a fact, Mr. Speaker. Now, the thing about the Conservative amendments here today are the Conservatives, with great respect, still are remaining stuck in their ideological perspective that they want to slow down the introduction of safe consumption sites. I'll say it right here. I believe that the vast majority of Conservatives in this House don't actually support safe consumption sites. The only reason that they brought in legislation was because they fought insight all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada when the Supreme Court of Canada, based on evidence, ruled that the government had to grant a Section 56 exemption, so the Conservatives reluctantly brought in legislation to do so. But they did so with poison pills, 26 of them, as a matter of fact. And it had the desired effect, Mr. Speaker, because in the time that the Conservatives brought in C2 in this House, not a single safe consumption site is opened in this country. So I think that's not a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, what we've done here in this legislation, I think, tracks this quite well, is it restores the process and the criteria for opening a safe consumption site back to the criteria identified by the Supreme Court of Canada. The Supreme Court of Canada said that the minister must grant an exemption to an applicant who wants to open a safe consumption site if he or she is satisfied that 6 criteria have been satisfied. That is, an applicant must provide evidence of the intended public health benefits of the site, the local conditions indicating the need for the site, the resources available to support the site, the impact of the site on crime rates, the administrative structure in place to support the site, and expressions of community support or opposition. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to stop for a moment because I continually hear the Conservatives misrepresent this issue. All parties in this House believe that the expressions of community support or opposition are important and, in fact, must be taken into account by any health minister. And that's in the legislation. Now, it's funny, I hear no's from the Conservatives saying that it's not in sight. It absolutely is in the legislation if they read it. It says expressions of community support and opposition are one of the factors that must be taken into account. Perhaps they can read the legislation that they want to vote on. Now, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on the Conservatives, I have to say this. While we were at Health Committee last week, one of the most bizarre interventions I've ever heard was taken by the member for Calgary Confederation. I'm going to quote what he said. In opposing the New Democrats' position that we support legislation to make safe consumption sites easier to open in this country with an appropriate regulatory structure mirroring the 6 criteria set down by the Supreme Court of Canada. This is what he said. He said, I think the member for Vancouver Kingsway's intention here is to try to make the application process for safe injection sites easier. Would you be in a similar position, he asked me, if we were sitting around the table here talking about application processes for pipelines in Alberta? To apply for a pipeline is extremely onerous. It's extremely burdensome and time-consuming. It can often take years. We fought hard as Conservatives to try to make it easier to get pipelines built throughout this country, but we're not talking about pipelines here today. We're talking about safe injection sites. I don't support what you're doing here in your motion or your amendments. However, I am making, again, the comparison between pipelines and safe injection sites. If you're willing to make it easier for us in Alberta, we can make it easier for you to put in safe injection sites throughout the country. End quote. Mr. Speaker, that was the most offensive intervention I have ever heard from any member in this House or at committee. To draw a comparison between moving fossil fuels through pipelines and a process that saves Canadian lives is about the most offensive, dishonourable comment I have heard made by anybody in this House. To actually suggest that there's a comparison between the regulatory process for approving pipelines and the regulatory process to open up health facilities to save Canadians is offensive. To suggest that there could be a trade-off, that if one party supported an easier approval process for pipelines in exchange for an easier approval process for opening safe consumption sites, is also offensive. Now, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't surprise me. What I am surprised, Mr. Speaker, and where I'll conclude is the Liberal government's refusal to entertain the New Democrats' two amendments. First, the New Democrats moved to amend the Act to better apportion the burden on an applicant for these sites to make it more appropriate. We believe that the 6 criteria of the Supreme Court ought to be taken into account by the Health Minister, but it's only the local conditions and the resources available and the need for the local community that the applicant should have the burden of meeting. And the impact on crime rates and the expression of opposition or support for the site and the regulatory structure are matters for the minister to use her discretion. We should not burden the applicant for that. And our second amendment would have allowed provincial health ministers to bypass that process on an emergency basis and ask the health minister for a Section 56 exemption in order to open up temporary emergency overdose prevention sites that are operating in Vancouver today, right now against the law. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed the Liberal government rejected those amendments, but the New Democrats will continue to work to move this Act swiftly through Parliament so we can start saving lives as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, l'honorable député de Dollard-Pierrefonds.
The Honourable Member for Dollard-Pierrefonds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opioid crisis is well known. We recognize the necessity to act without delay. We understand there's a great need for supervised injection sites. According to the member from Vancouver Kingsway, what impacts will C-37 have on creating such sites in communities where there is a need for them?
Well, thank you very much for that very astute question. There is no question that Section 37 restores the balance to the law in this area and respects the Supreme Court's direction to Parliament in terms of instructing a health minister and a government as to when or when not an application for a supervised consumption site ought to be approved. As I mentioned in my speech, there are 6 criteria set down by the Supreme Court, each and every one of them important. And what will happen is when Section 37 becomes law, it will ease the burden on applicants who are seeking to open safe consumption sites. It will streamline the process. It will make the process quicker. And those communities that do want safe consumption sites, where there is a need for that, will open them more quickly, and we will start saving lives. It's a fact that not a single person has ever died in a safe consumption site in Canada, and they've been operating for, I think, 12 years now. As my former colleague Libby Davies used to say, dead addicts don't get treatment. So the very first principle of harm reduction, while nobody here is countenancing the use of drugs, we all want fundamentally to help people get off substance uses, and we want them to get treatment. While they are doing so, we can make sure that at least the community is protected, disease is not spread, lives are saved, sterile equipment is provided, and there are medical personnel around in case an overdose happens. Those are the facts around supervised consumption sites. They save lives, and they are better for our community as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, because his interest for this subject is, as well as the documentation, deal with his knowledge of what's happening on the ground. Everyone saw on the news a subject that people had been talking about, but now when people started intervening directly in front of television cameras, it had the effect of a cataclysm. I would like to thank him for raising the high number of victims and what would have happened if we had not intervened. This is a subject that raises the passions of people who may be unreasonable on the Conservative side. Can my colleague explain what the loss of contact with what's happening on the ground could have? For 16 months, this was not a new issue. This is an issue that was raised several times. It was already flagged as a problem that could become serious if we did nothing. What is the impact of losing contact with what's happening on the ground when there are many MPs who come from that area?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, those are very, I think, powerful comments by my honourable colleague, because fundamentally this is an issue that is occurring at the grassroots level in our communities, affecting real people. Right now, as we sit here debating this, there are people in Vancouver, in Montreal, in Toronto, all across this country that are injecting opioids in unsafe manners and are overdosing. Our first responders are dealing with these situations on the ground right now in very stressful circumstances. Brave nurses and medical personnel are operating right now to try to get a handle on this. I want to conclude just by saying that I think the answer really here is substance use disorder is not a moral failing. It is not an issue of character. It is a health matter. And ultimately, what we need to do is respond compassionately to make sure that the people who are suffering from substance use disorder have access to the best health care that they can get. We have to quit looking at them as if they're criminals, and we must look at them as if they're patients. And once we start doing that, Mr. Speaker, we can move beyond the dark decade of Conservative rule in this House when they substituted their ideology and their disrespect for evidence, and we can finally return to an evidence-based, compassionate health perspective on what is fundamentally a health issue. And I'm happy to work with the government in every respect to accomplish that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway, for a very excellent presentation, and I think he understands the issue very well. This is an issue about health. This is, as the Minister has said and as we have acknowledged, is now a national public health crisis, and steps are being taken to work across the country with resources, as you heard the Minister saying, as well as working with all of the public health officers in every province to deal with this issue on the ground. And as all of us who are, as a physician, I can tell you that the first thing you look at in any kind of public health emergency, whether it's a virus, whether it is a bacteria, whether it is as we see now, overdose deaths from tainted opiates, then we know that we must first look at the immediate, urgent means of stopping and the problem and of saving lives, of looking at a medium set of policies and legislation that would look at how we deal with it in a manner that will help to look at longer-term solutions to the problem. And I think the immediacy of this and the fact that I want to congratulate the New Democratic Party for helping to move this so quickly through the House, it means that they get it. Means that for most of us in this House, saving lives is paramount. You can put nothing else before saving lives. And I want to congratulate the Minister of Health for bringing about this change in repealing C2, which I consider to have been a very tragic and heinous, actually cruel bill that stopped people from doing what was necessary across this country in saving lives. And if I may paraphrase something that was said by the Conservative health critic earlier on today, was that, in fact, yes, indeed, safe consumption sites save lives, but they help people to stay on drugs. I want to ask anyone who has any ounce of common sense, which would you put first, saving a life or saying that people should be able to stay on a drug that, in fact, they are addicted to, and that we know all of this is a public health issue, and all of this has to do with patient care and an understanding of the issues of public health. So I want to congratulate the minister, because when the Supreme Court brought down its ruling, the Liberal Party, and I was a health critic at the time, was very adamant that we should listen to what the Supreme Court had said. And the Supreme Court had exactly word for word the 5 criteria that the minister has put in this bill. At the time, I remember most of us were absolutely concerned that the Conservative Party brought in what they then called the Safer Communities Act, which I thought no one saw the irony in, because it certainly wasn't about safer communities at all. And therefore, what we see now is that since 2011, when the Supreme Court made the ruling, until 2015, 4 years had passed before the Supreme Court's decision had been considered by this government. And I think that that was a pity, and it was sad, because it stopped safe injection sites from being set up across this country. It stopped harm reduction. And Mr. Speaker, as a physician, I can tell you that harm reduction is about bringing down the mortality rates of any disease, of any condition, of any public health problem, and in fact bringing down the disease rates as well, not just saving lives, but bringing down disease rates. And we saw that the safe injection site, which I'm proud to say I was a minister responsible for the downtown east side, setting up the Vancouver Agreement and agreeing with the harm reduction principles that were set out in the 4-pillar approach by the then mayor of Vancouver, Philip Owen. And during that time, we had the HIV Center of Excellence for, the UBC Center of Excellence for HIV/AIDS, who did the actual project, a project that was by 24 peer bodies around the world was accepted as being well done, and the evidence was completely accepted. At that time, Mr. Speaker, we had 90 safe injection sites around the world, in Switzerland, in the Netherlands, in Scandinavian countries, in Australia, in Portugal. This was happening. People had seen that evidence. And this was way then when we were concerned about 234 overdose deaths in the downtown east side. We saw that once a safe injection site had been set up, evidence showed that there were no overdose deaths from anyone who came into that safe injection site. So we had in fact stopped death. But the other thing that was noticeable was that the crime rates had gone down in that area. So public order was restored in that area. And we also saw that these very high-risk people who had actually started to use Insight at the time suddenly decided that they wanted to go into treatment. And these were high-risk addicts, Mr. Speaker. And they went into treatment. We had to bring about something called On-Site, which is above the Insight site, and there were 25 beds there for people who wanted to go to treatment. And this was an important piece of the evidence as well. So it not only saved lives, it also helped people to go into treatment. We saw that it restored order, and it fulfilled another criteria, and that criteria was that it allowed people to have hope and to begin to want to build new lives. I think these are some important things about when we look at harm reduction. And so when I hear in this House this morning the health critic of the Conservatives saying that, oh yes, of course, evidence shows that it may save lives, but it helps them to stay on the drugs, I wonder why ideology should take human life so lightly. Because these are human beings, and just because you happen to be addicted to a drug doesn't mean that you are unworthy. Who should say what lives are unworthy and what lives are worthy? And that's what we're talking about here. I'm pleased to see the minister moving forward, calling this a national public health crisis. I'm pleased to see the extra pieces with regard to opening of mail that is suspicious, that may contain under 30 grams or 30 grams of fentanyl, because we know that 30 grams of fentanyl can actually impact or cause 15,000 deaths. And this is a huge number. We're talking about deaths in the thousands. After Insight, we not only saw the deaths were stopped, but we also saw that the rate of HIV, there had been 2,100 new cases at the time Insight opened of HIV/AIDS. That went down to 31. Mr. Speaker, this is what we're talking about here. The need to look at this as something that is essential and that's important. I am pleased to see the New Democrats supporting this bill. I am pleased to see everyone in this House determined to move it forward, because this is essential if we're going to have safe injection sites, and all the evidence has been proven on safe injection sites to, in fact, save lives and to bring down mortality and morbidity. It's important, and I understand why when the leader of the Green Party talked about not wanting to intervene in terms of the civil liberties of opening up these envelopes. But I think in the case of life being saved, this is an essential thing that we must do. I'm glad to see the minister bringing about precursors in this bill, to stop precursors that are important in many instances, but at the moment we have to decide that stopping precursors from being given without going through a prescription and without being approved is actually one way of saving lives as well. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, as a physician, I can tell you that every life that is saved as a result of the action that has been taken by this minister with this bill, and in some of the making naloxone widely available, moving forward. I think the member of the NDP said it is important that we do not allow the mobile units that are, in fact, helping to save lives at the moment in Vancouver Centre and that are infringing on the law should be able to be given this, not simply as a bubble zone, but this is something that should be considered across the country if we see this as a national crisis. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that there are other things that we can do. I think we were asked what are the other things we can do. I think the minister has moved very swiftly to do some of the things that are necessary, but I do think that we need to look at a public awareness campaign for all of the young people, the young professionals, and the youth who are actually not necessarily addicted, but who are recreational drug users, to be able to let them know that, in fact, the using of drugs off the street is a dangerous thing to do. And the minister moved, when she first came in as minister, to allow for the Salome project, which had also been done under the Chrétien government, to show whether or not using of substitute pharmaceutical-grade heroin was important to save lives, and it was shown that, in fact, the allowing of hydromorphone, which again is being used in what is known as the heroin-assisted treatment in Europe and in Scandinavia with a great deal of success, saving lives and helping people to manage their addiction so that they don't have to buy off the street anymore. They can go to the clinic and they can get a pharmaceutical drug which costs pennies to be able to save their lives and move them off the street drugs. We have to stop the illicit trafficking, Mr. Speaker. That is of key importance. If you continue to only look at the demand side of the problem and don't look at the supply side of the problem, we will continue to have illicit opiates not only killing people but damaging lives for a long time. And a lot of the work that has been done in Europe gives us that ability to truly look at evidence-based solutions to this problem, to act as quickly as we can, and to make these decisions not based on ideology but on clear evidence and science. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
I'm not sure if I've got a question, but I definitely want to make some comments. The previous speaker, as well as the member from Vancouver Kingsway, both, I believe, grossly mischaracterized the earlier comments from the Conservative health critic, the member from Oshawa. When the member from Oshawa had acknowledged that indeed supervised injection sites may save lives for the moment but do not address the issue of addiction, that is exactly what he meant by that. That an injection site is not a panacea. It is not a solution in of itself to the opioid crisis. It may be part of a solution. It is not ideological to merely point out that preventing a person from ODing in the moment is not to solve the problem of addiction. Addiction is an enormous problem that encapsulates many parts of society, far beyond street level addiction. And
And so I wanted a comment just to clarify and say there's nothing ideological about acknowledging the complexity of the problem.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there is something ideological about preventing when we know that safe injection sites on evidence have saved lives. Saving lives alone is not an answer, but saving lives is an immediacy. That's why you go to an emergency room when you have an accident, because you want your life to be safe so that you can move into other areas of keeping you healthy and fixing the problem. The Minister and our government have been very clear that we have moved into the medium-term and the long-term problems, but what we need to do is to deal with the immediacy of saving lives. If you save a life, that person then can move on to treatment. That person can then move on to rehabilitation. That person can then, as is shown in Europe, with the advent of safe injection sites, can be able to live a real and meaningful life. No one has denied that. The Minister has put in place all of these things, meeting with, setting up an opioid summit to talk about how we move forward to the longer and the medium term. And if the member was listening, he would hear that at the very beginning of my presentation, I did speak about the fact that public health deals with immediacy, medium, and long term. So no one is suggesting that a harm reduction strategy is the only thing we need to do, but it's a thing we need to do now.
Questions and comments. The
honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. If there is MP from the region that knows what is going on and who is on the case and who many times has denounced the situation, it's the member across the way. I'd like to congratulate the member. We work together on a number of committees. My colleague therefore understands that sometimes we have to work on the clearest common denominator, that upon which everyone agrees, something upon which we need to act. I'd like to ask her what could be complementary to this. What are the other options that are not in this bill that we could potentially enact to rectify this ever-increasing problem? The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. It's an important one. And I also want to thank his colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for the kind words he said about this. I'm a physician. In the government of Jacques Chrétien, I was responsible for the downtown east side because of the problem that was happening with overdose deaths. So I was there from the very beginning. I look at evidence-based solutions, and I think there are other things that we need to do, not so much in this bill, because I think this bill must be passed now to get moving on these things. But there are other things that we need to do. Analysis at certain mobile units, at safe injection sites, and in other areas, and on the street, of whether or not a drug that is being used is tainted with fentanyl or carfentanil is a very important step that we need to do, because it is because of the safe injection site in Vancouver that we first found out that in fact there was tainted opiates. So we need to do that. I think we need to look at the issue of the fact that in Vancouver alone there is a clinic that gives to very, very high risk, a very small group of addicts. The people who were in fact in the Salome trials are now getting the hydromorphone, which is important to save their lives and keep them off street drugs or buying on the street. So there are some things, I think the minister is working on it, but this bill hits the nail right on the head about what we need to do right now. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise at report stage for Bill C-37 and to add my perspective to the debate. And I think as we all agree in this House and we all know in this House that we are facing a very real crisis, and the casual or addictive use of drugs is now including a much higher risk of death, and indeed I think many people have sort of compared it to actually Russian roulette, that with what is out on the streets, with what's being mixed into drugs, it truly is a risk for everyone. You know, Bill C-37 does represent a partial response to the crisis, and there is, of course, many measures in this bill that I'm going to talk about that are important and supportable. There is some areas that obviously we still have some concerns about. But, you know, I do, even with the supportable measures, I do think we need to talk a little bit about the time frame that took us to get here. So it was 10 months ago today, actually. It was April 14th in British Columbia when the medical health officer, BC's provincial health officers, declared a state of emergency, and that was in relationship to the rising death rate that they saw coming down. They saw it every day, and it was related to fentanyl. It was related to fentanyl being laced into the drugs. And, you know, back in, I think it was 2012, it was in about 5% of drugs, and it was reaching up to 60% in 2016. So, you know, they recognized that we had a crisis, and they declared a state of emergency. That is 10 months ago. In the meanwhile, we knew carfentanil has been confirmed on the streets this fall. And for those, I think it's very important that we do have a public awareness campaign, because many parents, many children, many youth and young adults have no idea what's out there, what's on the street. But carfentanil is actually used with large animals like elephants. It's 100 times more potent than fentanyl, 4,000 times more potent than heroin, 10,000 times more potent than morphine. And Mr. Speaker, you can actually order it in the mail from China, and it can be delivered. So in the fall of this year, there was a man in Calgary who was arrested. I believe he had a kilogram of carfentanil. It would kill 50 million people. That had the potential to kill 50 million people. So here we are. We agree, we have all agreed that we needed to give additional powers to our border security folks. How long has it taken? We had a state of emergency 10 years ago. We finally got a bill that does this right before Christmas, when there was no time to debate it. And that bill is sort of packed with a number of different measures, of which many are supportable, but the government had to know that there was one area that was going to create debate. So in spite of our best efforts to say, let's get this, first of all, you should have had this on the table way back in the fall, but second of all, let's get that piece that's non-controversial through the House, and let's spend a little bit of time debating the issues that we are concerned about. The other thing in this bill is included the prohibition of designated devices. Pill presses. We know that pill presses, there's no reason in Canada for anyone to have a pill press without it being registered. That was a change that could have been done in a regulatory framework, as I understand. Instead, we've waited months and months and months, and we put it into the bill. So instead of the quick, simple things that would have been an appropriate response to an emergency, we've gone at the pace of a bill that really was, like many of the bills in the House, are important, but they're not critical. This was a bill that was critical, and these items should have been acted a long time ago. So, as I've indicated, we really do support many of the measures in the bill, and really, it should have been here 10 months ago. It should have been here 8 months ago. I was very disappointed that they did not support moving all stages. What we offered is to move it through at all stages so that it could actually be law right now, that our border services could actually be opening those small packages and capturing some of these illicit substances in the mail as we speak. So I think the government has been negligent. It was interesting to hear the member from Vancouver Centre just talking about this bill and how important it was, but even she recognized last summer that her government was moving too slowly, and unfortunately I didn't get a chance to ask her a question about that so that she could articulate more clearly what her concerns were at that time. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a section of the bill, and we do have some problems with really what they are doing is they are getting community consultation and truly a lack of rigor. They talk about, complying with the Supreme Court, but they have taken all the rigor out of the compliance. So they've got some very undefined statements, principles, but there's no definition around them. So, I do have big concerns that they have taken some of those items out. And so I do actually want to talk back. In November 16th, the Minister of Health was at the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and I want to take a couple of quotes that she said at that time. So first we talked about proper data and that there was a lack of proper data, and her quote was, "The point you raise brings up the real challenges on the opioid crisis, which is that there's actually not the kind of data and surveillance that we would like to have in terms of the overall number of overdoses and overdose deaths." Having a solution means you need to have data, and I don't see us making much movement towards having good data in terms of informing the proper solutions for different communities. She then went on, this is in response again to some questions that I was asking, and I was talking about the availability of detox and rehabilitation, and her, again, quote was, "I think it's accurate to say that there is a shortage of treatment facilities and programs." Now, Mr. Speaker, the government has no trouble putting criteria around home and mental health. They're very happy to say to the provinces, we have to have some criteria around home and mental health, but the requirement that associated detox and rehab with safe community injection sites has been taken away. So that was something that was attached because, to be frank, there's a lot of priorities for dollars to be spent within our provinces and our health authorities, and there's a huge and extreme lack of detox and rehabilitation. And in spite of her acknowledgement that there is a shortage, she actually chose to remove that from this bill. So I'm going to go on with this. So again, in this November 16th meeting, we talked about the importance of community consultation. And she said, "I've made it clear that for the communities that need them, where they're appropriate, and where there is a community desire to have those programs, we need to find mechanisms to make them more available. Of course, this is the kind of thing where there would be collaboration with the community and with provincial health authorities." And then she went on to say that community consultation is essential. So you take those quotes and you look at the very reasonable amendment. There was some concerns from the current government that the process was too onerous. So my colleague, who is a critic for health, made, I thought, very appropriate amendment suggestions. And what he really suggested was you needed mayor and council to support a safe injection site. Many of us in local government have a local government pass. We will agree that mayor and council, they can have critical insight in terms of what and where and how, absolutely critical. They talked about the RCMP. The RCMP should have some input. And he talked about a public consultation process that includes notices to the people that live within 2 kilometers of the area. Mr. Speaker, the minister talked about community consultation. It is very nebulous and it's very unclear in the existing legislation. What was proposed was something that was very reasonable, very sensible, but this government chose to ignore putting any sort of framework around community consultation. I think they made a big mistake. So, Mr. Speaker, I think our concern is very important. It's very valid that you can't take the community consultation process away. You need a little bit of rigor, and they have taken that rigor out of the process. So I look to the members opposite to reconsider that particular element, because anyone that's ever been in local government knows how important it is to have a framework around the local community consultation process. And in sort of my final comments, another really important gap that we see that perhaps is not part of legislation, but there has been no commitment at all on the part of this government for a national education and awareness campaign. And so again, I think that's something that they should give very serious consideration to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And You know, it's been interesting listening to the debate thus far, and my first opportunity for an interjection. And I want to make it very clear that, in fact, this has been a priority issue for this government. Our Minister of Health and others have indicated it as being a national healthcare crisis, and the government is moving forward. It has met with many different stakeholders, both at the provincial level and working with many different stakeholders that are involved in trying to come up with ideas. And I do take some exception in the sense that we did introduce the legislation late last year, and that's because there's a lot of lead-up that needs to be done for legislation. The Conservative Party was provided the opportunity back in December to see this bill pass through and chose not to do it, and I appreciate the fact that the New Democrats did. But my question is just twofold. Can the member indicate in terms of when it is that the Conservative Party first raised the issue inside the House of Commons in the form of a question during question period? And question period often reflects the priorities of opposition. Does the member have any sense of when it was first raised by the official opposition in the House?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we are on the coalface, and certainly as far back as shortly after the state of emergency in British Columbia was raised, I know my colleague from Surrey South Centre and certainly a number of us did express our concerns. But my bigger point was there is measures. When there is a strike that's happening and it's determined we need to have back-to-work legislation, it happens immediately. We had carfentanil. We knew it was coming in from China. We knew it was coming in small packages. And we have taken 10 months to get a piece of legislation to the table that gives some additional powers to our people, our border guards, in terms of seizing and actually intercepting packages that have the capability of killing thousands.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de la...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm reassured to hear the tone of the Conservative Party MP on this bill. I'd be remiss not to mention, can she explain to me how her party up to now has shown itself to be very skeptical with regards to supervised injection sites? When they were government, they enacted an act to make it very difficult to open them. During the election campaign, they sent mail saying it's very scary. The NDP and the Liberals want there to be injection sites in your backyard. And so why is all of a sudden, are they pragmatic?
For Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important to note that there has been approvals given to new injection sites under the existing process. In Kamloops, we have a mayor and council who have endorsed 100% moving forward with a safe injection site. What I would like to say is we had 26 criteria which created some rigor around the process. And because of that rigor, we have a community like Kamloops who the Downtown Business Association has been engaged. They've made suggestions in terms of locations. Council is voting 100% unanimously to support it because there was rigor around a process in terms of moving forward. What they're suggesting and what this bill does is gut all the rigor of the process, and I think they're going to be heading down a very bad path in terms of having that support and that good advice from communities in terms of how to do things, where to do things.
Time for a short question and response. The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I appreciate the comments. Her community, this member's community, has been hit very hard, over a 200% increase in the deaths. But when we look at, and this comes back to the data, and I've got a list here of just 12, and that's this very small snapshot of kids, 21, 23, 24, 25, in their mid-20s, deaths of just a dozen young kids that aren't going to use a consumption site, that are not injecting. And I'm just wondering that we we are very concerned about saving lives, whether it's an entrenched individual that has been an addict on the street for a very long time, or whether it's our young adolescents. And I'm just wondering, because this bill is so vacant in terms of dealing with our adolescent population, I'm wondering if the member can comment on that.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you. And I did talk in terms of the lack of data, and what was very surprising for myself is when I looked for the data in Kamloops, we've had 40 deaths in the last year. Those are mothers, daughters, sons. Very horrific. And then my next question is you know, was that through ingestion? Were these people related to addictions? You know, how does the breakdown, because we really need to start to target our support, our resources, that information is not there. So our ability to even understand the problem fully in all of its complexity is not actually helped by the data that's currently available. So I think, again, regardless of the reason, we need to have strategies for different issues that we're dealing with, and we simply don't have that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bill C-37. We have a national public health crisis in Canada right now, Mr. Speaker. Last year, in British Columbia alone, more than 900 people died of a drug overdose, an increase of over 80% from the previous year. And the situation is getting worse. Deaths from drug overdoses, including fentanyl and carfentanil, are now predicted to exceed deaths by car accidents. Thousands have died, and thousands more will continue to die unless we as parliamentarians take decisive action. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-37 represents decisive action. This bill will address our public health crisis and help save lives in a few important ways. It will simplify and streamline the application process for communities that wish to open a supervised consumption site to limit drug overdoses. It will put stronger measures in place to stop the flow of illegal drugs into our communities. Bill C-37 represents a vitally important step and necessary shift in the treatment of drug addiction from a framework of punishment and strict law enforcement practiced by the previous government to one focused on health care and one based on scientific evidence. I'm proud to support this bill on behalf of my constituents from Parkdale High Park. The care and compassion of the people in my community, coupled with their political engagement and depth of knowledge on these issues, has translated into overwhelming support for a shift in how we treat people experiencing drug addiction. My constituents want to see a federal government that responds to health crises, like the tragic deaths of thousands of Canadians from accidental opioid overdoses in 2016, with a compassionate strategy that is based on evidence, not with the knee-jerk ideological responses which characterize the previous government's zero-tolerance approach. Mr. Speaker, this past July in Toronto, the city where I live and serve the people of Parkdale High Park, our City Council approved plans for 3 future safe consumption sites. In Toronto, there are already 50 such locations that offer harm reduction services and access to clean syringes and needles, including the Parkdale Community Health Centre and the Breakaway Addiction Services Satellite Clinic in my riding. Both of these organizations provide an invaluable service in my community. They help save lives in Parkdale High Park by treating addicts with care and compassion, not punishment and not stigma. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-37 would help by expanding the harm reduction network that already exists in our community and across the City of Toronto. I want to explore the idea of harm reduction a little bit more, Mr. Speaker. At its core, the principle of harm reduction is about taking a realistic approach to drug use and addiction and thinking practically and respectfully about the best options for treatment. As we all know in this chamber, drug addicts do not desire or choose to continue using substances that put them at risk of harm. Addiction is a brain disorder. It's not a choice. People experiencing addiction compulsively engage with rewarding stimuli despite the harm it does to their health, their relationships, and their very lives. While prevention and treatment are the central pillars of any drug strategy, we acknowledge on this side of the House the reality that people who are experiencing addiction will use drugs for a period of time until they are in treatment. Harm reduction strategies, Mr. Speaker, and treatment goals are not incompatible. To the contrary, they are actually mutually reinforcing. Harm reduction strategies assist by helping to keep addicts alive and moving them toward treatment. Harm reduction strategies are the best alternative for people for whom prevention or criminal sanctions have not been effective. Harm reduction does not mean, Mr. Speaker, that we are giving up on these people. or enabling them to use. Quite the opposite. Through harm reduction, we are refusing to give up on these very people. We are refusing to let them die. The contrast to harm reduction initiatives are the zero-tolerance policies favored by the previous government. Zero-tolerance policies aimed at criminalizing addicts do not work. We have seen the negative effects of these strategies on marginalized communities, especially amongst those who are over-incarcerated, like the Indigenous community, the Black community. We have seen the negative stigma. We've seen misinformation based on anecdotes instead of scientific facts about drug addiction. And people who are suffering from a condition they cannot control are treated as criminals instead of patients. This is fundamentally the wrong approach, Mr. Speaker. By contrast, harm reduction serves not only individuals affected by their own addiction, it serves to help friends and families of addicts and society as a whole. When we stop pushing addicts out into streets, into alleyways, our communities become safer, Mr. Speaker. When we provide a safe space for consumption, equipped with medical professionals, parents of addicts don't have to bury their children. When we shift our narrative to focus on providing health care for Canadians afflicted with a difficult condition, our society as a whole begins to heal. This basic idea that harm reduction in the form of safe, supervised consumption sites can promote public health and safety was recognized by the Supreme Court in the Insight case. So, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'm going to put on my constitutional lawyer hat for a moment and discuss the Vancouver safe injection site that was at issue in Insight. And I won't go into all the details much as I'd love to, but it is important to note that, in short, the Supreme Court of Canada unanimously found in that case that the denial of a ministerial exemption by the previous government under the Controlled Drug and Substances Act was found by a unanimous court to be a violation of the Charter, specifically the Section 7 rights to life and security of the person of Insight's clients. The Supreme Court, by way of remedy, unilaterally reinstated the exemption, allowing Insight's doors to remain open so the facility could continue to prevent unnecessary deaths on Vancouver's downtown east side. The previous government's response to that decision, after some negative reaction on the part of the previous government, they decided to ramp up the number of conditions that had to be met in order for supervised consumption sites to be permitted to operate. Mr. Speaker, you can't do through the back door what you're not permitted constitutionally to do through the front door. The old Bill C2, which is called, and we know there was a penchant for these catchy names, the Respect for Communities Act. Mr. Speaker, that was an ideological response, not one based on evidence. And it prompted observers like the HIV/AIDS Legal Clinic Network to note, quote, Bill C2 imposed near insurmountable obstacles for supervised consumption services, such as Insight in Vancouver, despite the evidence of the benefits of these health interventions. Not only have safe supervised consumption sites been shown to save lives, they are also cost-effective, as revealed by the new study concluded by the Toronto-based St. Michael's Hospital. And if the members opposite want evidence of that study, I'm happy to provide it to them. Mr. Speaker, we have heard such critiques, and we have responded as a government. Through this bill, Bill C-37, our government is taking the number of criteria that must be met in order to open a supervised site from 26 conditions, which to my mind, Mr. Speaker, is not intensive community involvement. It is actually a barrier to providing authorization. And we've reduced it to 5. And we didn't just dream up this list, Mr. Speaker. We're using the very 5 criteria that are entrenched in paragraph 153 of the Supreme Court's unanimous decision, lest we be accused of perhaps not taking community consultation seriously, as some of the members opposite have opined. Mr. Speaker, through Bill C-37, our government has responded to calls for a change in legislation from organizations and people on the front lines who care for and treat drug addicts, who see the negative impact of a system imbalanced between public safety and public health. Criticism of the bill has suggested that the government's new approach will turn society into an enabler of drug addiction, as opposed to a preventer. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we will not stand idly by and enable Canadians to fatally overdose because we failed to act to provide them with safe spaces to receive health treatment. We will prevent more people from dying by shifting our approach from criminalization to treatment with compassion. While we are shifting our approach, we are not diminishing the ability of law enforcement and the criminal justice system to enforce the law. We are shifting the treatment of addicts from punishment to treatment by treating addiction as a health issue. Critics of the bill forget that we are also increasing law enforcement's ability to prevent illegal substances from making it into Canadian streets with changes to the Customs Act. Bill C-37 also further reinforces the commitment to consult with communities before making decisions that will directly impact them, such as the opening of a safe consumption site. Law enforcement, first responders, business owners, residents down the street will all be consulted before the Health Minister delivers an evidence-based decision. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not revolutionary. We heard this in some of the earlier speeches. There are already over 90 safe consumption sites operating effectively worldwide, including 2 sites right here in Canada. The Centre for Addiction and Mental Health has completed extensive research surrounding the effectiveness of harm reduction in collaboration with other prevention programs. They discuss drug addiction as a continuum where harm may occur, quote, at any level. Drug addiction, Mr. Speaker, is not black and white. It's not an all-or-nothing disease. If we continue to impose the rigid standards of Bill C-2 passed by the previous government, we will continue to deny communities and addicts the help, support, and life-saving services they desperately deserve. Mr. Speaker, balancing public safety and public health is not easy, but I'm confident Bill C-37 will help do just that. I'm very proud to support legislation that puts the health and safety of Canadians at the forefront of our strategy, and I urge all members of the House to do the same. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague with his comments. I think everyone would agree that addiction is a health issue. I think that's been out there for many, many years, and we support that avenue. But there's a couple of things here that I would really like to speak to, and one of them is, and I agree with the CBSA, opening the mail. But we have a lot of drugs coming in from China, so I'd like to know what the strategy of this government is to stop that flow. Secondly, I would like the member to outline and maybe point to in the legislation where the process is laid out in terms of community consultation. My third point, Mr. Speaker, is that we have, and I just said this a little bit earlier to one of the other members that were speaking, is I have a list here of 12 kids, adolescents that have died, all in their early 20s. They are not addicts. They are adolescents that have taken fentanyl. They have all died. And I'm just wondering what that strategy looks like.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I know her riding, and in particular all of the BC members of Parliament, have been very directly affected by this issue. In terms of what we are seeing with the transport by mail of substances like fentanyl and carfentanil, it is shocking. It is dramatic. It is demonstrating to us that there are new types of drugs that are being used, and they're also coming into our communities in vastly different ways. We're responding to that through this legislation by implementing changes to the Customs Act, which will allow the seizure and inspection of those types of mail packages, including packages as small as 30 grams, because we know a 30-gram standard letter envelope can actually contain enough fentanyl to kill 15,000 individuals, which is staggering by any stretch of the imagination. In terms of what the community consultation looks like, we've heard debate in this chamber already. We've heard the response from the minister. It is important to note that one, community consultation is one of the 5 factors that must occur, and secondly, the way that it will roll out is in a robust way, including first responders, including residents, including individuals in the law enforcement community, so that it is comprehensive. And with respect to youth, Mr. Speaker, the third part of the question stated we need to be addressing the needs of youth in particular, and I agree wholeheartedly. This government is focused on youth, including youth who are suffering the impacts of substance abuse, and that will be a focus of our strategy going forward.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Parkdale High Park for his speech today in the House in support of moving forward with this piece of legislation. I have to address the issue, though, that the member from Vancouver Kingsway brought up earlier. We're talking about lives. And every day that we sit here and debate, every day that we hold back on this decision, and I think to even go further, we are potentially impacting the lives of Canadians. We cannot sit any longer and not declare a national state of emergency. It's something that's been widely called for. We see that it's been called for by the David Gerling, who was the keynote speaker at the Health Minister's own opioid seminar, opioid summit BC Health Minister Terry Lake has also called for this. Stakeholders across Canada. Canadians need access to funds and access to fund clinics in their region to address this. The only way we can do this is to declare a national state of public health emergency. So I want the member's opinion on whether or not he feels his government should declare this so that we can address this and prevent any more Canadians from losing their lives.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member opposite for her comments and for her question and for her advocacy in this chamber. In terms of the crisis, what we are dealing with is an absolute crisis. We're dealing with levels of death that we've not seen that are staggering. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the numbers of death from overdose may exceed the numbers of death from automobile accidents, which is, again, a staggering figure for all of us to actually try and understand and to analyze. What we are doing on this side of the House is we are acting. We are firm in our commitment to take action as quickly as possible. That is why we have moved quickly to have this debate occur, why we've moved quickly to have this legislation steered through committee. That is why this bill is now at third reading. We want to take concrete actions that address the crisis in a manner that is robust as possible. As to whether this should be declared a proper emergency under the Emergencies Act, there's no precedent for that thus far, but I'm comforted by the actions and the responses and the leadership shown by the Minister of Health, herself a physician, in terms of taking actionable steps to implement a strategy that will help to save lives.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today to talk about Bill C-37. Before I do, I hope you'll allow me some latitude to wish my wife, Lisa, happy Valentine's Day. We're 3,000 kilometers apart, but I'm here doing the nation's business, and she's given me the blessing to be here, even though it's Valentine's Day. So I want to thank her for all of her support in doing this job, Mr. Speaker. But we are here to talk about a very serious piece of legislation, Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. And I want to talk, first of all, Canadians should be aware that this debate is now taking place under time allocation, which means the government has decided they don't want to hear from any more members of Parliament on this issue. So not only do they not want to hear from affected communities on the issue of safe injection sites or safe consumption sites as they're now being described, but they don't even want to hear from parliamentarians on this issue. And I think that's a real shame. We're sent here to represent our constituents. We're sent here to speak out on behalf of the people who elected us. And now the government has said, we don't want to hear from you anymore. We only want one more day of debate. They tried, Mr. Speaker, to have no debate whatsoever on this bill. Teaming up with the NDP, they tried to have this bill passed at all stages with no debate from a single member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. It's outrageous that this sort of important issue would be treated in that manner where, again, not only do they not want to hear from affected communities anymore, they don't even want to hear from members of Parliament. And I think that's the real issue here. If they wanted to, I've heard today, and we all agree, this is a health crisis. The components of the bill that dealt with the health crisis, the official opposition, the Conservative Party, advocated splitting this bill and passing those sections of the bill immediately. Again, this was rejected by the Liberal government and the third party in the NDP because apparently they want to score political points on this issue, and I think that's a real shame. The points of the bill that all parties agree on include giving the Canadian Border Services Agency more powers to search packages weighing less than 30 grams and ceasing the import of pill presses. We agree, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party has agreed. Our health critic has spoken eloquently about that. Many on this side. This is a real measure that can be taken immediately to address this issue. But again, the government rejected our attempts to have this dealt with quickly. We agree that we should grant the minister the authority to quickly and temporarily schedule and class new substances. That's a good idea. We could have done that in a single day with a single voice vote had the government agreed to split this bill and move forward on the issues that we can all agree on. So had they really wanted this to move ahead quickly, if they actually cared, and I've heard this again and again today from the government side, that we need to act immediately, we need to act quickly, this is a health crisis, we agree. Why didn't they agree with the Conservative amendment to split this bill and move forward those important measures immediately. It shows that there's politics at work here, Mr. Speaker. What we are concerned about is the community consultation. And quite frankly, I find it shocking that this government that talks about consultation, they consulted on every other measure that they have brought in, whether they have actually listened to that consultation, I think is a matter of debate. But whether it's on new pipelines, whether it's on any number of other pieces of legislation, they've doubled down on, they delayed the pipeline decisions that would have got energy workers in Canada back to work by up to a year. They said the consultations that were done previously were not enough. We need to set up a whole new process and double down on consultation because we need social license to move forward, whatever that means. So they draw out that process on and on and on, ignore the consultation that they actually got, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. They went with the conservative process entirely when they made those decisions. But here, on something that affects communities, no consultation. I heard it again. The ministers declared it a barrier. The previous Liberal speaker said community consultations are a barrier to safe injection sites, and we need to get rid of them. Well, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, I think it's reasonable to expect that when a safe injection site is proposed for any community, that the chiefs of police are consulted, that crime statistics are consulted, that the mayor and council are consulted, that the residents in the area where the site might be opened are consulted. Because as the member for Oshawa, the official opposition health critic said, the only way that safe injection sites are successful is when they have community buy-in. And you do not get community buy-in when you refuse to consult with the people that will be directly impacted. We've heard many times about Insight in East Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, that community has said, this is where we want this. This is okay in our community. We have integrated it into our community. Not all communities are East Vancouver, Mr. Speaker. Some are going to take some time to get there if they ever do. But you don't build consensus by refusing to consult with affected individuals. You don't build consensus by refusing to talk to your community. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why I, as a member of Parliament, I'm glad I had the opportunity to speak. I'm sorry for the many, many dozens of MPs that will not be afforded the opportunity because of the heavy-handed tactics of this government. But I took the opportunity, seeing this coming, seeing that the government was abandoning community consultations, I consulted with my community. I sent a brochure to every single household in my riding and asked them two questions. I asked them, do you think communities should be consulted before a safe injection site is proposed in a community? Do you think that's reasonable? That was one question. And secondly, do you think there should be a safe injection site in Chilliwack Hope? And I had an extremely robust response. Nearly 1,000 people have taken the time to respond, which is a very high number, more than double the number that I usually get in responses. So the question, do you believe that without consultation the government should be able to approve these? 76% of respondents said no. They do not believe that that should be able to be done. They don't see that as a barrier. They think it's essential that they be consulted before a safe injection site go through. The second question, do you believe a safe injection site should be located in Chilliwack or Hope? And in that case, 68% said no, 32% said yes, Mr. Speaker. But what I've told, I will be sharing that information. I've shared it with the House here. Once the final results are in, I'll share that with the Minister of Health, with the government, because my constituents deserve the right to be consulted and heard. And I think that is the real tragedy here, is that we had an opportunity to act immediately on those measures that we could all agree on, but the government refused to do so. One thing I did want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, the safe injection site model is what the debate is focused on here. But there's another great example that I wanted to highlight from British Columbia as well. And again, BC is on the leading edge of this. And and it certainly was troubling to hear member for Vancouver Centre indicate in the media earlier this year that maybe once this issue reaches the Manitoba-Ontario border, then this Liberal government will start to pay attention. Right now, it's just an issue for BC, so we're not too worried about it. This is the most senior member of that caucus, I think, Mr. Speaker. She's been here since 1993. And she indicated that, well, maybe when this becomes an issue in central Canada, then the government will start to pay attention. That's a pretty sad state, Mr. Speaker. But I wanted to talk about the St. Paul's Rapid Access Addiction Clinic. Mr. Speaker, this is something I think that we should be talking about as well, where it's been set up in a hospital setting where people have the opportunity when they come in and say that they want to kick their addiction, they're immediately walked upstairs and start the process of detox right then and there. And that's what we haven't talked about enough today. Is the harm reduction is one of only 4 pillars in dealing with drug addiction. We have enforcement, we have treatment, and for too long the balance has shifted only to harm reduction. Until we have adequate treatment and detox beds for people to access, I think we're merely treating the symptom and not the underlying problem. But Mr. Speaker, again, this is unfortunate that the government's cutting off debate on this issue. It's unfortunate that they don't want to consult with communities. I think it's a real shame, and it's not the way that they should have moved forward on this important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The honourable member for Ancaster, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I respect the member's concerns over safe injection sites. This is not something that's just going to pop up tomorrow, that all of a sudden is going to pass and we're going to have 100 safe injection sites across the country. Of course, the minister is, that does not infer that the minister is not going to consult with the communities out there where these sites may end up being necessary, because, let's face it, we are in a crisis situation right now in Vancouver. It's happening. It's starting in Calgary. It's moving to Toronto. Who knows how many centres are going to be impacted by this crisis that exists today within our society. It behooves us to move as quickly as we can in order to deal with this crisis. So I don't accept the member's premise that no consultation is going to take place. That's just not the way things work. They never have and they never will. Of course, consultation is going to occur in order to make these sites beneficial to their communities, and will consult with I imagine, with the municipal governments, as well as the public safety officials that exist within those centres, to ensure that these sites are established in a proper manner. So I would put to the member, does the member not agree that a crisis exists, that we need to deal with this issue as soon as possible, and that does not necessarily infer that there aren't going to be consultations that are going to be conducted?
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member will forgive me if I'm not going to put a lot of weight in he imagines there will be consultation, or do we not think there will be? The previous Conservative government, with the Respect for Communities Act, mandated it because we believe so strongly in consultation with communities on this issue that it was required. So when a government comes back and says we're removing that requirement, to me it says they don't value that consultation. They have said repeatedly they see that community consultation as a barrier to setting up future safe injection sites. So I would say, if the consultations are going to continue, why has the government removed the requirement to consult? And in terms, again, we would have passed the portions of this bill that did not relate to community consultations without a debate immediately, but the government refused to do that.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Speaker, I just, on the theme of consent, wanted to ask the honourable member, with respect to issues that are important enough where there should be legally mandated consultation, do you think that in those cases the consulted communities ought to have a veto over whether or not a project goes ahead?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. I think there should be certainly consultation should be required, and that the government needs to place a lot of weight on that. There might be cases where the health crisis itself necessitates certain action from the government. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that no matter what, we should be asking the police, we should be asking affected residents, we should be asking the mayors and councils what their opinions are on this issue, what the data shows. If we truly believe in evidence-based decision-making, which we hear repeatedly from the government, then we should be collecting the evidence. We shouldn't be backing away from that requirement, and that's why we can't support this bill in its current form.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend from Chilliwack, Hope, I think that the emphasis that Conservatives are placing on all the things that should be done before a safe injection site, a safe consumption site is put in place, they really do need to look at the evidence. And certainly in Vancouver, there hasn't been an increase in crime rates anywhere around the safe injection site at Insight. We have evidence that shows it saved lives. And more to the point, the so-called Respect for Communities Act was heavily loaded with conditions that were clearly put there for the intention of doing indirectly that which they couldn't do directly, which was to defy the Supreme Court decision. The remaining conditions in this act still require an assessment around crime. It still require hearing from those who are for and against. But certainly the minister herself or himself in future will look at all the factors in exercising discretion to allow this exemption.
Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it perhaps is not surprising that the member for Saanich Gulf Island places a lot more trust in this Liberal government than I do. I don't trust them when they remove consultation requirements from the bill to continue to consult. I think that's a clear indication of their priority, which is that Ottawa knows best, that the Liberal government knows best. Just trust us, and we'll take care of it for you. Mr. Speaker, we trust our communities. We trust the police, we trust our own neighbours to have the ability to intervene, to have the ability to share their knowledge before any type of safe injection site goes forward. I believe that's how you build support for this sort of thing. You don't do it by denying consultation to communities.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favour of Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. As you've heard from other members in the course of this debate, the illegal production and trafficking of controlled substances continues to be a significant problem in Canada. Our government is profoundly concerned about the current opioid crisis and the growing number of opioid overdoses and tragic deaths we are seeing across this country. Today, I will speak to the human aspect of this crisis, as well as some of C-37's proposals to help address the health and safety risks associated with the diversion of drugs from the legitimate supply chain to the illicit market, one important source that contributes to this public health crisis in Canada. It is critical that we ensure that our drug control legislation, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, or CDSA, is modern and effective and can better protect the health and safety of Canadians. This is an urgent priority for me and for our government. À cet égard, le 12 décembre 2016,
in that respect, on December 12, 2016, the Minister of Health introduced Bill C-37 in the House of Commons. This bill supports our government's commitment to drug policy that is comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and evidence-based, and which balances both public health and public safety for all Canadians. As you are all aware, this bill proposes significant changes related to supporting the establishment of supervised consumption sites as a key harm reduction measure. It also contains important elements which aim to ensure that controlled substances used for legitimate purposes are not being diverted to the illicit drug market.
tirelessly to make sure that controlled substances used for legitimate purposes are not diverted to the illicit drug market where they are deadly and have led to hundreds of tragic accidental drug overdose deaths, 914 last year in my province of British Columbia alone, 80% more than the previous year. And fentanyl is the major contributor to this awful, awful statistic. The 914 are not statistics. They are people, and they are us. 914 people died in British Columbia from overdose deaths last year. They are human beings. Each, in their own unique way, their lives are interwoven with their families, their communities. They are mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and were loved, who loved others and were loved, who belonged, who shared their aspirations, inspired their friends. They were people like you and I, who each in their own way enjoyed their lives and their work, their challenges, who were powerful, contributing, recognized, who were moved to make the world a better place. They are human beings. Donald Charles Alexander Robertson, known as Alex by his friends, was caught off guard by this crisis. He passed away just over 2 weeks ago, an accidental death caused by the opiate fentanyl. I chatted with Alex the evening before. He was a close friend and work colleague of my son Eric over many years. His life was interwoven with ours, his community with our community. In my son Eric's words, Alex really was an amazing, capable, wise, joyous, humble, grounded, passionate, brilliant young man. He was an innovator, he was an emerging leader who loved and was loved by many. His memories, his teachings, and legacy will inspire many of us for decades to come. So let's not detach ourselves in this debate and lose sight of the humanity of this crisis in the quotation of statistics. The victims of the fentanyl crisis, they are us. And I want to express my deep condolences to Alex's parents and his sisters, Chrissy and Leslie, to his extended family, friends, and co-workers. And I hope that the passing of Bill C-37 will be one plank in the foundation that we need to build to help eliminate the unintended exposure to deadly illicit opioids and the harm they cause over the years to come. I'd now like to focus specifically on how Bill C-37 will modernize Canada's legislation to reduce the risk of controlled substances like fentanyl from being diverted from legitimate producers, importers, and distributors and secured by the black market. The measures being proposed to address gaps in Canada's drug framework are designed to respond to the evolving opioid crisis. While targeted amendments have been made to the Controlled Drug and Substances Act since it came into force in 1997, the provisions of the Act have not kept pace with the quickly evolving illicit controlled substances industry and the illicit drug market. Many of the legislative amendments being proposed in Bill C-37 will modernize the CDSA to strengthen law enforcement. They also enhance the government's ability to monitor and promote compliance of the regulated parties who handle, buy, sell, and transport controlled substances as legitimate products every day. These improvements will bring the CDSA into alignment with other modern federal legislation designed to protect public health, and these changes would reduce the risks of these drugs being diverted from the legitimate supply chain to the illicit market, there creating havoc in the lives of its accidental victims. Additional tools are proposed within the framework of the CDSA to improve the government's ability to incent compliance with the requirements for safe and secure procedures and practices under the CDSA and its regulations. And secondly, Bill C-37 would establish the legislative framework to support the development of an administrative monetary penalty scheme, or an AMP. Once the new monetary penalties are in place, it would allow Health Canada to fine a regulated party for a violation of the provisions of the CDSA or its regulations as defined in the regulations required to bring the scheme into effect. Troisièmement, le projet de loi.
Thirdly, Bill 37 proposes modifications that would allow military police to be a police enforcement agency. Currently, military police are not afforded the same protections as other law enforcement agencies in terms of handling controlled substances under the police enforcement regulations.
Sur l'exécution policière. Selon la modification.
Military police could be assigned as a police force and could use a full array of tools for criminal investigations linked to drugs.
Mechanisms are important to save lives. A fourth aspect of this bill includes improving inspection authorities under the CDSA to bring them in line with authorities in other federal regulations. Currently, Health Canada inspectors are only able to inspect sites where authorized activities with controlled substances and precursors are taking place. Under Bill C-37, new authorities are being proposed to allow Health Canada inspectors to enter places where they have reasonable grounds to suspect that unauthorized activities with controlled substances or precursors are taking place. Mr. Speaker, there are many more aspects to this bill to better control substances like fentanyl, which are potentially dangerous chemicals, and it's important, it's urgent that this bill go forward for public health and safety. Bill C-37 is a comprehensive package with many other aspects that have been debated today and in the previous days. There is more to be done, but this is an important step along the way, as I've said. It will make the CDSA a more comprehensive and compassionate act that encourages timely compliance, deters non-compliance, and ultimately contributes to the government's objective of protecting the health, safety, and the lives of Canadians, valuable lives, the lives of people like a bright, young, caring 20-year-old man his friends know as Alex. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Speaker, and I too share my concern for the victims of the opioid crisis, and indeed I'm extremely concerned that this is a crisis that touches my riding and it touches all Canadians. And indeed, our caucus had been willing to support this bill, but for one clause, and had agreed to pass it through all three readings, but for that one clause. We remain concerned about community consultation on the placement of sites. And as the Operations Committee recently heard from Liberal members who were going to recommend that the minister devolve the power of the final say over the placement of a community mailbox to a municipality, why will the Liberals not agree that municipalities ought to be the final arbiters, or indeed at least have mandatory, meaningful consultation on the placement of a safe consumption site?
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I take the members' expressions of care and compassion around the victims of this crisis in good faith. But it was his government that over 10 years set up roadblock after roadblock after roadblock in the guise of community consultation that prevented many communities from being able to go forward with safe consumption sites that would have saved lives in their communities. Okay. So I am pained to hear that a clause is deemed reason to not support this very important law that needs to go ahead quickly as a foundational building block to save lives.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Inaudible for the interpreter. My question is a simple one. Does my colleague believe that this is simply a measure that is against too restrictive conditions to open a site? There needs to be rules, of course, to create a framework around the implementation of supervised intervention sites. But in the past, we saw that too many constraints was not good, and it did not protect public health. And so can my colleague comment on this aspect, that they're trying to find a middle ground between the two extremes, too many constraints and no constraints at all?
Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question from my NDP colleague.
Un encadrement pour sauver les vies des Canadiens qui ont.
We're seeking to protect or act because of the people who died because of illicit drug use. Provinces have work to do. Communities also have work to do. We must urgently move on with this Bill C-37. This initiative is a very significant one, an important one, to alleviate obstacles and to promote health and security amongst Canadians.
Questions and comments. Time for one more short question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague for Vancouver Quadra. I also like to extend my condolences when you lose a child that you've known growing up who's friends with your own children. It's very close to your own heart. So my personal condolences for the loss of Alex. I just asked my honourable colleague whether she feels that her government and the Minister of Health plan other measures to assist young people who are caught in this fentanyl crisis so that they can both deal with their addictions and stay off of drugs.
Speaker, and to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, our government sees this as a continuing improvement need. We are taking the measures in Bill C-37. The minister brought forward a 6-point action plan last September 2016. We can't stop and say this is fixed as long as there are people who are dying on the streets of these horrendous illicit substances. We need to continue acting, and our government will. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Substance Drugs and Substance Act and to make related amendments to other acts. As I stated in my speech on January 31st, this is the government's response to the fentanyl and opiate health crisis that is facing this country. And communities struggle to deal with this crisis. And we just heard from a member who had their son had lost a close friend, 20 years old. I have a list here of young adolescents that are 21, 23, 25, mid-20s. A Delta mother lost 2 of her children within 20 minutes of each other, both in their 20s. And I also heard that this was the response to this crisis, and it was comprehensive drug policy. I would suggest that this is not comprehensive drug policy because it is silent on the issue of how this government is going to deal with that aspect of the opioid crisis. First responders and medical personnel are overwhelmed and have difficulty trying to respond to the overdoses and the deaths. This is a very complex issue that deserves a multifaceted approach. There is one strategy for those who are street entrenched, who will use and inject and use consumption sites. There is another strategy for those who use pills and prescription drugs, and another one for those that are using recreationally, that swallow a pill and not realize what they are taking. And one size does not fit all. Within this bill, there are measures that are supported by all parties, and we are happy to support the portions of the bill that gives Canada Border Services Agency more authority to open international mail, that prohibits the importation of unregistered pill presses. And we know, and it's well known around the world, that China has been a significant contributor to the growing opioid, fentanyl, and carfentanil problem in Canada and throughout North America. And it is vital that this government work to ensure that the deadly chemicals used in manufacturing labs in China and the illicit drugs that can be ordered online and shipped overseas not be allowed in Canada. And I would stress that this Prime Minister, as he goes forward with his trade negotiations with China, that this issue be dealt with first and foremost. We support the addition to broaden the penalties to now apply to the production, the sale, the importation, or transportation of anything intended to be used in the production of any controlled substance, including fentanyl. So clearly, there are many pieces of this bill that are supportable. And, but I just want to talk a little bit about the timeline of C-37. Back in April, BC Public Health Officer Dr. Perry Kendall, declared a public health emergency. And this was in April of last year. Now, on December the 12th, 2 days before Christmas break, this government tabled Bill C-37 in the House. January 31st was the first debate. February 1st, this was debated again, and the Liberal government moved time allocation to close down debate. February 9th, the Health Committee heard from no witnesses and moved straight into clause by clause. The singular issue that I have with this bill is that it does not allow a process or criteria for public input before an injection site is located. And we've heard that the Conservative government had one that was too onerous. Now this government is going in the exact opposite direction and having nothing. So it's really important to understand that, our health critic moved amendments that called for letters indicating support or opposition from the municipality or the head of the police force. This amendment was voted down by the Liberals. That all households within 2-kilometer radius be notified, and an ability to offer opinions in support or opposition. That amendment was voted down by the Liberals. That information be provided regarding schools, hospitals, businesses, which include daycares, recreational facilities that were located within that 2-kilometer radius be provided. That was voted down by the Liberals. That no less than 45 days, but no longer than 90 days, be included for public input and consultation. That was voted down by the Liberal government. Now, Mr. Speaker, as a former mayor for almost a decade, I can tell you that you must consult with the community. We have to look at the community as a whole and support those in need, as well as ensuring that the community has a voice. I do not think it is unreasonable to request a minimum of 45 days in which to do this. I do not think that it is unreasonable to have an understanding of how many schools or how many daycares are in the vicinity of a proposed injection site. And I don't think it's unreasonable to have a letter of support or opposition from the Chief of Police or the Mayor and Council. We need to have a multifaceted approach to a very complex problem. We need to embark upon a national education awareness campaign And I was happy to hear that one of the Liberal MPs supported our initiative on that. We have to ensure that the general public, young adults, students have the information and that they are well informed. We need proper data in each community. We need to know, did people overdose by injection or taking pills? Were these people street entrenched? Were these people recreational users? As I pointed out earlier, the Liberal government's response needs to be based on data that is gathered. With scarce dollars, they have to identify where those dollars should be directed and where they will have the greatest impact. For those who are addicted and entrenched in that lifestyle, we need to have wraparound services that care for the whole person. Mental health support, as well as physical dependency and addiction support. A holistic approach that includes treatment beds, therapeutic communities, and detox. A place for those who want and need support, because the window of opportunity in an addicted person's life is fleeting, and the response must be immediate and the resources must be available. Every community is different. In my community, and as the former mayor, we worked with the province, we worked with the private sector. We worked together and developed an addictions precinct adjacent to the hospital. We have a detox facility, we have 2 treatment facilities, we have a sobering center as a point of entry, transitional housing, along with job and educational training. And I have to say, we've had some pretty incredible results. We also have a needle exchange and a mobile unit, but we still have issues that need to be addressed. Is locating an injection site the right answer? I don't know. But what I do know is there must be a conversation and a consultation with the community, with the mayor and council and the police chief, along with addiction specialists. This is a process that needs to be undertaken, but as I pointed out earlier, every single amendment we proposed to have some form of consultation was voted down by this Liberal government. This is not open, this is not transparent, and it flies in the face of the very people that are on the front lines dealing with this health crisis. Thank you.
Question commentaire. La députée.
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Mr. President, I thank my colleague for her speech, and I would like to ask her about her knowledge and her alternative. As she must probably know that uncontrolled drug trafficking will increase the crime rate and will increase the death rate because of overdose and will bring no money to the government. What other alternative she may propose and what other solution she may come with? I thank you.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you. I'm not sure on what kind of money it'll bring the government, and I don't think that's a lens we want to look through. I will say this, though. I mean, and I've just said it earlier in my speech. You know, we know it's coming in from China. We know that bar none. We know there are thousands of labs in China. We know that you can buy it online. That has to stop. So as I said earlier, when the Prime Minister goes forward and starts negotiating a trade agreement, that this issue must be dealt with first and foremost. And when we look at the multifaceted piece, as I said in my speech as well, there are people that will use injection and consumption sites. There are people that need treatment. When you look at the age of young people that have died, and you know, the parliamentary secretary, her son lost a friend that was 20 years old. I pointed to a dozen kids that are dead. They're not shooting up. They're not using a consumption site. You have to have another avenue to help these kids. And that's what's vacant in this legislation. They are dying, and it's not being addressed.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. La députée de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech in this debate. But it sometimes seems that when I listen to Conservatives, they do not at least recognise that the implementation of supervised injection sites is simply a part of a solution to the crisis that we are living through. It is not the one and only solution to this opioid crisis. It is one of the faces of our response to this crisis. Does she recognize that supervised injection sites, that in and of themselves will recommend avenues to wean off addictions? Does she believe that this is part of the solution to meet this crisis?
Oh, sorry, White Rock.
Well, I think I thank you, the member, for the question. And I think if he heard what I had said in my speech, that it's a multifaceted approach. There isn't one element that fits all of it. The issue that I had and that I clearly articulated was that every amendment to have any kind of public consultation was removed. And within the legislation, there is no process, Mr. Speaker. There is no criteria that lays it out. And that was all removed. So when it's voted down in a health committee to have common sense consultation, it's voted down. When it's removed from legislation, clearly this government does not want consultation. That's the issue that I have, not the stream and not the piece of treatment that is going to work or not going to work in a community.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
I really want to thank my colleague for her holistic approach. You know, in the city of Richmond, I had already had parents and concerned community people saying that how come there's no consultation, you know, that their views are not heard. And also their representatives' voice is not heard because, you know, the Liberals just shut down the debate. So I have two concerns. Number one, the consumption size. Is this the only way which can help? And second, how important it is to consult the community.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And as I said earlier, I mean, as a mayor of a community of 520,000 people for almost a decade, you need to have the voice of the community participate in everything that you do. If you don't have it, it's doomed to fail. And not everybody's going to support it. Not everybody's going to be in opposition, but at least have a conversation. How many schools are in the vicinity? How many daycares are in the vicinity? Is it the right location? All of those things were voted down. Have 45 days of consultation, but not longer than 90 days. Again, voted down. And so the element of openness and transparency and actually having a conversation about addictions, because these are the people in the community. It's their kids, it's their husbands or wives or friends, and we have to speak to them. We have to have that conversation because we're all in it together.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, there's a number of things that I've taken somewhat objection to in terms of that the Conservative Party has actually put on the record. And, you know, I want to go to the previous speaker's statement when she says, you know, people are dying and this is not being addressed. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. And no matter what it is that the Conservatives want to put together and mesh together of a conspiracy, the bottom line is that if there's been any negligence on this file, it can be rooted into the Conservative Party and their approach at dealing with what is a very important issue. What it does to me, like many other issues, is it reinforces that the Conservative Party of Canada has lost touch with Canadians. They do not understand what good, sound public policy really is. And it's demonstrated with the articulation that they've provided on this legislation, not only here in third reading, but also in second reading, Mr. Speaker. And it's somewhat disappointing. I'm glad and we very much appreciate the supportive attitude that's been provided by the New Democratic Party. In fact, I applaud the gesture that they had provided back in December, when they recognized that there is only so much the government is able to do, and we've attempted to deal with this issue on a number of fronts. One of those fronts is, in fact, the legislation that we are debating today, Bill C-37. Well, back in December, they had moved and suggested the idea of trying to pass this through the House in a unanimous fashion. What does the Conservative Party say? Obviously, it's no. They don't want to do that, and that's fine. I'll respect that. I am a parliamentarian. I appreciate why it is that the Conservatives would have said no. But now, today, they stand in their place and say, well, you know, if they didn't have the safe consumption site issue in it, well, then we could have easily passed it unanimously. Well, there's others within this chamber that wanted that in the legislation, Mr. Speaker. In fact, for many hours of debate, when Mr. Harper was the Prime Minister, this is when the whole issue of the safe consumption site was raised and fairly well debated. Could always use more debate, no doubt, Mr. Speaker, but there was a debate back then. We knew back then that the Conservative Party was going against science, that they weren't listening to what the Supreme Court of Canada was saying, that they had a single-track mind in terms of putting in legislation that was going to prevent these consumption sites as much as possible, or at the very least discourage them from existing, Mr. Speaker. And now they stand up and they say, well, look, we want to have more consultation. Well, at the end of the day, Insight, which has been a huge success, there isn't a stakeholder that I'm aware of in British Columbia, in particular in Vancouver, that is against the Insight Centre because it has saved so many lives in Vancouver. This is something that came into being because you had a national government at the time. It was under a Liberal administration that worked with the province, that worked with the municipality, that worked with the first responders and the community. People came together and they recognized the value of having one of these supervised consumption sites. Only the Conservatives tend to say no to what makes sense and what the different stakeholders want to see put into place, Mr. Speaker. So in order to prevent this from ultimately happening into the future, they bring in legislation to make it very difficult. And the only reason, Mr. Speaker, is because the Supreme Court of Canada, in a unanimous decision, told the Conservatives that they were wrong, that the people had a right to have access. So they were obligated. So then they come up with this restrictive list in an attempt to prevent them from being able to be created. And, Mr. Speaker, they were very successful at downplaying and preventing them from coming into being. Now we have a government that has taken a different approach from the Conservatives. And once again, you find the Conservatives are out on a limb. Even the Green Party, the New Democrats, and the Liberals. This isn't just the Government of Canada saying that we want to rush it through or bringing in the time allocation. Even New Democrats, who have traditionally not supported time allocation, recognize the importance of using this particular tool in order to be able to pass this legislation, because who knows when the Conservatives will agree to ultimately see it passed, Mr. Speaker. It was so encouraging. And, earlier today, I don't think the Conservative Party really understands what's happening within their caucus, because in the committee, in the standing committee, they actually passed unanimous support to get it through the Standing Committee of Health here in the House of Commons. Meanwhile, the critic says, well, we were roughshod, or why did it go through the committee so fast? And they're being so critical of the committee, Mr. Speaker. Well, some of that member's own caucus colleagues recognized that it was beneficial to get it through the committee. So the Conservative Party, as I say, have in fact lost touch with reality, with Canadians on this particular issue, and I would ultimately argue so many other issues, Mr. Speaker. I would like to think at the end of the day that these supervised consumption sites, which is one part of the legislation, as it has been illustrated by many inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker, will in fact save lives. But legislation does more than that, Mr. Speaker. It gives more powers to the minister in working with others to ensure that we can, as much as possible, keep some of these deadly drugs out of our country with Canada Border Control. It allows, I believe, for this government to work with other governments and stakeholders to prevent more Canadians from overdosing. We've had thousands of Canadians that have died from accidental overdoses, Mr. Speaker. It is a national crisis. You know, it has been raised in debates as to why it is that we don't invoke calling of a state of emergency. And 3 quick points on that aspect, Mr. Speaker. We have responded to every request that the provinces have raised with our government in this crisis, and we continue to work with them. Second point, Mr. Speaker, in the event that a public welfare emergency under the Emergency Act were declared, the Chief Public Health Officer would not have any new special powers. Very important point to recognize. The Emergency Act is considered a tool of last resort, and an emergency has never been declared under this particular act, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is committed to working with the provinces, with the municipalities, with the other stakeholders at dealing with this national crisis. You know, building on that 5-point action plan to address opioid misuse, the government has taken concrete, tangible steps forward. Let me highlight a few of them, Mr. Speaker. We granted the Section 56 exemption for the Dr. Peter Centre and extending the exemption for Insight for an additional 4 years. We made the overdose antidote naloxone. Now, I'm probably mispronouncing that, Mr. Speaker. Not a doctor by profession, as you know. More widely available in Canada, which is saving lives, Mr. Speaker, in a very tangible way, that particular initiative. Last autumn, the Minister of Health co-hosted a conference and a summit on opioids that resulted in 42 organizations bringing forward concrete proposals of their own. Mr. Speaker, that's what I mean in terms of the government is working with the other stakeholders, because it's not going to be the Government of Canada that beats this issue. What we expect from the Government of Canada is strong national leadership, bringing people together, and that's actually what's been happening, Mr. Speaker, on a number of fronts. The Government of Canada has responded to this crisis virtually from day one, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what other members might try to imply, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Health, Minister of Public Security have been on top of this issue. We understand the terror that is causing in many different regions of our country, if not all regions of our country, Mr. Speaker, and we are taking tangible actions in order to minimize the situation. And we are working with the different stakeholders. The stakeholders, whether they're the first-time responders, whether they're the different levels of government, or just the communities in which that are trying desperately to look for answers and develop solutions that are going to be saving lives. And that is something in which this government has made a commitment to not only, as in the past, take those actions, but to continue to act, Mr. Speaker, because we recognize the importance of it. And that's why, you know, we're very grateful in terms of having the New Democratic Party's support in bringing forward the time allocation today. And ultimately, we hope to see it pass, Mr. Speaker. It would be wonderful to see the Conservative Party get on side, stop looking for for some reason not to be on side, understand what Canadians really want on this issue, get in touch with them, and we can actually see this legislation pass in a quicker.
Questions and comments? Commentaire, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's comments. And I must say that you know, when he said everybody's come together, we've done everything that the province has said. Yet BC Health Minister Terry Lake, and I'll quote, "We haven't seen the response that I think this type of epidemic requires on a national scale." And that was just a few weeks ago. And to suggest that we are not on the same page in terms of a number of these issues is categorically wrong, because we've said over and over and over again through the limited 2 days of debate that we have before it's been shut down, that we support many, many aspects of this. And, you know, the issue, and we've said it again, the communities will determine if they support or they don't support sites. There's got to be a multifaceted approach to this. But also, too, there has to be community consultation. And as I pointed out in my speech, that every single amendment, a common sense amendment that was put forward was voted down. So when this member talks about community consultation, they removed it from the legislation and they voted it down in committee. And I want to ask this member, why did his representatives on that committee do that? Because to have some sort of process and criteria for consultation is absolutely fundamental.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the foundation of the argument presented from the Conservative Party seems to be strictly on the idea of consultation. When we had Insight come into Vancouver, there was extensive consultation, and that was pre-conservative legislation, Mr. Speaker. The member herself was a former mayor. I suspect that if a community was going in a certain direction, that she would be having some form of dialogue. I would think that any mayor would want to do that, Mr. Speaker. To try to imply that there's no consultation that's going to occur, that these Insight or supervised injection sites are going to pop up all over the place, it's just hogwash, Mr. Speaker. There will be consultation that will be taking place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He pointed out that as New Democrats, we will certainly support this bill, which goes in the right direction. But since the Liberal Party got into power, why did they take 16 long months to correct the errors made by the Conservatives? The Minister of Health said that the current legislation was not workable. Now it's an emergency, it's a national crisis. People are dying in the streets, in alleyways. Why did the Liberals switch twice and we've lost over a year?
As I indicated, we very much appreciate the supportive attitude that's coming from the New Democratic Party. But let me remind the member that the legislation is only but one aspect of this national crisis, that there are a number of other things in which the Minister of Health has been very diligent in terms of reaching out and taking actions, very tangible actions that have ultimately saved many lives in Canada. It's not just this one piece of legislation. In fact, when you have legislation that has been brought forward, there's even a process for doing that in itself, Mr. Speaker. So, it wouldn't be fair for me to say the New Democrats, well, it wasn't a priority for them because I don't recall hearing them raising the issue in question period back in April and in May of last year. Why is it only now when we have the legislation that they want to take a more proactive approach? Well, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that the NDP could have done more in terms of raising the profile of this issue back in April and May. But I won't criticize them on that, Mr. Speaker, because that wouldn't necessarily be fair, just like it wouldn't be fair for the New Democrats to imply that this government has not been taking this issue seriously, because it's quite the opposite. We understand the issue, we're taking it serious, and we are delivering for Canadians on what we believe is a national health care crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, dear colleagues and friends. I'm very touched by the fact that I can rise in the House today, in this House, to speak on this very important bill. I'm both touched and I find it nonetheless a shame that we still have to be talking about this. This is a very important debate. There is probably no other parliamentary debate that is as crucial and that has more impact on the lives of people than does the debate we're having right now. Mr. Speaker, I would have, however, liked the issue to be dealt with and settled years ago, because we are now facing an emergency in our cities, towns, and streets. There is a crisis, deaths by overdose because of illegal drugs, opioids to be specific, that are causing hundreds of people to die in our communities, in our streets. And that's because the facilities we have don't satisfactorily meet the needs of people who are facing such huge addiction problems with increasingly dangerous hard drugs like fentanyl. Fentanyl is 100 times more powerful than heroin and is causing ravages in our towns and communities.
Fentanyl is so powerful that now it's recommended that first responders wear masks and gloves when they assist people, because inhaling that product or absorbing it through skin contact can cause an emergency among paramedics when they try to help people who need it. Hundreds of people die in our streets, in our alleys, because we have not successfully responded or adequately responded to the situation. It is a case where I must say, Mr. Speaker, and this is very sad, this is where the federal government did not succeed. Collectively, we failed. We could have taken measures that would have saved lives, and that's not nothing, Mr. Speaker, to say that because of the laws that we pass here or that we do not pass here, people die of a lethal opioid injection. The NDP asks that the Liberal government declare that this is a national emergency, to grant more powers and funds to the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada to allow this individual to coordinate efforts to help these individuals. I think it is a shame that the Conservatives did not react favorably to the Supreme Court's judgment by trying to impede public health officers who wanted to create supervised injection sites to help people who are in crisis, who are facing addiction problems. I think it is a shame, and I reminded the Parliamentary Secretary that the Liberal government dragged its feet for 16 months before tabling a bill to rectify C2 passed by the Conservatives, but I'll come back to that later. I just want to give you some statistics. Because there are not enough supervised injection sites, particularly in large cities, and this is no joke, in 2016, in BC, deaths via overdose, 914 people, an increase of 80% compared to the previous year. 80%. In Canada, 2016, we're looking at 2,000 deaths. In BC, again, in December of last year, 142 people died through overdose. More specifically, in Vancouver, 9 to 15 people die every week. In Ontario, 2 deaths per day. These are young people dying in our streets because we don't have what they need to help them. It is proven that supervised injection sites save lives. Insight, which was finally authorized, there were many years of it operating in Vancouver. People in the community, authority figures, realized that the immediate area around Insight noticed a 35% decrease in the rate of overdose deaths. It works. And it works not only in BC and Vancouver, it's proven that it works everywhere throughout the world. Why, then, have we not been able to react adequately? Well, there are a great deal of prejudices that were put forward by the previous government, and that is an absolute shame, because there was a unanimous decision by the Supreme Court in 2011 to authorize Insight and to encourage the government to change the law in order to set up a framework for that process. There was a government that was very much to the right, emphasizing repression, that wanted to play partisan politics with this issue. And I think it is an absolute shame that when C2 was presented, it was not to facilitate the work of people who work in the field of public health, but it was to increase the number of obstacles to creating these sites, which are so important. What did the Conservatives do at the time? They added eligibility criteria, 26 eligibility criteria in order to authorize a supervised injection site by Health Canada. How many sites were authorized? None. Not a single one. We lost years with this. It was impossible for Health Canada to approve those sites when experts, scientific communities, elected municipal officials, groups that help individuals who are drug addicted in the streets asked for it. Just Montreal. Up until last week, and it was conditional approval, Montreal asked for supervised injection sites and applied for it in May 2015. It's been some time now. And when we see that there are 70 to 80 people in Montreal who die of overdose because of opioids, we have to ask how many people we could have saved since then. And when I say that communities support these measures, I have a few quick quotes for you. Every month that we lose because of Bill C2 at the time is a costly process, entirely useless, exaggerated. Dozens of people die. Gregor Robertson, Mayor of Vancouver. What are we waiting for more people to die? Denis Coderre, Mayor of Montreal. I fear that while we wait, as we assemble working groups and give the Liberal government the benefit of the doubt, that hundreds more people may die. Adrian Smith, a lawyer for the Private Legal Society. How can we tell the media a year ago that you were going to open sites and yet back down and say nothing? Sterling Downey, municipal official in Montreal. Organizations that are supposed to open sites do not dare to even set a date that they can open their doors. We're in a gray area where every year for 3 years we're told that we can open in the spring, and yet it never happens. And there's pages and pages of quotes like this from people who have been waiting for years to be able to help our young people, our older people, especially young people who are victims in the streets of these opioids, of these drugs. I think it is a shame that we have lost so much time as a society to try and mark political points or even to lead fundraising activities. The director for the Conservative Party sent a fundraising email accusing the NDP and the Liberals at the time of trying to give out needles and increase danger for children in streets and alleyways. Using fear, once again, the politics of fear, to try to make people believe that injection sites would increase risk, whereas it is well known that it diminishes risk. If people go to a supervised injection site and a professional takes care of them, and they can start a process where they may receive drugs that are less and less strong in order for them to be able to get out of that situation. As a family man, I would say that I will have fewer needles in my streets and my alleyways because of these supervised sites, not the inverse. Conservatives have tried to make us believe that it is more dangerous, and that's not true. The ADP tabled a motion in this House a few weeks ago with my colleague for Vancouver, Kingsley, trying to end that debate and to immediately put C-37 before the Senate for it to be passed as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, Conservatives refused and blocked the NDP motion. And that's why, diligently and intelligently, we want to move this bill, to move forward as quickly as possible. We've already lost enough time. We need to save lives, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before anything else, I wish to thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his speech and for the position that his party took regarding C-37. It is a bill that is going to reduce criteria to approve supervised injection sites, approving them in communities where they are needed and necessary. We know that these supervised sites are sites which save lives, that prevent the transmission of disease. And this approach was not necessarily well welcomed by the previous government. There are too many Canadians dying. We need to face this reality. I would call attention to the measures that this government has already taken. C-37 is part of the measures taken to respond to this crisis. I was wondering if perhaps the member could talk about the 5 criteria outlined by the Supreme Court rather than the 26 complicated onerous criteria put forward by the Conservatives. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I would like to thank my colleague for his comments and his kind words. Indeed, we do need to get back to what is essential. The Supreme Court outlined 5 essential criteria. Safety in our communities, of course. It is, above all, a matter for public health. I understand the fact that C-37 is not the entire response. It is part of a response, part of a broader plan. We understand that prevention is an important aspect. We need to work on that as well. But I think we need to be able to accelerate the process now. I think it is unfortunate that it took so much time for us to be able to come to this vote in 3rd reading and move forward. I understand why the Liberal government is starting to implement recommendations supported by members of its own party. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech, but also his comments about the essential nature of prevention. One of the things that is sadly missed, I believe the member knows, the previous Conservative government set aside $500 million per year on an anti-drug strategy. That strategy was designed, Mr. Speaker, to keep needles out of addicts' arms. And we see that the current government has cancelled that. Could he explain how important it is not only to maintain prevention, but to implement the funds for detoxification plans? Because these injection sites, however you feel about them, the witnesses at committee were very clear. It's one of those things that's it's a stopgap measure. It's not a permanent measure. Could you please comment on the necessity for this Liberal government to set aside appropriate funds? That $500 million, where did it go? And shouldn't it be put into treatment for these addicts that there is treatment for this condition?
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his comments and his question. He's right. In part, we've always wanted to have a government that based its decisions on science, studies, data. I think that data demonstrates that supervised injection sites do work, that they are part of a process. And to get people out of drug addiction, there are programs that exist to help them out of it. This is a serious condition for their own health, for their own lives. We reduce the addiction rate and the death rate with programs that are offered in those sites, but they are not the only ones. It is true. We also need to have broader programs to allow people to detox that are not only available in those sites or facilities. I agree with him. There are many things that we can do together to avoid allowing our children to have easy access to drugs, especially very hard drugs like the ones that we are discussing, such as fentanyl, which is extremely lethal. And I think that we have to raise the question of where did that $500 million go that he mentioned?
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Central Nova, I'll let him know that there's not complete time for his full 10 minutes of remarks, as he may see. So I'll need to interrupt him just before the top of the hour. And, of course, he'll have his remaining time when the House next resumes debate on the question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to debate this important piece of legislation, Bill C-37, which is a response to the national opioid crisis that we're facing with particular severity in Western Canada, but of course it's spreading throughout the rest of our country at present as well. To be blunt, given the time constraints, this bill will save lives, and I hope every member of this House supports it. Over the course of the minutes that I do have to address this issue, I'd like to give just a very brief background on the scope of the fentanyl crisis facing our country, and then tackle some of the things that we can do by trying to undercut the illicit market for this devastating drug, and by ensuring that we're treating addiction like a life-threatening chronic illness and not a crime. To begin, Mr. Speaker, the scope of this is extraordinarily widespread. We've heard some of the honourable members from different parties address the widespread nature, but I'd like to draw your attention specifically to the fact that we've lost 947 lives in British Columbia in 2016. By comparison, deaths relating from or arising from motor vehicle accidents is somewhere in the range of 300 or a little more. In Ontario, I believe there's on average 2 people dying a day from overdose of opioids. And in my home province of Nova Scotia, we're losing one life approximately every 5 or 6 days. This is a drug that we're seeing migrate from the West Coast to the East Coast, even though we know that it's being manufactured and imported from parts of Asia and that British Columbia has borne the brunt of it so far. We need to act now so we can stem the bleeding that's happening on the West Coast and preventing disaster to such extremes from affecting the rest of the country as well. There's a few things in Bill C-37 that I find are very helpful measures that are going to help undermine the illicit market for fentanyl. One of the first things that we can do that's outlined in Bill C-37 is tackling the equipment that's being imported to help manufacture this drug locally. Things like pill presses and encapsulators. Bill C-37 ensures that we're not going to allow the importation of these devices so we can help prevent the production of this drug locally in the first place. We're also planning on criminalizing the possession of any kind of equipment that could be used with knowledge that it will be used towards trafficking controlled substances, like the law currently applies to methamphetamines. This is a common sense approach that's going to make it harder to produce and distribute this dangerous drug. We've also made, or plan on making, should this legislation pass, changes that allow border services agents a greater latitude to inspect suspicious packages, even though they may be smaller than the current norm allows. The reason for this policy change, again, is simple common sense. The potency of this drug being so much stronger than even drugs like heroin that are on our streets today needs to be addressed by ensuring that even the smallest amount could be detected and prevented from coming into Canada in the first place. In addition, Bill C-37 makes serious efforts to divert the profits or divert access of this controlled substance to the underground market by introducing a new scheme that's characterized by monetary penalties that ensure that we have a better ability to enforce the laws that we have on the books now. Ensuring that compliance is encouraged and non-compliance is deterred, and that we have an effective mechanism to enforce the rules that we have is a key step that we can use to stem the distribution and production of this drug in Canada today. But I'd like to spend the remaining time that I do have on the importance of ensuring that addiction is treated like the chronic, life-threatening illness it is, rather than a crime. And this comes to the key feature of Bill C-37 in my mind, which really is the promotion of safe injection sites. So addicts have a place that they can get the treatment they need and not have to turn to the streets and bury themselves into their communities where they don't have supports, and the outcome of their use of the drug is far more severe. In preparing for today's speech, I consulted with medical professionals who've recently done research on this, and they've explained to me that the research is clear. The traditional approach of detox and abstaining is not one that works, particularly when somebody successfully tries to get off the drug and then has an episode of relapse. Their risk of overdose is so much higher because their tolerance is reduced. If we look at the benefits of harm reduction, there's a handful that again appeal to common sense and are borne out on the evidence. We know that the use of methadone prevents craving and gives a different kind of high to help reduce addiction. We know that treatment in safe injection sites improves retention for people who do enter treatment. We know that it reduces needle sharing, which reduces the impact. And most importantly, it simply reduces deaths resulting from overdose of opioids. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I understand my time is complete, and I'd be happy to address questions when we pick up after the question period. Thank you very much.
So the honourable member for Central Nova will have 5 minutes remaining for his remarks, his speech in other words, and also another 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next resumes debate on the question. Now we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Fredericton.
The patriarch of his family, and many would say to the communities of Burton and Oromocto, Tommy Gilbert passed away on December 22nd at the age of 90. A generous spirit who adored nature and the nature of political debate, Tommy was an active community organizer with strong ties to the region. This led to his election to the New Brunswick legislature in 1987. A devout member of his church, Tommy organized fundraising efforts to help build and renovate a church hall. A steadfast supporter of Canada's military, Tommy was recognized as an honorary member of the 403 Helicopter Squadron at Base Gagetown. He will be remembered for his unwavering dedication to his community. We extend our thoughts to his wife Betty, sister Lucy, and his 13 children, Catherine, George, Tim, Greg, Malcolm, Eleanor, Gerard, Tony, Mary, Patricia, Charles, Anne, Susan, their families, and many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, on the heels of my successful touristic tour in 2016, from February 27th to March 31st, I'll be doing a grand tour of companies in my riding. I'll be visiting entrepreneurs who are looking for workers. I'll be putting myself in the shoes of a worker who wants to fill one of the 1,500 vacant positions currently in my riding. I'm going to look for solutions to better match up workers with available jobs in the Lower St. Lawrence and Chaudière-Appalaches in order to try to slow the population decline, unfortunately noted in these regions over recent years. The tour will also be published on social media with videos of my visits and interviews with enthusiastic business people and information for job seekers. On this Valentine's Day, and out of love for my part of the country, I'd encourage all Canadians looking for work to come to my magnificent region. Thank you.
On Valentine's Day, I rise to commemorate the lives of two inspirational people in my riding who loved their community and their community loved them back. Larry Costello was a powerful advocate for fellow veterans and the profound importance of honoring them in our country. Remembrance Day won't be the same without him. Larry inspired many in his 92 years who will honor him by continuing his work. In Tecumseh, our baseball tradition has instilled great civic pride, and for that we owe so much to Don Fields. Don began as a coach, then team manager, club president, and groundskeeper at Lacoste Park, a stunning showcase that reflects his devotion of over 30 years to building Tecumseh Baseball Club. Rest in peace, number 22. We carry them in our hearts and celebrate lives such as theirs, who enrich our communities and our own lives.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good news. Last week, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement restored the Translation Bureau to its former grandeur. Ms. Emmanuelle Tremblay, the President of CAPE, said that the Minister had essentially met the union's expectations. A hiring process is currently underway for a new CEO, and that person's priorities will have to be quality, renewal, and the next generation. In order to ensure quality, the Bureau will also be hiring a Chief Quality Officer. And with a view to the next generation, the Bureau will be hiring 50 co-op students a year. Mr. Speaker, this is excellent news for official languages in the public service and for Canada.
For Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and bring congratulations and highlight the excellent ongoing work in the fight against cancer. The Terry Fox Research Institute, along with Princess Margaret Cancer Centre and the BC Cancer Agency, are starting a pilot project to combine the work of investigators and clinicians. This joint project and framework will provide invaluable insight into how to fight cancer. This collaboration invests $12 million in 4 projects, a framework for genomic profiling of cancer patients, optimizing T-cell immunotherapy for ovarian cancer, molecular imaging to improve managing prostate cancer, and building the infrastructure for clinical and genomic data sharing. As we work towards a cure, I want to applaud and thank the leadership and collaboration of the Terry Fox Research Institute, Princess Margaret Cancer Centre, and the Centre and BC Cancer Agency. Thank you and well done.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, every city has citizens who are so dedicated to their community that their very name becomes synonymous with that community. In Oshawa, Nancy Diamond was one of those people. If you've ever been to an event in Oshawa, chances are Nancy was there. With her signature smile and quick wit, she was always there to see our city and its residents succeed. The loss of Nancy at City Hall will be felt throughout our community. Nancy did it all, Mr. Speaker, as a wife, as an active parent at her daughter's school, and as a supportive grandparent of 2 grandsons. First elected to council in 1988, Nancy dedicated the next 3 decades of her life to the betterment of Oshawa. Working as a councillor, mayor, and community volunteer, Nancy was always looking for ways to make Oshawa a better place. She will be fondly remembered as one of the most compassionate, dedicated, and inclusive leaders in Oshawa's history. Her efforts to bring a university to Oshawa helped propel our city forward. On behalf of everyone in Oshawa, I extend my heartfelt condolences. Our entire community joins together in mourning the loss of Nancy.
The honourable member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is no longer pursuing electoral reform. Across the country, there was truly no consensus. But in West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, people really are interested in new ways of voting, and it's born out of a belief that MPs can and should represent minority views and new ideas with good manners, proper discourse, less partisanship, and greater cooperation. As we face the daunting challenges of climate change, an aging population, unprecedented forced migration, rising economic protectionism, and truth and reconciliation, our processes should help us work together better. We should help one another work together better. And so I rise today out of respect and gratitude for Bet Cecil and many more like her who dedicate themselves to helping all members of Parliament work in this way, work out of accommodation, mutual respect, and engagement. Je vous remercie.
Honourable.
Thank you.
The member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, women represent 48% of the workforce and over half the university graduates. However, they remain underrepresented in certain areas of the workforce, including corporate boards and senior management positions. Ensuring equal opportunities for women in the workforce is both a priority of Canada and the United States. That's why in the first meeting between our Prime Minister and the President of the United States, I was pleased to hear the launch of the United States-Canada Council for the Advancement of Women Business Leaders, Female Entrepreneurs. Through this initiative, I expect greater growth of women-owned enterprises and further contribution to our overall economic growth and competitiveness, and as well the enhanced integration of our economies. Our government is also working to increase women's participation on corporate boards and building the first federal women's entrepreneurship strategy to remove barriers to women's participation in the business community from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this week marks 25 years of operation for the Jesuits' Mill. The mill in Charlesbourg has always been a focal point for residents of Charlesbourg. Built by the Jesuits in 1742, it was a working mill until 1940. It was one of the last water mills in Quebec. Today, the still active site houses a historical interpretation centre to which tourists and school groups flock from Ontario, Manitoba, and Alberta, giving people a chance to relive many facets of our history. This week marks the 25th anniversary of the centre. I'd like to highlight the work of the team in place and the volunteers that make this institution shine and move forward. You are the heart and soul of the mill. I'd also like to thank Joanne Timmins for her involvement. She's headed up operations for 25 years. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you and happy 25th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the family Brimont.
Zidi Kurdish family from a village called Afrin, which is north of Aleppo in Syria. They were forced to flee in 2013 after Daesh obliterated their home and their way of life. It was in their darkest hour that the Brimos found out that they had been accepted as refugees here in Canada. That is all except for one of their 5 daughters, Zainab, who was left stranded back in Syria. After much hard work and coordination with the Minister of Immigration, I'm happy to report that Zainab will be arriving in Canada this week, Mr. Speaker, and will be reunited with her family once more. Je suis tellement fier de la...
I'm so proud of the generosity of the people of Eglinton Lawrence, particularly St. Clement's Church, who are sharing responsibility for helping displaced people and those who are the most in need of protection. The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment today to mark Black History Month, to honour the multiple accomplishments and contributions of Black Canadians that have helped make Canada the multicultural, generous and prosperous country that we live in today. For 4 centuries already, Black communities in Canada have been a key part of the social fabric we all share.
Our Black Community Association, which does outstanding work in Brossard-Saint-Lambert, an organization born from the need for an organized approach to address issues affecting the well-being of Black residents in the South Shore of Montreal. Working with and for her community for the past 3 decades, Kathleen Maitland-Blades from Brossard has rightly been recognized this month by her peers for her remarkable contributions. She is a December headliner of the calendar Here to Stay, Here to Last.
It is with great admiration and respect that I salute all our Black compatriots all across Canada.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, today I have 2 things to present. Today is Congenital Heart Awareness Day in Canada, and I would like to salute the wonderful volunteers and supporters of the Canadian Congenital Heart Alliance. Over 250,000 Canadians are born with CHD. Years ago, having CHD meant that children had a 20% chance of reaching adulthood. Today, over 90% of CHD children live into adulthood due to advances in medical care. I am proud to rise to highlight the Canadian Congenital Heart Alliance, supporting all Canadians with CHD. But drum roll. The 2nd annual World Tubing Championships return to St. Thomas. Over 60 teams will be barreling down a custom-built tubing hill. All the funds raised will support the purchase of a CT scanner for the St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital. Music, entertainment, local foods and beverages, fireworks, and custom costumes makes this event one of a kind. Come to St. Thomas and see for yourself February 18th and 19th, the World Championships of Tubing.
The honourable member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday, I had the pleasure of attending a special event for a special lady and a great friend. Today, I rise to celebrate the 96th birthday of the City of Mississauga's longest-serving mayor, Hazel Hurricane McCallion. Through her energy and spirit, she helped transform Mississauga into the 6th largest city in Canada. Today's special for another reason. On December 8, 2016, the Ontario Legislature gave a unanimous consent declaring February 14th now and forever to be Hazel McCallion Day in the province of Ontario. From the ticker tape to Twitter and a YouTube sensation, a member of the Order of Canada, a pioneer for women, she's a model of our resilient Canadian spirit. Happy birthday, Hazel. Enjoy your special day, and a happy Valentine's Day to all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU.
Children are not born prejudiced. Children are born with curiosity, excitement, energy, and possibility. They are born to excel and follow their dreams. Today, February 14th, is Have a Heart Day, and I can find inspiration and an example to follow in the thousands of children around the country who have organized and prepared. Have a Heart Day is a child and youth-led event that brings together caring Canadians to help ensure that Indigenous kids have the services they need to grow up safely at home, get a good education, be healthy, and be proud of who they are. These children reject racism inherent in the Canadian society. They have the courage to do what is right and stand up for their beliefs. These children show tremendous love to other children, undeterred by difference and by distance. Miigwech awashich.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, for months the Defence Minister has known that a small group of Canadian soldiers in the fight against ISIS
were having their danger pay taxed, while others on the same deployment were not. The Liberal solution: tax them all. Now, more than 300 Canadian soldiers will be losing up to $9,000 for a 6-month deployment because of the Defence Minister's inability to take action. Let's not forget this is a battle against a genocidal death cult. The risk is real. The $1,800 per month that the Liberals are ripping away from our troops and their families could have been used to pay for the extra costs of childcare, snow removal, or yard maintenance. When Conservative defence ministers face the same problem in Afghanistan, they cut through the bureaucratic red tape to ensure our troops would not be shortchanged. Under the Liberals, our troops feel like they've been kicked in the stomach. Their families feel cheated. I call on the Liberal government to finally do its job, reverse the subordinate decision, and support the brave men and women who stand on guard for all of us.
The honourable member for Central Nova.
Happy Valentine's Day, Mr. Speaker, and in the spirit of this celebration, I want to share the sweetest of love stories, that between the dedicated community members of Antigonish, Nova Scotia, and Peace by Chocolate, a local business run by some of the community's newest members, the Hadhad family. Antigonish welcomed the Hadhads with open arms as part of the effort that has now seen 40,000 Syrian refugees come to our shores. The Hadhads operated a chocolate factory in Syria that was lost to the war, and with the help of the community, they have reopened a small factory and have been giving back to the country that had welcomed them by donating a month's worth of profits in the relief efforts in Fort McMurray after the wildfires, and have now hired Canadians to work in my community in Antigonish. This would not have been possible without the volunteers, and I know the Hadhads are truly grateful. Most recently, Peace by Chocolate has opened its online store, and I've gone to peacebychocolate.ca to order mine, so Sarah, Molly, and I can add a little sweetness to our Valentine's Day. I suggest you do the same, Mr. Speaker, because one piece can't hurt.
To start on a sweet note, it's so nice. Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in last year's Liberal budget, Canadians were hit hard by new taxes on savings, payroll, carbon, the self-employed were hit, and even children's arts and fitness classes. Canadians are sick and tired of feeling nickel and dimed by this Prime Minister, and now we're hearing that he might even make it more expensive to go camping. So, Mr. Speaker, having already raised taxes on Canadians, does the Prime Minister really think it's fair to do it all over again?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in last year's budget, we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families with a larger tax-free check every month that they can spend on things like groceries, school supplies, new clothes for their kids. These are the kinds of things that make a huge difference, and we were able to do it because we ended the Conservative practice of sending child benefits to millionaire families and instead delivered them to the people who really need it. In this year's budget, and I thank the member opposite, we're going to be featuring the fact that going to visit our national parks anywhere across the country for Canada's 150th birthday will be absolutely free.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Nothing's free. Yeah, no, nothing's free around here. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has betrayed the middle class. In his first year, he introduced new taxes on savings, payroll, carbon, the self-employed, children's arts and fitness classes, tuition, textbooks. We can use simple arithmetic here, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that the tax bill for the ordinary Joe has gone way up. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister making middle class pay for his reckless spending?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we got elected on a campaign commitment to help the middle class, to grow the middle class, and help those working hard to join it. And the very first thing we did was we lowered taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. The members opposite, the Conservative Party, voted against that. They didn't want to lower taxes on the middle class. They certainly didn't want to raise them on the wealthiest 1%. But we knew that that was what we needed to do to show Canadians that we were focused on growing the economy, helping the middle class, and actually putting more money into the pockets of people who need them right across the country.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's happening here is the Prime Minister is trying to soak up every dime of extra tax money that he can find. Now he's dispatched his tax collectors halfway around the world to the front lines of the war against ISIS. He's taking away a tax break for our troops that are stationed in Kuwait, costing each of them up to $1,800 a month. We know he plans to hike a whole range of taxes in the budget, but will he at least today commit to not taxing our troops?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For almost 10 years, Mr. Speaker, we in this House watched the previous government wrap themselves in the flag while they nickeled and dimed the troops, the veterans, completely botched the procurement processes, and did everything they could to talk a good game but not deliver for the men and women of the Canadian Forces. We are focused on delivering what is necessary in terms of equipment, in terms of support, and in terms of honour and value to the extraordinary men and women who serve this country on the front lines and everywhere around the world.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no one in this House that does not support our brave men and women in uniform. But, Mr. Speaker, it was not this side of the House or the last government that said that we would tax our troops in Kuwait $1,800 a month. So I'm asking him again to commit before the budget that he will not tax our troops in Kuwait.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to stand with the men and women of the Armed Forces of Canada who do an extraordinary job serving their country, some in very dangerous places, but all with a tremendous amount of commitment to their country and to the work they do. And what we're doing around veterans, and what we're doing around procurement, and what we're doing around much-needed investments in the extraordinary men and women who serve this country, we will take no lessons from the members opposite.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On top of all of that, the Prime Minister's largest middle-class tax hike is being kept a secret. His government has a study in their possession showing that the carbon tax will hit middle and low-income Canadians the hardest. But despite demands from the opposition, they've refused to release the numbers. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is so proud of his carbon tax, why doesn't he release the numbers? What happened to transparency?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite are demonstrating that they do not understand that building a strong economy for the future means also protecting the environment. That's how we get good jobs. That's how we create opportunities in the future for young people and for future generations. We have brought forward a carbon pricing framework that will be revenue neutral, which means in every single province in which it's collected, it will be returned to the people who need that support. That's what we have guaranteed, that we will not be doing anything but helping the middle class and supporting them with the kinds of jobs and economic growth that we need in the future.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister refused to denounce Trump's travel ban, apparently because he was in Washington. Yet no matter where he's been, the Prime Minister has actually never criticized Trump's racist immigration policies, even though they're having a direct impact on Canadians. From Vietnam to Iraq, Canada has a proud history of standing up to the U.S. on issues of principle. So now that he's back safe and sound on Canadian soil, will the Prime Minister summon the courage to denounce Trump's immigration policies?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Unlike some other people in this House, Mr. Speaker, I always say the same thing regardless of where I am. I will say the same thing in Ottawa as I say in Washington.
Order. Most members are able to go through a question period, hear things they don't like without reacting. We need to all do that. As members know, the standing orders prohibit interruptions. So we need to hear the questions and the answers. Settle down a little bit. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect any Prime Minister to do two things, both defend Canadian values and stand up for the jobs and growth that we need. That's exactly what I've been doing, and that's what I will always do. We were able to make sure that Americans understood fully and completely how many good jobs on both sides of the border depend on the close working relationship that we have, and that's what we will continue to focus on, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, sometimes silence is consent. When he was elected, the Prime Minister said that he would stand and defend human rights all over the world. Yesterday, he met with President Trump. Did he take advantage of that opportunity, without sermonizing, to talk to President Trump about Canadians' concerns with his discriminatory and dangerous policies? Did he stand up for those rights, or did he stay seated? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As Canadians know, there are always times when we disagree with our partners and allies. In this case, with the U.S. But the way that we express that disagreement must always be respectful, clear, and honest. But we also need to keep the focus on what unites us as countries. We have so much in common, so much the same interest to help the middle class, that there was a lot that we were able to talk about together about how we can build a better economy for the middle class on both sides of the border. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. By scrapping his promise of electoral reform and making a mockery of the thousands of people who believed him, the Prime Minister has made people more cynical. This is something I observed last Friday when I met with university students in Rimouski. These young people are disappointed and mistrustful. They wonder when they will ever be able to trust politicians again. Some of them don't even want to vote in the next election. What a waste. I was raised, Mr. Speaker, to apologize when I didn't keep my word. Will the Prime Minister apologize for having misled voters? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their government to act responsibly and to do things properly, and that is exactly what we're doing. We will protect our democracy. We will strengthen cybersecurity. We will provide better transparency for fundraising, and we will work to make voting easier by reversing some of the damage created by the Conservatives to our electoral system. We will reform our democracy properly.
I think the damage being done right now is by this Prime Minister to the faith that Canadians placed in him in the last election. Canadians expected better from this Prime Minister, yet last week he said the decision to turn his back on a solemn promise to fix our electoral system was, to quote, my decision to make. Well, I hate to break it to him, but it wasn't. That decision was made by the Canadian voters and only by the Canadian voters. When someone breaks a promise, they must first admit it, apologize for breaking faith, and work 10 times harder to regain the trust that's been lost. So will the Prime Minister do the right thing and at the very least apologize to Canadians for having broken his promise on electoral reform, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
In the last election, Canadians voted for a change from a government that had been unable to deliver on economic growth for the middle class, had been unable to deliver the kind of vision for this country that Canadians needed. We made commitments to grow the middle class, to work to restore faith in our democracy, and to continue to demonstrate that Canada deserves better. And that's exactly what we're delivering every day, working very, very hard for Canadians.
The Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Order. Mr. Speaker, from 2009 to the last election, we created many new full-time jobs. That was our legacy. We managed to balance the budget, to leave a surplus, and they promised only a small $10 billion deficit. But now we're looking at deficits of $20 or $30 billion. It doesn't make any sense. They're talking about an infrastructure plan, but that is going to leave debt for our grandchildren. So what else is he going to do in an attempt to balance the budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the previous government had the lowest level of growth in 8 decades. It was clear that we needed to have a plan that would help our economy and help it grow. That is why we decided to invest in the future, to invest in infrastructure. That is why we decided to invest in the middle class, to help families right now. With our plan, we will have a higher growth rate, more opportunities for families, and for future generations.
Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we know that we're facing the worst economic crisis since the Second World War. That was what our government faced, and we still managed to balance the budget and have a surplus. They're talking about a carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. But why? Why won't they tell us what the numbers are and what the impact will be on Canadian families? Why are they hiding these figures, and what will be the real impact of the carbon tax on middle-class families, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes that the economy and the environment go hand in hand. Our government has committed to create a cleaner and more innovative economy that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and create good jobs. I encourage the member to take a look at our policies instead of taking a document that was prepared in 2015 under the previous Conservative government. We will continue to work for the middle class, and we will continue to make sure that we reduce our emissions and create good jobs for Canadians.
For Barry Innisfil.
Yet again, this Liberal government is going down the same failed fiscal road traveled so heavily by Kathleen Wynne and the Ontario Liberals. Mr. Speaker, Ontario has over 400 user fees, and make no mistake, they are a tax on the middle class and those working hard to join it. We know the Liberals have never met a tax or user fee they didn't like, so Mr. Speaker, since the federal Liberals are following the same disastrous playbook as Ontario with out-of-control spending and massive deficits, what user fees are these Liberals planning to raise on hardworking taxpayers?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, businesses, citizens, all Canadians benefit from government services. We need to, on an ongoing basis, review the transparency and strengthen the oversight over the user fees that pay for those services. And we need to make sure that all people and all organizations which benefit from those services pay a fair share. That includes big businesses. And it's important that middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join the middle class aren't footing the bill disproportionately for those services. And we will treat all Canadians fairly.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
So I guess that means a lot. Communities across the country rely on volunteer firefighters to staff their fire departments. In fact, 85% of all firefighters, roughly 144,000 Canadians, volunteer their time to protect the communities in which they live. That's why Conservatives created the Volunteer Firefighter Tax Credit. It helps attract volunteer firefighters and gives an incentive to Canadians who want to help in their communities. The Finance Minister has promised that all tax credits are on the table. Will the Minister promise that he won't cancel the Volunteer Firefighter Tax Credit?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm pleased to say that we will continue on our path to help Canadians, to help middle-class Canadians, to help people with real measures that will make a difference. Our look at our tax expenditures are really to make sure that our system is working properly, that it's efficient, to make sure that our tax system is fair, to make sure that measures that might have been put in place that are no longer working are reconsidered. That's an effort that's important so that Canadians can be sure that the system works for themselves and for their families.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the problem. If the government doesn't change anything, the Department of Finance itself said that we would be looking at a debt of $1.5 trillion by 2050. So this is the legacy that the Liberals are leaving to our grandchildren. And they're not only attacking our grandchildren, they're attacking seniors because they're considering eliminating income splitting for pensions and the tax credit for seniors. So can the Minister of Finance reassure Canadians, and particularly seniors, that he won't touch those two very important tax credits? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure Canadians that our program, our plan to help families who are facing significant challenges by giving them more money is continuing. We are going to continue this year with new measures for the middle class, with measures that will give more money to families in all sectors of our economy. That is our goal, and that is what we will continue to do, and that will make things better for Canadian families. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, anyone who can count will tell you that giving more money is well and good, but if you run debts and deficits, that's leaving a bill to our children and grandchildren. It doesn't make any sense. That's economics 101, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government is also targeting students. Can they reassure us that they will not touch the tax credit for RESPs, which would affect nearly 5 million Canadians directly? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. We have taken significant steps to help middle-class families last year with our Budget 2016, and we helped improve their situation. That continues to be our goal. Our view of spending is that the goal is to move forward with a plan that will help the middle class and will help families with measures that will really stimulate the economy as well.
What Transcona?
Mr. Speaker, Cyrus Reporter, a senior advisor to the Prime Minister, who used to be a lobbyist, has just taken a job as a lobbyist again. But Liberals tell us, don't worry, because he's not going to be lobbying his friends. Instead, he'll just be coaching other lobbyists how to lobby his Liberal friends. This clearly goes against the spirit of the Lobbying Act, which is supposed to prevent this revolving door of Liberal lobbyists. So how can they explain this blatant attempt to get around the law? Where's their integrity, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House and to remind members and Canadians that every except staff hired knows full well the responsibilities they must respect both during their hiring and following their hiring. The rules are quite clear, and I have no reason to doubt that they will be respected. So thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner has opened an investigation into the Prime Minister's exclusive vacations. This is unprecedented, but it actually feels like déjà vu, because this is the second time the Commissioner has had to open an investigation into the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister now admit that he infringed on two different rules? And will he finally take responsibility for his actions? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as has been said several times in this House, the Prime Minister will answer all questions that the Ethics Commissioner will ask him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister heard firsthand the struggle of Ontarians who are facing out-of-control hydro rates at the hand of his mentor, Kathleen Wynne. Struggling Ontarians cannot afford the Prime Minister's plan to make a bad situation far worse by adding more costs through a carbon tax. A carbon tax will increase the cost of doing almost everything, from gas to groceries. When will the Prime Minister abandon this irresponsible tax on everything and start defending the interests of Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will continue defending the interests of Canadians, which is reducing emissions and growing a clean economy. That's exactly what carbon pricing does. And I would like to remind the member that our pricing hasn't come in until it won't come in until 2018, and all revenues will be given back to the provinces. We are committed to growing a clean economy, reducing emissions, and ensuring a more sustainable future for our children.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillec-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, 2016 census figures show a concerning situation in eastern Quebec. While the country's population increased by 5% in the last 5 years, the population in the lower St. Lawrence actually went down by 1.3%, and in Gaspésie it went down by 4%. Can the Minister of Economic Development commit to ending the disastrous economic policies that are preventing companies from maintaining jobs in the regions? Or would he rather see our young people continue to leave for the city? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development. Mr. Speaker, our government is continuing to work to develop the economy of Quebec and to create high-quality jobs there. For example, in Quebec, our government took measures to invest more than $406 million since 2015. And we've supported more than 10,000 companies in their development since 2015. We will continue to work hard for Quebecers and all Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals took months to finally meet with the union representing employees of the Case Processing Centre in Vegreville. Yesterday, they gave proof that the decision to close the office is unfounded and the quality of work being done by employees is exemplary and regularly surpasses departmental expectations. I know staff are scrambling to justify their advice. But is the minister now prepared to do the right thing, respect Vegreville families and rural Alberta, and reverse this heartless decision?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, our government has a responsibility to make decisions on government spending of hard-earned middle-class tax dollars. When it comes to the issue of the case processing centre in Vegreville, I'm happy to engage with the community. I met with the mayor, and yesterday I met with the regional representative of PSAC, as well as a community advocate on this issue. My door is always open to the community. The relocation of the case processing centre to Edmonton is 1 hour away. All indeterminate employees will have an opportunity to continue their positions there. And in fact, the relocation will result in more jobs for Alberta.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the minister clearly hasn't been to the community. The union reps presented the minister and his staff with detailed facts his department won't share with Canadians. For example, Vegreville employees are right this minute working on new overflow cases from other processing centres, like they've done many, many times before. But according to this minister, staff in Vegreville don't fit the requirements to, quote, process work from across the global departmental network. Will this minister finally admit that his excuses for closing this office are complete nonsense and unfounded?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility to make decisions on government spending of hard-earned tax dollars. The relocation, we understand, will have an impact on the community and staff, and all indeterminate employees are available to take positions in the new location. The new location will have an expanded case processing centre ability and will actually create more jobs, more middle-class jobs for Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik. Mr. Speaker, today a judge sided with the survivors of the 60s scoop. A simple question for the Minister. Will she commit today in this House that her government will not appeal the decision?
Found Canada liable for failing to protect survivors of the 60s scoop from losing their cultural identity. I have a very simple question for the Minister. Will her government uphold this ruling? And a simple yes or no would suffice, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be perfectly clear. We will not be appealing this judgment. We want to get to the table as quickly as possible and be able to put in place the remedies necessary around language and culture and all that these people lost during this dreadful chapter in our history.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
For almost 30 years, families across Canada have been marching on Valentine's Day with Sisters in Spirit to honour the memory of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. We're glad the National Inquiry was announced, but the government promised it would act right away to prevent further tragedies. Now, more than 700 recommendations over 2 decades remain waiting for this government to act on. So there's lots that can be done right now. So what will this government do now to prevent no more stolen sisters?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for the question, and I believe that so many of the women marching today do expect results, and they don't expect to wait until the recommendations of a commission. The commission is looking at all of those previous reports, but right now we know we need to act on shelter space and on better housing and on and the reforms of the child welfare system, which were the grievous harm that was done not only for the children that were taken but the moms that were left behind. We will get on with these things right now, and we will not be waiting for the results of the commission.
Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, many residents of my riding of Thunder Bay, Rainy River rely on public transit to get to school, work, or doctor's appointments. In the fall, Thunder Bay received more than $6 million for new buses, transit shelters, bus stop signage improvements, and on Friday I was pleased to announce a new handy van bus in Fort Francis. These investments will mean better transit services for the residents of my riding. Could the minister explain how public transit investments are supporting communities like mine by growing the middle class and getting people home faster?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, as a former bus driver, I want to convey our thoughts and prayers for the Winnipeg Transit bus operator who was stabbed last night while serving his community and on duty. I want to thank the honourable member for his question and his hard work. On Friday, in partnership with municipalities and the province of Ontario, we announced 79 transit projects in 29 municipalities. From new buses in Milton, Renfrew, Aurelia to new transit shelters in Huntsville.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, apparently the Ethics Commissioner was not satisfied with the defence the Prime Minister attempted to use to clear up the ethical mess of his New Year's trip. As a matter of fact, she confirmed in writing yesterday that she's launching yet another formal investigation. True. Now, the Ethics Commissioner, like all Canadians, isn't buying the Prime Minister's nonsensical talking points, so when will the Prime Minister admit that he broke the rules and finally admit that he's not above the law?
Great question. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity once again to rise in this place and to remind members and to remind Canadians that the Prime Minister has said many times that he will respond to any questions that the Commissioner has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe, order.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is going to be busy. You can't throw a snowball around here without hitting a commissioner investigating this Prime Minister.
Hear, hear.
He's under 2 ethics investigations as it is right now. We got the lobbying commissioner looking into their friends. We got the language commissioner even looking into things. So the Prime Minister is under all of these investigations. He's got no regard for the ethics laws. He just does, Mr. Speaker, whatever he wants. So
Hear, hear.
does the Prime Minister really think that he's above the law and the ethics rules don't apply to him?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister and this government is committed to working hard for Canadians, and that's why we are taking the steps and actions to ensure that we can respond to the very real challenges that they are facing. To respond to the member's question, I will remind the member and all members in this House and Canadians that the Prime Minister will respond to any questions that the Commissioner has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after over a year of dubious ethical behaviour, the Prime Minister finally hit the bottom of the barrel. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has determined that the situation warrants opening a formal investigation into his vacation on the Aga Khan's private island, despite the answers provided to the Commissioner by the Prime Minister himself. Now that he's formally under investigation, will the Prime Minister finally admit that he's not above the law? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, our government is here to work hard for Canadians, to deal with the real challenges they face. As the Prime Minister has said, and as we have said on several occasions, we will be answering all questions that the Commissioner has.
Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank the member for her talking points. Mr. Speaker, when I heard the Prime Minister, a Liberal MP, the head of the Liberal Party, and the founder of Canada 2020 took a private helicopter and were hosted by the Aga Khan for a week on a private island, I knew immediately this was against multiple rules. The Ethics Commissioners examined the evidence for over a month, and during this time, the Prime Minister's had the opportunity to alleviate her concerns. So the fact she's proceeding with a formal investigation speaks volumes. Will the Prime Minister just admit he broke his rules and admit there's no defense for his unethical behavior?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity once again to remind members in this place and to remind Canadians that the Prime Minister will respond to any questions that the Commissioner has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, on the heels of yesterday's meetings in Washington, in an official release from House Speaker Paul Ryan, the U.S. is warning that it wants improved market access for America's dairy farmers. We all know that means our supply-managed sectors will be on the table. Again, we see the Liberals in backroom conversations that are not being shared with Canadians. Thousands of jobs and families depend on Canada standing up for a fair deal. When will the Liberal government start telling Canadians the truth about NAFTA? And what exactly are the Liberals prepared to tweak?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
For the question, Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to stand up for our farmers, producers, and their families. In Washington yesterday and in the meeting with Speaker Paul Ryan, I strongly defended our dairy sector, as I always do and as I am proud to do. We will look out for the interests of Canadians and their jobs. We will fiercely defend the national interest and will stand up for our values while doing so.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, forestry is a major industry in my riding of South Okanagan West Kootenay, and tens of thousands of jobs in British Columbia are dependent on that sector. Now, the last time the sector was hit with American tariffs, the industry was devastated. So, did the Prime Minister stand up for Canadian forestry workers and communities when he met with President Trump? And when will this government develop a Plan B to be ready for new American tariffs?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House that the previous Conservative government allowed the old agreement to expire. Our government is vigorously defending the interests of Canadian softwood workers and producers. In Washington last week with Secretary Tillerson, I defended our producers, and yesterday in Washington, the Prime Minister did that with energy and vigor, and I did too. We'll continue to work very closely with our producers, our workers, the provinces and territories. We're seeking a good deal for Canada, not just any deal.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Yesterday, the Justice Minister said her problem with mandatory sentences with the Charter. Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't have to point out to her that the most serious mandatory sentence is for murder, and that has been upheld by the courts for the last 35 years. So taking away mandatory sentences is about giving breaks to murderers, rapists, child abusers, drunk drivers, and drug dealers. When will the Liberals change their tune and start standing up for victims and their families?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand up to once again say that we are conducting a comprehensive review of the criminal justice system, including sentencing reform, which includes mandatory minimum penalties. We are not opposed to mandatory minimum penalties for the most serious of offences, but we are doing a comprehensive review of those mandatory minimums in terms of their constitutionality. The courts have spoken quite clearly about it. What we are committed to doing in this review is to ensure that we uphold public safety, have respect for victims, and ensure that we are approaching the justice system in a smart and effective way.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we've learned in the media that the Minister of Justice has launched a study to reduce or abolish most mandatory minimum sentences for criminals in Canada. I'm eager to hear the initiatives that the Minister plans to put in place to protect victims instead of studying the elimination of minimum sentences. Can the Minister explain what her intention is and what minimum sentences she wants to abolish?
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The intention of this government, my intention, is to do a comprehensive review of the criminal code, a review that has not been done since the early 1980s. The previous government sought to do a piecemeal approach to amending the criminal code. We are undertaking our review to ensure the efficiencies and effectiveness of the criminal justice system and ensuring that the legislation that we put forward is meeting its objectives. That's why we're studying the mandatory minimum penalties, and I look forward to having more to say about this in the near future.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, the minister, instead of blaming mandatory minimums for delays, should look in the mirror, because it is this minister who has failed to appoint judges in a timely manner, which has resulted in serious criminal cases being thrown out. Murder cases thrown out. Sexual assault cases thrown out. And yesterday, charges against a father accused of breaking the ankles of his infant thrown out. With dozens of judicial vacancies, how many more cases are going to be thrown out before this minister starts doing her job?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have appointed many judges to the superior courts across this country, as well as reconstituting the judicial advisory committees to ensure that we appoint a diversity of judges to the superior courts. I will continue to make those appointments, but I will point out, in doing a broad review of the criminal justice system, I am working in a concerted way with my colleagues in the provinces and territories who are responsible for the administration of justice, and we are putting forward a comprehensive plan, because there is no one solution to resolve the court delays, but we are going to most assuredly address them.
Honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to trade, our government gets it done. Our friends south of the border, they want to do more trade with us. Just take her easy, guys. You know what happened yesterday. And we know we have two agreements today, Mr. Speaker. We have the Ukrainian agreement and we have the European agreement. And I know the fishing industry in our province of Nova Scotia is very excited about these agreements. Can the Minister of Trade tell this House how these agreements will benefit middle-class Canadians and what the next steps are towards implementing the CETA agreement?
Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Chair of the Trade Committee, the great Chair, and all the members of the Trade Committee for their hard work, Mr. Speaker. CETA is the most progressive trade agreement ever negotiated by Canada or the European Union. It will create jobs, bolster our shared prosperity, and outgrow the middle class. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will address the European Parliament this week on the importance of the Canada-EU relationship.
Thanks to our trade discussions that are focused on the interests of the middle class, Canadian companies from all regions and all areas will benefit from unprecedented access to the European market, which is immense and has...
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, 140 communities in British Columbia are dependent on the forestry industry. This equates to roughly 65,000 jobs in just one single province. Yesterday, the Prime Minister left the Natural Resource Minister home alone. And there's no evidence that the Prime Minister brought this agreement up once. It's not even mentioned in one minister's mandate letter. It's clear yet again that the softwood lumber and forestry workers are not a priority for these Liberals. Will the minister make softwood lumber a priority and make sure a deal is in place before a single forestry worker loses their job as a result of his and her inaction?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the forestry industry is very important for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We know that there are fine jobs that are dependent on a healthy industry. We know that the Minister of International Trade, Minister of Foreign Affairs, has worked very hard to get the best possible deal for Canada. And we also know that we are reaching out to our provincial counterparts to make sure that all measures are taken to ensure that the forestry sector in Canada remains vibrant and strong and a source of good jobs for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, after 5 cases of contamination, the quality of water on Coast Guard ships is now in the news. Problems seem to be diverse, like the use of coating with or without thinner, that's unclear, toxic products that are present in water or products that haven't gone detected through quality testing, and that makes sailors concerned about their own health. Can the minister tell us, one, if he's aware of the problem, two, what he plans to do to ensure that the health of our sailors is protected? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
For the health and safety of our employees is top priority of the Canadian Coast Guard. These men and women work hard every day to ensure the safety of mariners and our marine environment. There were 2 complaints about the quality of drinking water aboard Coast Guard vessels. The complaints process included the participation of employees, unions, subject matter specialists, and managers. According to the final decision, the Coast Guard satisfied its obligations with respect to its employees and drinking water and will continue to do so in every circumstance, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, homelessness is a major problem of national importance. In June, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development announced a funding increase for the homelessness partnering strategy, part of which will be invested into the innovative solutions to homelessness component. Can the minister explain how this increase in funding will help to communities to fight homelessness, which hits women, Aboriginal peoples and vulnerable young people particularly hard? The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating the member for Vimy for the excellent work that she does for the people of her riding. Our government committed to supporting innovative projects to offset needs of homeless people, including young people, Aboriginal peoples, women and veterans. Budget 2016 invested an additional $112 million in the homelessness partnering strategy. This is the first investment since '99. This national housing strategy will help to meet the needs of our families.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, Corporal Tara Jans is a veteran who's being denied a benefit for a disability her specialist and her family doctor say was caused as a result of her military service. As a condition of her disability, she must self-catheterize, something she'll have to live with for the rest of her life. She is being denied this benefit on the basis that her disability is a medical event common to women. When did the Prime Minister decide that being a woman in the military is cause enough to deny a benefit to a veteran?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. Our government is committed to ensuring veterans, Canadian Armed Forces members, and the RCMP, as well as their families, have the support they need when and where they need it. While we cannot comment on individual cases, I can tell you that our government takes the security and well-being of our veterans very seriously. That is why in Budget 2016 we committed $5.6 billion in financial supports for veterans, and that's why we're reopening the 9 offices closed by the previous government, hiring 400 frontline staff, 360 which have been hired to date.
Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, a picture of his dad and a handshake competition. That pretty much sums up the meeting between the Prime Minister and President Trump. That, and the President's statement that the free trade agreement needs some tweaking. Will our forestry workers, our dairy producers, our farmers, once again, pay for these tweaks? As Ottawa has accustomed us, will once again Quebec's interest be considered minor in these discussions with the United States? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for the question. Yesterday was an important day, and we devoted a great deal of effort to it. The President of the United States stated, and I quote, "We have exceptional trade relations with Canada." And those words are very important for Canada, for our workers, and for our businesses. We vigorously and proudly defended the interests of our producers, including workers in the forestry sector and dairy producers. And we will continue. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, for Quebec, supply management and dye-filtered milk, as well as the softwood lumber issue, are not tweaks. These are also very important issues. On the contrary, they're major issues for the thousands of Quebec workers, for their families in our regions. Instead of crocodile tears, if negotiations don't go well, what will the federal government do to ensure that the workers of Quebec in all of our regions are not simply abandoned as part of these tweaks by American negotiators? The Honourable Minister. I thank the Honourable Member for her question. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to defend our producers, our farmers and their families. We will continue to defend the forestry sector in Canada as well, including Quebec. Yesterday in Washington, we proudly and vigorously defended our farmers, our producers, and our forestry sector. We will continue to do so. We will vigorously defend our national interest and Canadian interests.
Comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:03 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, February 9th, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Boulouris relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
La question.
The question is as follows. Mr. Boulouris, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government misled Canadians on its platform and throne speech commitment that 2015 will be the last federal election conducted under the first-past-the-post voting system, and that the House call on the government to apologize to Canadians for breaking its promise. Dispense? No. And that the House call on the government to apologize to Canadians for breaking its promise. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mr.
Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Boultaï.
Mr. Boultaï.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr.
Mr.
Shields. Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Philpott.
Ms. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr.
Mrs.
Eiking.
Romanado.
Mrs.
Mr.
Romanado.
Lauzon. Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr.
Mr.
Holland.
Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chavannes.
Mrs. Cesar Chavannes.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur
Mr.
Cormier.
Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur
Mr.
Paradis.
McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur
Mr.
Dubourg.
Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda-Sangari.
Mr. Nanda
Monsieur
Sangari.
Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr.
Mr.
Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Hota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr.
Mrs.
Sarai.
Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser
Ms.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spagaman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs.
Mr.
Zahid.
Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 129, 129. Nays contre 175, 175.
Declare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Pursuant to order made on Friday, February 10, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-31. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moved that Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs.
Mr.
Philpott.
Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay
Madame
Cardigan.
Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr.
Ms.
Baines.
Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs.
Mr.
Romanado.
Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon,
Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Leslie. Mr.
Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon,
Mrs.
Gatineau.
McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Biddle, correction. Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon la Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane,
Mr.
Matapédia.
May Cambridge.
Mr. May
Mr.
Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame
Ms.
Nassif.
O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser
Ms.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr.
Mr.
Seacon.
Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson
Clement.
Caribou. Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms.
Mr.
Rampel.
Poiliev.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon. Stormont Dundas, South
Mr.
Glengarry.
Lozon. Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb, Mr. Généreux, Mr. Gould, Mr. Richards, Mr. Hobach, Mr. Sopak, Mr. Stanton, Mr. Albus, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Falk, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Yurdega, Mr. Eglinski, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Berthold, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Diot, Mr. Janis, Mr. Genereux, Ms. Harder, Mr. Godley, Godin, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchen, Mr. Kimmich, Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West,
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West,
Mr. Leipert, Mr. Chong, Mr. Nader, Mr. Nuttall, Mr. Soroya, Mr. Schmale, Mr. Shields, Mrs. Stubbs, Mr. Vierson, Mrs. Wagenthal, Mr. Watt, Mr. Weber, Mr. Moss, Mr. Trost, Mr. Rankin, Ms. Ashton, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Mr. Christopherson, Madame Brosseau, Mr. Davies, Mr. Cullen, Mr. Massey Windsor West, Mr. Garrison, Madame Boutin-Sweet, Ms. Matheson, Monsieur Dubé, Madame Laverdière, Monsieur Dussault, Monsieur Boulris, Ms. Kwan, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Duval, Monsieur Aubin, Monsieur Nantel, Monsieur Saganache, Madame Poche, Mr. Angus, Madame Sansouci, Monsieur Choquette, Madame Trudel, Mr. Blakey, Mr. Weir, Mr. Stetsky, Mr. Cannings, Mr. Johns, Ms. Malcolmson, Mr. McGregor, Ms. Hardcastle, Ms. Ramsey, Ms. Jolibois, Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River, Madame Hughes, Monsieur Fortin, Monsieur Plamondon, Monsieur Sainte-Marie, Madame Posé, Monsieur Thériault, Monsieur Barsalou-Duval, Madame Gill, Monsieur Boudria, Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 304, 304, nays contre nil, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. There'll be chocolate all over soon. Premièrement, l'ordre adopté le lundi.
Pursuant to an order made on Monday, February 13, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-30. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Jager. Ms. Foote. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Madame Leboutier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Hussain. Ms. McKenna. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Groh. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation. Monsieur Rioux. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Holland. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan-Etobicoke North. Mr. Duclos. Ms. Murray. Ms. Kira. Mrs. Caesar-Chavannes. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Lemaitre. Mr. Cosner, Mr. Bagnall, Mr. Paradis, Mr. McGuinty, Mr. Scarpaleggia, Mr. Sims, Ms. Ratanzi, Mr. Dhaliwal, Mr. Shitke, Mr. Virani, Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, Mr. Fillmore, Mr. Algabra, Mr. Corsi, Mr. Beach, Ms. Rudd, Mr. Duguid, Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs, Mr. Lamoureux, Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, Mrs. McCrimmon, Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, Mr. Vaughn, Mr. Mendicino, Mr. Blair, Mr. Poisson, Ms. Hutchings, Ms. Young, Mr. Pesqui-Solido, Madame Mendez, Mr. Oliphant, Mr. Dubourg, Mr. Alday, Ms. Alice Lev, Mr. Amos, Mr. Anna Sangari, Mr. Arsenault, Mr. Aria, Mr. Area. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Basio. Mr. Basio. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Ms. Dabroussen. Ms. Dabroussen. Ms. Damoff. Ms. Damoff. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Jerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Sassi. Mr. Sassi. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailfson. Mr. Ailfson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fregiscatos. Mr. Fregiscatos. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fewer. Mr. Fewer. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Yacono. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lemieux. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Monsieur Massé Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia. Monsieur Massé Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nessie. Madame Nessie. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Ouellet. Mr. Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rasnak. Mr. Rasnak. Mr. Hota. Mr. Hota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz. Mr. Seri. Mr. Seri. Madame Shanahan. Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masque, Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masque, Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Mr. Seacon. Mr. Seacon. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spangerman. Mr. Spangerman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tam. Mr. Tam. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vandal. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zahid. Mrs. Zahid. Mr. Rota. Mr. Rota. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. Clement. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Lebel. Ms. Watts. Ms. Watts. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Straw. Mr. Straw. Ms. Rampal. Ms. Rampal. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tilson. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Abultaif. Mr. Abultaif. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Ms. Gladue. Ms. Gladue. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Reyes. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry. Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Madame Boucher. Madame Boucher. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Falk. Mr. Falk. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot. Mr. Jenis. Mr. Jenis. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Genereux. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Mr. Godin. Mr. Godin. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shield. Mr. Shield. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Watt. Mr. Watt. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Motz. Mr. Trost. Mr. Trost.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Back to Mr. Tutu. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan and Mr. Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Collin.
Mr. Collin.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr.
Mr.
Stetsky.
Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Posé. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Barcelo-Duval. Madame Gill. Monsieur Boudria. Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 257, 257. Nays contre 47, 47.
Declare the motion carried. The honourable leader of the opposition is rising on a point of order. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order, and I know normally we don't recognize an absence of a member, but I know that the Prime Minister and all members of the House would join me in recognizing the incredible hard work of the member from Abbotsford on the Canada-EU trade agreement.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Resuming consideration at report stage of Bill C-37, an act on the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, and to make related amendments to other acts.
Sir.
Order. I'd ask all honourable members to make their way to their respective lobbies, and we'll carry on with the debate. Before we get underway with that, je désire informer la Chambre.
I'd like to inform the House that due to the vote, government orders will be extended by 25 minutes.
Order. We're resuming debate. The Honourable... Where is she? Resuming debate. La reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, je suis...
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise in this House to speak in favor of Bill C-37.
Merits the support of all of the House, and I was particularly pleased to see the support coming from our friends in the New Democratic Party for what is essentially a public health measure. And you know, we've had debates in this place and elsewhere across this country over a decade. And we saw some of the divisive community fights that ensued in Vancouver and in other locales across the country on the issue of substance abuse and on the issue of community health and those measures that we take for those that suffer from drug addictions. I applaud my colleagues and all of those in this House who support these, I think, measures that have now become more and more urgent so that we may address the public health issues that are raised by the scourge of substance abuse in Canada. You know, whether you're from Vancouver or some of the great measures that have been taken in Montreal lately, measures that I know are being debated in communities across this country, the process now that will be outlined by this bill is one that's going to be simplified, one that will take, I think, root in these communities and among those workers at the street level, those workers across the spectrum of public health services that look after those who have substance abuse issues and those that look to our communities and those organizations to provide support. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure for me to rise on this bill, on the principles of it. I know it's been exhaustively debated. I know that my colleagues have weighed in and supported this very strongly. I thank the members of the party opposite and the New Democratic Party and urge, in fact, all members of this House to rise in support of this important legislation. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what the member, I think, has missed in the context of this debate is that we had an opportunity to expedite certain portions of this legislation, which I think we all agree on, while at the same time giving proper debate to the one provision, which is more controversial because it takes away effective opportunities for consultation from communities. Now, we proposed to expedite some of those necessary measures, but instead the government refused that and now is bringing forward closure when many members who are interested in speaking to this bill have not had an opportunity. Now, I wonder if he will tell us why the government wasn't prepared to work in a nonpartisan fashion to move more quickly many of those essential elements of the bill forward while still allowing proper debate on their proposal to reduce community consultation. Why do they have to make a partisan issue, use closure, and in fact slow down some of those vital portions of the bill? Why did they do it this way, and why didn't they not work with the rest of the parties in this House?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. My question back to him would be, over the course of those 10 years where people in Vancouver were trying to establish and stand up Insight, this groundbreaking service, where was the party opposite in terms of allowing those voices from the community, those public health advocates, and yes, those evidence-based scientists? Where was that party in terms of allowing the kind of debate that was required to stand up that vital community service in Vancouver and in other communities? That's my question. We're having a debate in this chamber as it should be. That party wanted to shut down the debate.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think indeed on such an important issue such as safe consumption sites, which could indeed save lives according to all health experts, or to a vast majority of health experts, according to facts and to evidence, and to what we've seen in Vancouver, it has to proceed fast, and it sort of became a partisan issue in a way when the Conservatives, the previous government, responded to a Supreme Court judgment that set out 5 clear criteria on which to approve these sites in communities where they are necessary and where they are needed, and instead provided us with 26 onerous, lengthy, complicated criteria that it made it hard for communities where they are needed, where they are necessary, to have these safe consumption sites which prevent sickness and which do save lives. So I think at this point we want to move forward with this Bill 37, and I would ask the member if he feels that going back to what the Supreme Court has clearly stated, which would give more flexibility to provide these safe consumption sites, to give the exemption where they are needed, where they save lives, where the communities demand it, like Montreal just has received after such a lengthy period when they had been asking for these sites for years, for close to 2 years to get these sites. How does he feel that this will help protect Canadians, as Mayor Coderre has said, even if it's sometimes from themselves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie mon...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague who has demonstrated incredible leadership. I'm very pleased to see that he's there supporting the Minister of Health on this issue. Indeed, as we did on many files, we adopted an approach that is based on science and on facts and proof, and also based on jurisprudence. So the bill as presented here is consistent with all of those principles. And there is a strong contrast between our approach and that of the previous Conservative government, which was against community activists, against jurisprudence, and against the evidence for public health.
Question and response. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, medical experts have been clear that there's an alarming lack of access to publicly funded detox and treatment centres in Canada, and certainly as politicians we know this. The Health Committee's recent report on the opioid crisis made 3 specific recommendations calling for significant new federal funding for public community-based detox and addictions treatment. Will the budget 2017 contain significant new funding for addictions treatment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
I think that I share with my honourable colleague the perspective that we must do more on this issue, and this bill is a giant step forward in the right direction. We are listening to people on the ground. We are providing for enhanced access to infrastructure and community facilities. So this is a big step in the right direction, and we are going to continue to work with the provinces and the territories and the community stakeholders in order to remedy the issue that is a problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I'm very happy to stand here today and speak on this bill, Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and make related amendments to this act. You know, as myself, I have listened to many of the speakers in the last few debates on this, and I'm looking at everybody's talking about, you know, pointing fingers, well, your government didn't do it or we're doing this. But I'm coming here as a mom. I'm coming here as the official critic for families, children and social development, and thinking, what can we do, what's best for our families and what's best for our communities? A lot of people are coming out and giving information regarding, you know, safe injection sites and why they work. But I'm looking at the communities, and one of the most important things to me is having a safe community and having a good place to raise my children and all Canadian children. So I think the thing is, when we're talking about this, we have to go back to why we're putting in these laws. And it's about the safety of Canadians, whether it's the safety of those people who are unfortunately addicted or the safety of the families that are living beside heroin injection sites or living in areas where there is a huge drug issue. You know, back when this started being discussed in December, I had sent an op-ed into the London Free Press, which is one of our local newspapers. And immediately following that, I set up an appointment with Dr. Christopher Mackey, who is the Medical Officer of Health and the CEO for the Mental Health Unit. Many people thought we'd be on very, very different sides. He comes from a more liberated way, and I come from it as a more conservative way, basically because of being a mom. And at the end of the day, we had basically no things that were not uncommon. Our concerns were all the same. It was all about making sure that when our children go to school, that they're safe, making sure that when people are, out there dealing drugs and all those things, that they're not interfering in our communities. We recognize it happens, and it's extremely unfortunate that it happens. And I think what's happening is we're taking ourselves and we're moving forward on things that we're really not comfortable with. As a mom, I know when I spoke to Chris Mackey, I told him about my discussions with my own children regarding marijuana and why it's so important for families to sit down and have these discussions, because things like marijuana, heroin, opioids, and all of these things are coming into our children's paths much more frequently, and something that we wouldn't understand. I'm a child of the 80s, and my teenage years were great in the 80s. And you hear of things like this, like cocaine, you hear of things like marijuana, but you don't see it in our small communities. And these discussions that we're having, I think everybody is looking at them, but we have to look at through a family filter. We talk a lot about GBA, and we talk about all these things. I want to ask every member of Parliament to look through it as a filter of a parent, and that's what I'm asking. I've gone back to some things where we were talking in the City of London when they were putting it in a methadone clinic. They were discussing where they're going to put the methadone clinic because there were so many people concerned because it was going directly across from a high school on Dundas Street in St. Thomas. Still to this day, 5 years later, it is still a huge concern because in that pocket of the community, they have seen a lot of turbulence, whether it's crime, increased drug use, things of that sort. Also, what it's doing is, what is it teaching our children as they exit from their high school when there's a methadone clinic across the road? What signals are we sending to our children? Is it saying no to drugs, or that we're there to assist them? And I think it's one of those things, we are failing our children. We are failing our next generation, but not by not teaching them right from wrong, not teaching them that the use of drugs and these hard drugs are really difficult, that they're going to have addiction issues, that they're going to have problems with their brain development, a variety of different things. We're not starting on step 1 anymore. We're kind of going to step 10 saying, and one of the members who's had spoken before saying, let's legalize all drugs. Now, I don't know if he was serious or not, because he was looking at drugs not being a crime. But let's be serious here. They may not be a crime for taking them, but what does it lead to? I have a lot of personal experience in my own community with my own family of drug use. Not myself personally, but I have been touched intimately because of these things. I have had people that I have known who have passed away. I had a person that I grew up playing baseball with, and right before Christmas in our own community, he died from having carfentanil. Now, I can tell you, I knew this gentleman, Jeff. He died at the age of 46. He was a father with children and a son who was loved like you wouldn't believe, and tons of friends. But the problem is he got mixed into drugs, and he started doing so when he was very, very young. And that's the life that led him down the path until his death. I think what's happening is we're blurring what's right from wrong all the time, and we're saying, well, this is how we're going to help. Well, why don't we start at the front end, which is the education, letting people know how to speak to their children, letting people know that the use of heroin, it's not right. So we sit there and we give so many reasons for saying, well, we need to have this. Why don't we start at square one and make it right in the first place? I do believe that we have to have places where we can help people rehabilitate. We know that there is a drug crisis, and we need to do better. But where do we start? And one of my biggest concerns, and I looked at this bill, I like 90% of this bill. I think it's really, really important that when packages are coming into Canada, that they are tested, that we do not allow counterfeit pieces that come in to manufacture pills, that we're not allowing these pill presses or anything like that. I think it's really important that we have legislation against that, because it is helping against the war against drugs, and we know this is happening. But when we start talking about the one piece, and that is the safe injection sites, the fact that there are not the consultations in our communities, that is where I have to say stop. Like I said, back in the City of London, where Beale, across from Beale, they have a methadone clinic, there were many parents that came forward from the Thames Valley District School Board stating their opinions. In a letter that I read also just from last year regarding the safe injection sites, a woman spoke about her daughter who, at the age of 13, became addicted to cocaine. And the daughter, who went into one of these clinics after time, said the ability to get drugs was even easier once these clinics were available to her. So we have to understand that it is not a fix-it. It's a bandit approach. And unless we're going into it with the full setup scale on what we're going to do to help Canadians, whether it's our Canadian families or our Canadian youth at risk, we need to make sure that we're doing better, and we're not doing that. And that's what makes me so concerned. We're talking about fentanyl, and we know that in Vancouver, over 950 people died because of it. In my own community, we had 6 overdoses one weekend right before Christmas, and unfortunately, one person died. I know from speaking to both the police chief of the city of St. Thomas, Daryl Pennell, who, regards to Daryl, who will be retiring shortly, and police chief of the city of London, John Perry, and I wanted to discuss with them, what are some of your concerns in your city? I thought we had discussed, to be honest, I thought when I went on to this conversation with my police chiefs, we'd be talking about prostitution because we know that there has been some sex trafficking going on in our communities. I thought we'd be talking about marijuana and the concern with people driving under the influence of marijuana. But the issues that were 2 big issues, or the big issue for 2 of my police chiefs, was fentanyl. Now, in the City of London, I know that there has been 3 different seizures of fentanyl coming into our communities, and I applaud them for doing their great work. But we have to do more. We sit there and we become so open and so allowing of things, whether we're talking about sexual expression or drug use. We have lost our innocence. And as a parent, I can tell you, each and every time I have a conversation with my children, it's about talking about right from wrong, talking about what things are like. But when we're watching the television, when we're watching the news, when we're seeing things on the internet, when we're having these discussions, do you not think that we're also saying that drug use, it happens? Well, it happens, but it's got to stop happening. So our job is to kind of cease that. And maybe I'm coming out here as a Pollyanna, because a gentleman many years ago always said, I'm a Pollyanna. I like to see things on the positive side. And this is something that, when I'm looking at it, we're starting the wrong way. We should be educating people. We should be having proper program and educating people about the use of drugs. But instead what we're doing is we're allowing, and we're even talking about legalizing all drugs. What the heck? And I think that's what really concerns me, is we're going the wrong direction. And I'm worried what we are doing to the future of Canadians. What are we saying? What is right and wrong? And those are some of my concerns. As the critic for families, children, and social development, we can do better. And it's something that I think we're all just kind of saying, well, opening these clinics, it'll be fine. It's a bandage approach. Unless we have wraparound services to allow people to rehabilitate and to get off drugs, it's not going to help anybody. It is a short-term cure, and although I understand the need for it, it is just that, a short-term cure, and when the municipalities and the communities are not involved in a decision to decide where these sites are going to go, then we're in trouble. I thank you all for your time, and thanks for listening to Karen, the mom, today, but that's just what I believe, and I wanted to share it with you all today. Thank you.
Bravo.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the member from the Conservative Party for her remarks. Now, on the opposite side, they often talk about the situation as if the communities had not at all been consulted. I would like to point out that in Section 42(2)(e), information requested by the Minister is the position of the community. So that is consistent with the criteria that to be required as stated by the Supreme Court. Now, with respect to education, yes, it is important to say that we need to keep away from drugs. We don't want to stick our heads in the sand. We can't say to Canadians that it's not a problem. It is a serious problem. There were 1,000 deaths in BC. The deaths are increasing in Alberta. This is a serious issue. So our position is based on reducing damage without taking steps when we talk about these overdoses and whatnot, but we need to go ahead with an approach that will reduce the damage caused by drugs. So my question for the honourable member opposite is simply this. Would she acknowledge that that balance is contained in the bill? And I'd like to hear her comments on that.
In Middlesex, London.
Well, I really appreciate your comment, the comments of the member, but I don't believe there's the balance there once was. I think some of the smaller communities that, you know, when I walked down, I was in Gastown, and I walked and I saw 3 people smoking crack. I knew I wasn't Sparta. I wasn't in Sparta anymore. It was that simple. The girl from Southwestern Ontario had an opening, a total eye-opener. And we have to recognize that. I believe that communities need to be more involved, and some of the members that I've worked from the police force are concerned that they're not. And as I indicated, we have seen some poor decisions made in the past that have resulted in use with teenagers and things like that, making available with drugs across the street from methadone clinics and things of that sort. So thank you very much for the question.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her comments. And speaking as a mum also, I'm a mother of 2, and as the member for Vancouver East, we're the epicenter of the crisis that's before us. Today is fentanyl and carfentanil. Back in the day when I got involved in the activism of lobbying for harm reduction initiatives, including Insight, it was heroin and heroin overdose. We planted in our community park, Oppenheimer Park, 1,000 crosses back then to commemorate each person whose lives has been lost. So I get it that we need a comprehensive approach. Goodness, I get that, and I understand that. But let me say this. Today, right here in this minute, as we debate, people are dying in our communities, whether it be in mine or in Calgary, in Alberta, in Toronto, in Montreal, other communities, this is happening. Even in small communities, this is happening. So my question is this. Dead people don't detox. First and foremost, is it an incumbent on us to do something to make sure people survive the day? And that's what this bill is about. That's what Insight was about and continues to be about. And this is what we got to do so that people have a chance to succeed. Dead people don't detox. Would the member agree with that?
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I thank you very much for your passion, or for the passion of the member. I think it's really important that we do share these personal stories because it's what's going to make Canada a better country. As we indicated, we had put forward during the voting an amendment. The Conservative Party put forward an amendment where we looked at all the clauses. And one clause that we were not set with was to do with the sites and the injection sites. Everything else was fine. And that's where we have this issue. I understand where you're coming from because I am fortunate to sit with the member from Surrey White Rock who is devastated to what's happening in her community. And so I will only sit there and do what's best. But at the same time, I think we need to make sure that we have these honest discussions because what's happening in your community is horrific. But it does affect everybody and it goes across the country. We need to make sure, though, that all the communities are on board. We need to make sure that we have safe communities. As I was indicating, walking in Vancouver streets, I didn't expect to see people falling out of the windows and smoking crack. And it's a beautiful city, but that's what I saw. That's not what we want our communities all about, though. We want safe communities. So we have to find a balance there. So I think the biggest thing for me is the communications with the communities to make sure that these injection sites are going in the places that are best for their community to keep it safe. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and make related amendments to other acts. This bill directly addresses the national public health crisis of opioid overdoses and provides measures to prevent increasing harm to Canadians and communities all across the country. I would like to speak to the importance of 2 key components of the bill, including, number 1, streamlining the process of supervised consumption sites, and number 2, providing additional enforcement capacities to Canadian Border Service Agency, which will help prevent illicit opioids from entering Canada through international routes, and therefore reduce the risk of controlled substances entering the hands of Canadians. These components of the bill are critical to Canada's fight against the opioid epidemic that is currently sweeping across Canada. As we know, when the previous federal government decided that it would not extend the legal exemption for Insight in Vancouver, advocates initiated a legal challenge, which reached the Supreme Court of Canada. In 2011, the Supreme Court ruled that the health evidence in support of Insight was substantial and opened up the possibility of establishing additional facilities in Canada if there was an appropriate balance between achieving public health and public safety. This balance was organized into 5 criteria. Number one, evidence, if any, on the impact of such a facility on crime rates. Number two, the local conditions indicating a need for such a supervised injection site. Number three, the regulatory structure in place to support the facility. Number four, the resources available to support its maintenance. And number five, expressions of community support or opposition. Simply put, this legislation removes the burdensome 26 application criteria put forward by the previous government and instead uses the 5 factors outlined by the Supreme Court of Canada in its 2011 ruling on Insight in order to streamline the process. It has been established that opioid addiction is typically chronic, lifelong, difficult to treat, and associated with high rates of morbidity and mortality. Our ultimate goal is to reduce and ultimately help eliminate opioid addiction. But first, we have to stop people from dying. And we know that supervised consumption sites work to do just that. Just a few of the organizations that support supervised consumption sites are the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Nurses Association, the Canadian Association of Nurses in HIV/AIDS Care, the Public Health Physicians of Canada, the Canadian Public Health Association, the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario, and the Urban Public Health Network. Furthermore, international organizations such as the World Health Organization and the Centers for Disease Control are in favor of harm reduction services. As a member of the Standing Committee on Health, I had the honor of assisting with the swift passage of C-37 through the committee stage. With the current health crisis across Canada, the rapid passage of this bill is imperative. Time is of the essence to help save lives. And as I have previously mentioned, a key outcome of this legislation is that the length of time required to process applications for supervised consumption sites will be significantly reduced, while still providing the necessary balance between public health and public safety. Many witnesses throughout the Standing Committee of Health study on the opioid crisis stated that there are significant barriers associated with the previous government's Respect for Communities Act and its 26 criteria. This act created an onerous application process for community groups wishing to apply for a supervised consumption site, as evidenced by the lack of applications that have been successful since this legislation was put in place. For example, 3 supervised consumption sites were approved last month in Montreal under the previous government's legislation. Although their approval is positive, the time it took to process the application was quite long, as it was submitted in May 2015. Mr. Speaker, that is 17 months the City of Montreal had to wait to assist their vulnerable citizens with opioid addictions. That is too long. I agree that the important criteria must be met before supervised consumption sites are established within communities. But the application process must reflect the urgency of the situation. I believe that C-37 does just that. One significant statement that had been made during the Standing Committee on Health's clause by clause on C-37 was from the honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway. He stated that on the first day that Insight opened, they reversed 15 overdoses. That is a staggering number of people saved in one day. By streamlining the application process, Bill C-37 will ensure applications are improved in a timely fashion, paving the way to save more lives. For example, at Insight, there have been over 4,922 overdose reversals, and not a single death has occurred at their facility. Supervised consumption sites save lives and help reduce the spread of HIV and other infectious diseases. I was shocked to hear that in 2016, in BC alone, a total of 914 people died from an overdose, an 80% increase in the previous year. This alarming statistic shows that it is our responsibility as federal members of Parliament to act now. Another key component of this legislation that I wish to speak on is how it addresses the illegal supply, production, and distribution of drugs. One of the key findings of September 2016 report published by the RCMP regarding the current opioid crisis Canada is facing was that China continues to be the pivotal source for illicit fentanyl and its analogs, precursors, other novel emerging opioids, and tableting equipment that supply Canada-based traffickers. Bill C-37 addresses this issue by proposing to give Canada's Border Services officers greater flexibility to inspect suspicious mail, no matter the size, that may contain goods that are prohibited, controlled, or regulated. The current legislation prohibits the CBSA from opening suspicious mail that weighs 30 grams or less. If the CBSA found such a package, they would have to seek the permission of the addressee, which would prove to be difficult. This gap in enforcement capacity is problematic, as just one standard-sized mail envelope, 30 grams, can contain enough fentanyl to cause 15,000 overdoses. Given the prevalence of illicit drugs found in international packages is greater than domestic mail, this measure would only be for international incoming mail. Our border agents need to be given the clearance to inspect these packages to help stem the flow of illicit drugs entering into Canada. According to the same report by the RCMP, in May and June of 2016, the CBSA intercepted, for the first time, 2 separate shipments of carfentanil, which is estimated to be 100 times more potent and toxic than fentanyl and 10,000 times greater than morphine. So we know there has been an increase in trafficking, and it is our responsibility to equip the Canadian Border Services Agency with the tools needed to stop it. Bill C-37 is a bill that will save lives, Mr. Speaker, whether that is by the seizure of a shipment of an illicit opioid by the CBSA or through the nurses at new supervised consumption sites whose application was approved based on the new set of 5 criteria. This legislation is the next step in fighting the crisis that we are seeing across Canada, and I believe that this bill is a step in the right direction to help Canadians today. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are one overdose away from becoming another tragic statistic in the ever-increasing Canadian epidemic of opioid addiction. This evidence-based legislation could not be timelier. With these rising fatalities, it is now more important to act. It is my hope that C-37 will be granted the same swift movement through the Senate as it has been granted in the House of Commons. It will enable Canada to tackle this nationwide problem and help ensure the safety of vulnerable Canadians. The faster it is enacted, the faster it will help save lives. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Speaker, I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I do have a question because I know that this is a multifaceted issue and there's many streams and it's a very complex issue. And I heard you speak that Bill C-37, sorry, through you, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member speak about saving lives and that the injection sites will do just that. And I don't have any disagreement with that. However, I have before me, and it's just a random snapshot of 12 kids that are dead, 21, 23, 24, 3 at 21. A Delta mother lost 2 of her children within 20 minutes of each other, both kids in their 20s. And we're talking about deaths and overdoses and of course with adolescents. Can he please tell me how C-27 or 37 addresses that issue, that for those folks, for those young adolescents that are taking pills and not using injection sites?
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada and Health Canada's action on opioid misuse does, in fact, address these problems with an improved public education, improved prescribing practices, a number of issues that will help to address this. Are these issues addressed in C-37? No, they are not. Is C-37 our only weapon in the fight against opioid misuse and overdose? No, it is not. Oh, yes. Fentanyl. To clarify, fentanyl is an opioid. Yes. Therefore, I make the statement as apparently I was being told that fentanyl when I was being corrected. However, the fact is that Health Canada does have a strategy on opioid use, which is separate from C-37. We are addressing that problem, and we are addressing a separate problem in C-37.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. Mr. Speaker, this crisis is affecting people even in rural communities. It's not just an urban issue. I live in an area, in a region with high child poverty. Unfortunately, we're seeing children that are experimenting with drugs and they're ending up in urban centres and they need help. When the Health Committee conducted an emergency study into the opioid crisis, the first recommendation they made with all party support was to declare the opioid overdoses a national public health emergency. This would give the Public Health Officer of Canada extraordinary powers to act immediately while this bill works its way through Parliament. And it's been echoed by provincial health ministers and across the country. So in the face of a mounting death toll, why won't this government declare a national public health emergency so that we can start saving lives today in rural communities and urban communities and for the sake of our children?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. It is an important question, one that we gave some thought. We have responded to every request that provinces have raised with our government in this crisis and work with them, and that if there was a public emergency under the Emergencies Act, the Chief Public Officer would not have any new or special powers to address this. Therefore, we thought this was a tool of last resort, and that with this bill, we are equipping our health agencies with the proper tools in which to fight this crisis. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member also for his speech, and I want to say that it is a pleasure to serve with him on the Health Committee. As an MD, he certainly has a lot of great input into our discussion. Now, in the member's speech, Mr. Speaker, he had indicated that China is a main source of opioids coming to this country, illicit opioids coming into this country, fentanyl and carfentanil. In fact, 98% of illicit drugs and illicit opiate and fentanyl is coming from China, and this is what was indicated to us by the RCMP during committee. So our Conservative caucus put a motion on the table, Mr. Speaker, during a discussion that we wanted to get in the Chinese ambassador to come to our committee to discuss what the Chinese government is doing. And the Liberal government, they turned down our request in the motion. And I'd like to ask the member why. Why would this government be more concerned about being friends with the Chinese government than stopping the flow of deadly drugs on Canadian streets?
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I echo the Honourable Member's statements. It is a pleasure to work with him on the Health Committee. His dedication to the health and well-being of Canadians is unparalleled. In regards to the request, the reason that the Health Committee did not grant this request was that inviting the Chinese ambassador to address our committee on a matter of their own exporting excise and criminal laws was completely outside the purview of the Health Committee.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Great, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts. This bill is part of the Government of Canada's comprehensive approach to drug policy, one that strikes a balance between public health and public safety. Last year in my province of British Columbia, over 900 people died of drug overdoses. This was an 80% increase from 2015, and we now know that the opioid fentanyl was disproportionately responsible for these deaths. As the medical community has known for some time, and as the general public is becoming increasingly aware, fentanyl is a difficult drug to combat. When used legitimately, it's a powerful pain suppressor which can help people suffering acute and chronic ailments. However, when used inappropriately, incredibly small doses can be fatal. What has become evident in my community is that illicit fentanyl has become both widely available and far too easy to obtain. So today I stand in this House not only for my riding of Cloverdale Langley City, or even as a British Columbian, but for all Canadians who have been or may be affected by the opioid crisis. Central to the Government of Canada's efforts to help individuals and communities affected by the current drug emergency is the reintroduction of harm reduction as an integral part of our country's narcotics strategy. This bill includes changes to streamline the application process for new supervised consumption sites, which I believe is not simply a compassionate course of action, but a responsible and evidence-based decision which has been proven to save lives. This important public health initiative will be partnered with the recently announced Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy. The strategy is built on 4 pillars: prevention, treatment, harm reduction and enforcement, which will be grounded in a strong evidence base to bring about a decrease in both the manufacture and consumption of illicit opioids and the tragic incidents of overdose deaths across our country. This government knows that while we must address the public health perspective in dealing with the crises at hand, we must also deal with the illicit drug supply issue. That is why Bill C-37 addresses problematic drug use from all sides and includes proposals to respond to controlled substances obtained through illicit sources. Canada's drug control laws are centred on the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, also known as the CDSA. This act serves a dual purpose of protecting public health and maintaining public safety. The CDSA provides controls over drugs that can alter mental processes and that may result in harm to one's health and to society when misused. This is done by regulating the legitimate use of controlled substances and prohibiting unlawful activities such as the import, export, and trafficking of controlled substances and precursors. As I discussed earlier, problematic and illegal substance use, coupled with an illicit drug supply that has become increasingly more dangerous, has led to a spike in overdoses and deaths. This risk is especially pertinent to fentanyl given its extreme potency and difficulty to detect in other so-called recreational drugs. Our government is committed to protecting public health and safety by curbing production and trafficking of banned substances. Bill C-37 would amend the CDSA to provide the necessary tools to do so. At the end of 2016, the Government of Canada added 6 fentanyl precursors to the list of controlled substances under the CDSA to help address the illegal production of fentanyl and related drugs. If passed, Bill C-37 would provide a wider array of effective tools to fight the illegal production and trafficking of all dangerous narcotics, including fentanyl and carfentanil. In addition, many overdoses have come as a result of ingesting drugs that appear identical to legitimately produced pharmaceuticals. These drugs are made without adequate controls and often contain unpredictable amounts of high potency and potentially lethal substances such as fentanyl and carfentanil. Essential to making these illegal drugs are pill presses and encapsulator devices that allow illegal producers to turn out thousands of counterfeit pills or capsules in a very short time. This presents a significant risk to public health and safety. That being said, pill presses and encapsulators are also used in legitimate manufacturing processes in the pharmaceutical, food, and consumer product industries. This is why a registration system is being proposed, whose new requirement would impose minimal burden on legitimate manufacturers. Importers of pill presses and encapsulators would simply have to register with Health Canada prior to bringing these devices into this country. Importation of these devices without proof of registration would be prohibited, and border officials could detain those arriving without proper registration. Changes are also being proposed to help information sharing between Health Canada and the Canada Border Services Agency about the importation of pill presses and encapsulators, and also with law enforcement agencies in the course of an investigation. In addition to the registration of imported pill press and encapsulator equipment, C-37 would broaden the scope of pre-production activities associated with the production of illegal drugs. Pre-production activities include the buying and assembling the chemical ingredients or industrial equipment with the intention of using it to make illicit narcotics. The offences and punishments would be extended to capture equipment and chemicals not currently listed in the CDSA schedules. Bill C-37's proposed amendments to the Customs Act would also allow border officials to open incoming international mail weighing 30 grams or less, if there are grounds to suspect it contains goods which are prohibited, controlled, or regulated under another Act of Parliament. This would allow border officials to open packages that are suspected to contain substances intended for use in the production of illicit drugs, and is in response to substantial evidence that illicit drugs such as fentanyl are being brought into Canada through the postal system. As was noted by the previous member, 30 grams may seem like a small amount, but it is equivalent to approximately 15,000 lethal doses of fentanyl. The changes proposed in Bill C-37 are an important part of the government's multifaceted plan to address the growing opioid crisis in Canada. The bill would provide law enforcement agencies with the tools they need to take early action against suspected drug production operations and to respond to the ever-changing illicit drug market. At the end of 2016, news of over 10 overdose deaths in one night in British Columbia highlighted an already alarming and tragic situation, and the opioid crisis has not gone away from the beginning of the new year. Instead, it gets worse as hard-working emergency responders and public health officials struggle to keep up with the increasing number of those afflicted. Unfortunately, I witnessed this challenge in my own riding of Cloverdale-Langley City, one of Canada's communities most affected by the opioid crisis. Sadly, my constituents are not alone in facing this issue. As we in this House study legislation from day to day, we must often ask ourselves, what will be the direct result of this legislation, this action? With Bill C-37, we have an opportunity to pass legislation that will directly save lives. There is currently tremendous work being done to combat this issue, such as the RCMP's Surrey Outreach Team, who have been effective in addressing addiction and homelessness issues in our local community. This task force responded to 55 overdoses in just 2 weeks and have continued saving lives in the city of Surrey. While the individual efforts of police detachments and public health officials has resulted in positive results at the local level, these frontline responders need federal assistance and a national framework to tackle the issue. The sooner Bill C-37 becomes law in Canada, the sooner it can help those most affected by this ongoing public health emergency. I trust that all members of this House understand the importance of this bill and hope that they will support it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close with a comment relating to an earlier speaker who talked about needing to take a family approach to this crisis. And I'd like to remind all members that we've seen 900 deaths in BC in the last year. Those are 900 families who are affected by this tragic opioid crisis. It is only by working together across all parties that we will actually be able to make Canadians safe. We'll be able to focus on families, give them a safe and healthy upbringing, and be able to deal with those who are facing crises in their lives. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. And I just have a question, because in Bill C-37, all language that articulated the process for public consultation has been removed. At the Health Committee, the Liberals voted against amendments that were put forward in trying to obtain a letter of support or opposition within a 2-kilometre radius of the site. They voted against. Identifying schools and daycares within a 2-kilometre radius, they voted against. A letter of support or opposition from Mayor and Council and the police chief, they voted against. And a minimum of 40 days consultation, maximum of 90 days, voted against. Can the member please tell me why they do not want any public consultation?
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question and for the work that she's done in our community of Surrey and, in fact, south of the Fraser on trying to provide protections for our community. The member raises a good point, but I think that ultimately we need to look at the point of the bill is to deal with things, treatment measures that are effective. So being able to deal with safe consumption sites is absolutely pivotal in dealing with this crisis. We will have to talk to Canadians and neighbours, but ultimately we need to see hopefully the passage of this bill go forward fairly quickly so that we can deal with the introduction of safe consumption sites into our communities and to do that in a responsible manner with those communities to lessen the impacts or minimize the impacts, while also making sure that those who are in crises have the opportunity to access those services.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Cloverdale-Langley City for his intervention today. I just want to build on his last comment in terms of what the medical community and the law enforcement agencies are thinking about Bill C-37's focus on harm reduction within communities and the need to provide not only safety for communities but health care for individuals that need it.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
Great. Well, I'd like to thank the member for his comments. And yes, a pivotal part of this is the introduction of safe consumption sites. But there are so many other fronts to come toward this public health crisis on, and that's why I'm really proud to speak in support of Bill C-37 today. It will take a multifaceted approach to dealing with this crisis and will help communities across the country deal with the issue that we're facing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, during the study of the opioid crisis, the Health Committee heard that improved access to mental health services would also support people who use drugs. In addition, the committee heard that access to mental health services for frontline workers is critical to ensure their wellness and continued ability to provide support to others. So, given the critical importance of these services, why is the Liberal government using funding for mental health as leverage in its divide and conquer negotiations over the health transfer escalator? And Mr. Speaker, just when we talk about mental health, we've talked a lot about youth and about children. In British Columbia, a lot of children then end up on the streets and experimenting with drugs and end up into hard drugs. A lot of them have mental health issues. Right now, the highest risk residential care facility in British Columbia, in Burnaby, the Maples facility, has a 1-year waiting list. Youth can't wait 1 year when they're high risk and they need help, Mr. Speaker. And we know that they need urgent help. And our call to call this a national emergency, to get new resources, emergency resources. We heard a member from across the way say that they wouldn't get that. What can they do immediately to help these children?
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Right, I'd like to thank the member opposite for raising the very important issue of mental health and how this affects so many aspects of public health in the country. I am proud that despite some of the challenges on the rollout of health accords, that we are seeing progress in negotiations on making mental health issues of importance to this government. And it's something that I've spoken about. It reflects and affects so many members of society, and our government will continue to work on how we can improve mental health services within Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, though I stand in support of the majority of C-37, there are a few issues with which I have trouble supporting. And so here's what I'll take the time to share my thoughts with you today. Whether you support supervised injection sites or not, one thing is certainly true, and that is the placement of a site will in fact impact the communities in which they are located. And so for this reason, I do believe that it is absolutely necessary for communities to adequately consult with the public and hear them out. As a member of the Standing Committee on Health, I was very troubled when the Liberals voted against my amendment that would ensure public consultation be carried out before the building of a site. Social license was a word that we heard repeatedly used by the Liberals during the last federal election. We heard buzz phrases like community input, consultation, and evidence-based decision-making. In the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Health Minister, he says, and I quote, "I expect that our work will be informed by performance-based measurement, evidence, and feedback from Canadians," end quote. The Prime Minister went on to say, open quote, "Government and its information should be open by default. If we want Canadians to trust their government, we need a government that trusts Canadians," end quote. This begs the question then, why don't the Liberals trust Canadians to have a voice when it comes to the placement of a safe consumption site? Under the current text of Bill C-37, the Minister is under no obligation to issue public notice that a supervised injection site is being considered for a community. Further, the organization that is applying for the authorization is the only group required to demonstrate that local consultations have in fact taken place. This clearly undermines the impartiality of these consultations, since an applying organization can simply cherry-pick who they consult with. Let's imagine an alternate solution or scenario here for just a moment. Say the construction of an oil pipeline. No one would be comfortable with a decision to go ahead with building a pipeline if the decision was based solely on the oil company's report of their consultations with local environmentalists and First Nations representatives. Moreover, no one would accept that a federal minister in Ottawa would have the facts to sufficiently decide where a pipeline should go, at least not without significant study by impartial experts and wide-ranging consultation with those who would be most impacted by the decision. Why then does this present Liberal government feel it is acceptable to trust that an applying organization has indeed consulted comprehensively when it comes to building a supervised injection site? Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Lethbridge, Alberta, I have to say that I am incredibly impressed with the efforts that my community has gone to with regards to collaboration and consultation. The organization that is taking the lead on studying the need and feasibility of opening a supervised consumption site is going beyond the scope of this legislation in order to ensure that community members are respected, given a voice, and that all levels of government are included. They're very concerned that community partnerships are formed, that comprehensive services are created that include a treatment model. Why are they doing so much work? They are doing this because they understand the importance of social license, something the Liberals use as a buzzword but do not actually understand how to do. They understand, the organization in my riding, that while they could get their application approved without broad consultation, the suspicion and the animosity that this would generate within our community would actually go against the very nature and purpose of the site. I believe that education, consultation, and collaboration are very key components to dealing with the crisis at hand. This is why, as the member of the Health Committee, I sought to amend this legislation. My amendment would have required the minister to provide 45 days public notice to communities where an application was being considered, and that this feedback would then be made available to the public. Across government, it is typical for consultations of this sort to last between 30 to 90 days. For my efforts at the committee, I was accused by my Liberal and NDP counterparts of wanting to, and I quote, kill addicts that would overdose while consultations were taking place. Apparently, they believed an application will be processed in fewer than 45 days, which, Mr. Speaker, is usually unheard of. It does, however, beg the question as to just how thorough this application process will be when it comes to considering whether or not a site should be opened. I do believe it's not a simple process, but I wonder if the Liberals just plan on ramming them through. The Health Department will need to review the information provided, confirm the information is accurate, write their recommendation, brief the minister, and receive her decision. This does take time. If the government expects this process to take fewer than 30 working days, it would mean the department will have virtually no time to confirm the accuracy of the material provided. There is a real concern then that the Liberals' so-called streamlined process is nothing more than a rubber stamp. So, Mr. Speaker, when our Conservative government was in power, one of the bills the government of the day brought forward was the Safe Communities Act. This legislation required that meaningful consultation with community members was carried out before a supervised injection site could be established. Because this legislation was quite detailed, having 26 different requirements, it ensured a fully informed decision was made. The Liberals have gutted these requirements, removing the requirement for evidence and reducing the criteria from 26 to 5. The Liberals justified their decision to gut the Safe Communities Act by saying that it was too onerous. But the same week that the Liberals forced a stop to debate, silenced the Health Committee, and rammed this bill through, the Health Minister announced the approval of 3 new supervised injection sites for Montreal. Clearly, the former criteria were not too cumbersome. A thorough application process helps organizations avoid mistakes and set themselves up for long-term success. This has been affirmed by one centre after another in European countries. The fact that the Liberals rushed Bill C-37 through the House by cutting off debate and imposing unprecedented restrictions at committee, it shows that they are unwilling to listen and unwilling to consult, as they promised they would during the election. Furthermore, refusing to hear from a single witness, either in favour or opposed to this bill, means that parliamentarians have no context to understand whether or not this bill actually lives up to the intention of the drafters. Ironically, at committee, the Liberal members voted to amend their own legislation. This is odd. They deleted the requirement that applicants must provide evidence to support their application. This is something that the Supreme Court actually outlined. This from the government that claims to value science and evidence-based decision-making. It's one of their taglines they like to use quite commonly. It really is quite concerning because, as my Liberal colleagues have pointed out, lives do in fact hang in the balance. On December 16th of last year, there were 9 people who passed away from drug overdoses in Vancouver. 8 of these took place in the downtown east side. Now, interestingly enough, it was also in the downtown east side that the Vancouver firefighters and the Fire and Rescue Department responded to 745 calls due to overdoses in November. Now, this is significant because the downtown east side is also home to Insight, the first legal supervised injection site in Canada. Interestingly, the Liberals and the NDP have rushed Bill C-37 through Parliament with the rationale that legalizing supervised injection sites is the only way to stop rising numbers of opioid overdose fatalities. However, the evidence from Vancouver's downtown east side appears to contradict this narrative. Despite the presence of a supervised injection site offering clean needles and the ability to test street drugs for fentanyl, there continues to be dozens of overdose fatalities only steps away from the building of Insight. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the Liberals have not fully considered the impact of this legislation. Our Conservative caucus supports all but one section of this bill. The Conservative critic for health attempted to work with the Liberals to separate that one section while passing the remaining sections in order to allow the Health Committee to conduct a proper study. The Liberals refused this offer. Instead, the Liberals have used every procedural trick in the book to ram this bill through the House with absolutely no scrutiny or thorough process. Again and again, the Liberals have shown that they uphold democracy the same way a screen holds water. This reckless approach undermines the authority of local communities to have a voice over their own affairs. It threatens the effectiveness of this legislation by preventing drafting errors from coming to light. And it increases suspicion around the approvals process, thus undercutting local support for harm reduction facilities. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I stand in opposition to Bill C-37.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always find it a little rich to be lectured on democracy by the Conservatives who've developed an expertise in all sorts of measures that were, in frank respect, far from being democratic in a way, and they're definitely in time allocation. They've developed quite the expertise, and the reason why we're moving forward with this bill as fast as possible and with the support of the NDP is precisely because this bill will save lives. Don't take my word for it. The member can take the word of the medical experts, the mayors, the provincial officers who have asked for these safe injection sites, and had the Conservative previous government responded to the Supreme Court judgment in a way that reflects what it asks instead of making it so onerous for communities where these sites are needed, where these sites will save lives and prevent transmission of diseases, we wouldn't be here today with Bill C-37. So the question for the member is, does she at least agree that the amendment that they're asking to remove this section is one major section which will make the laws in Canada closer to what the Supreme Court has said, which will prevent the loss of lives that we've seen occurring far too often in this country with regards to opioids?
Member for Lethbridge.
Sure. To the honourable member across the way, he said that had we, heard from the medical community, or if they had a voice on this issue, then we would be able to acknowledge that there is in fact a call for this and that it does in fact save lives. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, I would have loved to hear from those individuals that could have confirmed that. They're called witnesses, and there was a motion put forward by the Liberals that prevented us from being able to hear from witnesses during committee stage. So had the Liberals not moved that motion, we would have heard from those witnesses, but we didn't.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to thank my fellow colleague from Alberta for her presentation on this bill. But, Mr. Speaker, I find it hard to find anyone in my city of Edmonton that sides with the position that she's taking. Some years ago, when the Conservatives brought forward a bill in response to a court direction that they actually take action to establish safe injection sites because, in the opinion of the court, having heard experts, they actually save lives. The Canadian Medical Association's Dr. Haggie, then the president, in responding to that court decision said, in quotes, well, for some, this is an ideological issue. For physicians, it's about the autonomy to make medical decisions based on evidence. The evidence shows that supervised injection reduces the spread of infectious diseases, incidence of overdose, and death. Dr. Stan Houston, who's a renowned doctor in Edmonton, strongly supports this. He says there are lots of reasons to support safe injection sites, including reducing hepatitis C and HIV. More than 87 organizations in my city have called for the federal government to support them on establishing these safe injection sites. So I'm wondering what evidence the member has to show, if she's saying it should be evidence-based, against the establishment of safe injection sites.
Member for Lethbridge.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, once again, I just would like to acknowledge that under the previous criteria, 3 safe injection sites were approved for the City of Montreal, clearly showing that those 26 criteria were not, in fact, too cumbersome, but actually very much needed in order to make sure that these centres were set up to be effective for the long term. And many experts that I've talked to have actually affirmed that it's actually good to go through a thorough application process to make sure that these injection sites are set up to effectively serve the communities in which they're placed. On a second note, with regards to evidence, again, Mr. Speaker, I would love to see evidence, and that's why I was so impressed that our criteria beforehand, the former government's criteria beforehand, actually called for evidence, because we should be making evidence-based approaches. Unfortunately, the Liberals actually gutted the word evidence from the piece of legislation C-37 that's before us today, and so it's no longer required. So, Mr. Speaker, we're actually not making decisions based on evidence anymore because the Liberal government took it out.
Yeah.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, in respect to the economy. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, in regards to national defence. And the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, in respect to Veterans Affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to speak in support of Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, Canada is facing an opioids overdose crisis across this country. We have seen very troubling figures and have heard many tragic stories. As stated earlier in the House, British Columbia alone saw 916 illicit drug overdose deaths in 2016, an almost 80% increase from the year before. And majority of these overdoses are due to opioids. Other parts of the country have also been impacted as well, with Alberta reporting 343 apparent overdoses related to fentanyl in 2016, and over 30% increase from the year before. While some areas have been more acutely affected than others, drug use is not unique to one part of the country, and the potential for this crisis to spread is very real. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to addressing this complex public health issue through a comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and evidence-based approach to drug policy in Canada. To that end, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health, with support from the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Justice, announced that the new Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy on December 12th of last year. This new strategy replaces the previous national anti-drug strategy with a more balanced approach by restoring harm reduction as a core pillar alongside prevention, treatment, and enforcement, and supporting these pillars with a strong evidence base. The Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy formalizes our government's commitment to taking an evidence-based and more appropriate health-focused approach to addressing problematic substance use in our country. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposed ensures a sound and modernized legislative base to support this new strategy. This comprehensive bill aims to balance protecting public health and maintaining public safety. It is designed to better equip both health professionals and law enforcement with the tools they need to address this issue. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, this bill would improve the government's ability to support the establishment of supervised consumption sites as a key harm reduction measure in communities. It would address the illegal supply, production, and distribution of drugs and reduce the risk of controlled substances used for legitimate purposes being diverted to the illegal market by improving compliance and enforcement tools. Mr. Speaker, in addition to introducing this new strategy, proposing this bill, and building on our 5-point action plan, our government has taken and continues to take concrete steps to address problematic substance use. Since coming into office, Mr. Speaker, our government has used all the tools available to address this issue. One of the first steps our government took, as expressed by experts, was called for increased availability of naloxone, a drug that temporarily reverses an opioid overdose. We acted quickly in this regard to move the requirement to have a prescription to facilitate access to naloxone in March 2016. Further, Mr. Speaker, our government completed an expedited review of an easier-to-use nasal spray version of naloxone, which, as of October 2016, is now approved for sale in Canada. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Health used the extraordinary legal authorities available to her under the Food and Drugs Act to issue an interim order to allow the emergency import of naloxone nasal spray from the United States. This significant step has increased access for emergency responders and helped to address the growing number of opioid overdoses. We have also demonstrated our support for the establishment of supervised consumption sites, a key harm reduction measure. Through a thorough and rigorous review, in January of 2016, Health Canada granted an exemption from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act for the Dr. Peters Centre to operate as a supervised consumption site. Not long after that, in March 2016, Health Canada granted Insight an unprecedented 4-year exemption to continue its extremely important work in downtown Eastside neighbourhood of Vancouver. Insight has demonstrated time and again through countless number of peer-reviewed research studies that it saves lives without increasing drug use and crime in the surrounding area. This 4-year exemption is a positive shift from the previous annual exemptions. And just last week, Mr. Speaker, Health Canada issues 3 new exemptions for supervised consumption sites in the City of Montreal, for the first such exemptions outside of the province of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, I do want to briefly touch upon a concern that is raised in this House by the opposition, that the views of community would no longer be important in the assessment of an application to establish a supervised consumption sites. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. This was actually determined by the Supreme Court of Canada. The Supreme Court of Canada determined that the Minister of Health must consider expressions of community support or opposition when reviewing such application. Our government is respecting the Supreme Court of Canada's decision by proposing to include these factors in this legislation. We support the need for community consultation in the application process for considering the establishment of supervised consumption sites. We understand and respect that communities may have valid concerns about a proposed site and that these concerns deserve to be heard and should be adequately addressed by applicants in their applications. The proposed amendments would demonstrate that the respect for communities is a multifaceted issue. It means that the concerns of community must be considered and addressed by the applicants. However, it also means that the federal government should not place any unnecessary barriers in the way of communities that need and want to establish the supervised consumption sites as part of their local drug harm reduction strategy. In order to combat this crisis head-on, Mr. Speaker, our government is also supporting Private Member's Bill C-224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act, a bill that would help encourage individuals who witness an overdose to call for emergency help. It would provide immunity from minor drug possession charges for individuals who experience or witness an overdose and call for emergency assistance. Mr. Speaker, the opioid crisis is something we know we can't fix alone. We need a collaboration with all levels of governments, experts, and professionals. This is why we're committed to working with our colleagues across Canada to address opioid crisis, from medical professionals to law enforcement partners. In November last year, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health co-hosted an opioid summit and conference along with the Ontario Minister of Health. The summit and conference brought together governments, experts, key stakeholders to address the opioid crisis and to determine a path forward. Participants heard a number of perspectives on this crisis, from people who use drugs, from families devastated by opioid misuse, healthcare providers, first responders, educators, and researchers. Mr. Speaker, provincial ministers and heads of organizations with the ability to bring about change committed to a joint statement of action to address the opioid crisis. This joint statement of action reflects a combined commitment for each participant to work within their respective areas of responsibility to improve prevention, treatment, and harm reduction associated with problematic opioid use by delivering on concrete actions. And Mr. Speaker, we will publicly report on the progress of these actions starting in March of 2017. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-37 is a key example of our government's commitment to establishing a comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and evidence-based approach to drug policy in order to reduce the harms currently being experienced by individuals and communities caused by drugs. Mr. Speaker, in the end, I just want to say that one life lost to an opioid overdose is one too many. We need to take action now, and as this bill will help save lives. And that's why I strongly encourage all the members in this House to support this very important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague here for her speech, and as she just said, one life lost is too many. I go back to the Delta mother who lost both her children within 20 minutes of each other, both of them in their 20s. I have a list here of over a dozen kids, 21, 23, 24, mid-20s, and that's just a snapshot. And I'm wondering, and these kids were not injecting, they weren't using consumption sites, so I'd like to ask the member what the government is doing in this regard, because one life lost is one too many.
Yeah. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and my condolences go out to the family that she just mentioned. And Mr. Speaker, we know we need to have a comprehensive approach in order to face this crisis. Harm reduction alone will not solve the opioid crisis. It requires a range of approaches, which also includes treatment. And we know that there's a tragic shortage of treatment facilities in this country. As my previous role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, I heard loud and clear that there's a significant gap in getting access to treatment, especially when it comes to mental health and addictions. And that is why our government were able to offer the provinces and territories $5 billion of new money for mental health and addictions in the health accord. And we certainly hope that provinces, especially where there's the greatest challenge, Mr. Speaker, will use some of these resources to expand access to treatment facilities so that people will get the treatment that they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments as well. I've been listening to this debate with interest, of course, and often the downtown east side, the community in which I represent, is referenced. In fact, the member from Lethbridge talked about the Insight situation where people in and around a community are continuing to overdosing, as though somehow that's evidence to show that Insight is not working, as somehow that's evidence to show that harm reduction is not working. The fact of the matter is, if the member actually looked into this situation, she will realize that Insight is not a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week service, nor it also has reached its capacity. So it goes to say that why this bill needs to be passed so that we can get on with ensuring that supervised injection facilities are happening in communities where there is a demonstrated need, as per the Supreme Court decision had clearly outlined. I also want to say, and I would extend this invitation to the member opposite, and in fact all members of this House, that where anybody wants to speak to a witness, I would welcome them, and I would in fact personally ensure that they could sit down to meet with Dr. Patricia Daly, who is the health officer for the City of Vancouver, as well as Dr. Perry Kendall, who is the health officer for the province of British Columbia, to talk about this issue. And so I would like to extend this offer to all members of the House, including the member from Lethbridge. To the member who just spoke on this issue around supports, People are burning out in our community.
So order. Order. Fortunately, order. We've run out of time. Just to give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary an opportunity to respond. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly want to thank the honourable member for her question, her comments, and I've seen the member in the Health Committee when I was sitting previously, and the amazing work that you do for your community is really commendable. So thank you for that. And Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times in this House, our government's policies are driven by science and evidence clearly shows that when properly established and maintained, supervised consumption sites can save lives and improve health without negatively impacting the surrounding communities. They provide hygienic facilities, sterile equipment, and are supervised by qualified staff members who can provide advice on harm reduction and treatment options, as well as prevent an overdose. And Mr. Speaker, many times, this is the first time that an individual's come in contact with a healthcare professional because of these sites. So thank you again. I just want to thank the honourable member for her question once again.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Hear, hear. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak on behalf of the people of Nanaimo Ladysmith, but this is certainly a hard story. I support the government's approach moving forward, but I do want to talk about the impact in my immediate community, to describe the imperative why action is so important. Since 2008, Nanaimo has had more deaths per capita from drug overdoses than anywhere else in British Columbia. Our region had a 135% increase in opioid deaths last year, and fentanyl was present in 50% of overdoses. This is a national emergency. Our region has not had the action that we need on it, and the federal government response has been unacceptably slow. In October at the Health Committee, I urged that the study, which was initiated by an NDP motion by my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway, that federal leadership was needed immediately to tackle the opioid overdose epidemic. I urged better access to drug treatment programs and safe consumption sites, and support for health professionals, including addiction training. I urged that the government also create a national action plan on post-traumatic stress disorder for frontline emergency personnel and public safety officers in this vital line of work. When I talk with firefighters in Nanaimo, they tell me that they used to see 3 overdose calls a year. Now they see 3 a shift. Now these young and fine men and women signed up to fight fires, mostly. So I want to read some of the words from Mike Rispin, who's one of the chiefs at the downtown Nanaimo Fire Department. He says, in my 25 years as a firefighter, we've had periods when there were sharp increases in opioid overdoses, usually due to a stronger drug on the streets. These periods used to last only a few weeks. Sadly, the recent introduction of fentanyl has made our response to overdoses a regular occurrence, and I can only foresee this as a regular ongoing issue. I can only imagine what we will see with the use of carfentanil, which has been discovered in town now. We will have even more overdoses and more difficulty bringing these patients back to consciousness. Nanaimo is a small community of 90,000 people, but the overdoses we are seeing now are increasing dramatically. Thankfully, the Island Health Authority has opened a safe injection site, which should assist in reducing deaths from the use of opioids. That's signed by Mike Rispin. So how did we get here? Opioid prescription rates are sky high in Canada versus other countries. Our doctors overprescribe, and that's because the pharmaceutical companies oversell. Chronic pain is not managed well in our country. Some people are just left completely on their own, and they do become drug dependent because they're not getting the pain management support they need. We also have, and we've seen this particularly in my colleague from Vancouver East Riding, childhood sexual abuse, unrecognized, unreported, untreated. Gabor Mate, who's a doctor who's worked particularly in the downtown east side, he says every drug-addicted woman patient of his, every one of them was a victim of childhood sexual abuse. This is the hungry ghost syndrome that he describes, a wound, a psychic wound that cannot be healed. People turn to drugs. And some communities were used as a test market for new drug ingredients, and that certainly is our speculation about Nanaimo. Many people using illegal drugs are not aware that fentanyl is included in it, and they get into terrible trouble. In my community, I want to salute the many, many heroes who've stepped up in the absence of provincial and federal leadership. They've saved a lot of lives, but it's been at a great personal cost to them. I'm hugely grateful for their work, and by supporting this bill, I hope that we're going to be able to get the support that they need to do this very difficult job they've been given. Another group that is such a hero in my community, AIDS Vancouver Island and the AIDS Vancouver Island Health Centre. Claire Deneen, who's the health promotion educator there in Nanaimo, she has led training for 800 people who are now trained in how to administer naloxone, which is the antidote to fentanyl. That woman has saved a lot of lives. I also want to salute Dr. Paul Hasselback, who's the Chief Medical Officer for the Vancouver Island Health Authority. We're very lucky to have a man like him in our riding. When I go to meet with him, he's got both the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission on his desk. That is a sign of a man who's fully integrated in his work and making change in our country. He writes, for the past 4 years, the riding that you represent has had rates of narcotic overdose fatalities that are some of the highest in the country. During this time, close to 100 of our neighbors, friends, and families have passed away from this preventable tragedy. In 4 years, overdoses have become a leading cause of preventable deaths in our community. Now, an integrated approach to a community response has resulted in a much smaller increase in 2016 when compared to other BC communities. Action can save lives. He goes on in his letter, when finally presented through actions of the province of BC with ways to implement overdose prevention sites where emergency response is available, the community has overwhelmingly embraced the service. Supervised consumption is to be recognized as a health service that can and should be provided in a variety of settings. We also need to look to the future and how to prevent drug addiction. Youth employment, affordable housing, meaningful community contributions are our best approach to engaging those that illicit drug predators would target as future consumers. Action is needed now to mitigate this crisis and needs to consider what can be done to reverse the recruitment of persons to experiment with potentially addictive drugs. While legislation is welcomed, it focuses again predominantly on the enforcement side of the equation, permitting for harm reduction services. What actions will the federal government take in prevention and in facilitating treatment, or at least research into effective treatment? What actions will the government take on engaging youth on drugs similar to past efforts to work on tobacco? He finishes by saying Family Day is a great day to remember that many of our friends and colleagues have personally been affected through a member of their family. I have many short stories that I've heard that are gut-wrenching efforts to help loved ones. And then there are also stories of success to be shared. Here's another success story from my riding. This is sent by a third-year biology student attending Vancouver Island University. He was one of the organizers of Vancouver's first unsanctioned supervised injection site. When people were dying on the streets and we couldn't get provincial or federal support, Jeremy Calicum and others took this action, and he writes this description. In short order, we established an unsanctioned supervised injection site equipped with harm reduction supplies, volunteers, nurses, and naloxone. Our goal was to provide a judgment-free space that would allow people who use drugs to feel that their situation and struggles were not being ignored. Although people who used drugs were initially skeptical of our service, they soon learned we were not there to entrap them. We wanted them to be safe. That facility is not operating now because we have had the health authority just in the last few weeks open a supervised injection site. I'm proud that New Democrats led the fight against the Conservatives' Bill C-2, which was absolutely damaging at just the time that we needed to have progressive action. I'm glad that the Liberals are bringing forward Bill C-37. It's overdue. We wanted it a year ago. We want the Liberals to call this a national emergency. The war on drugs approach has clearly been a failure, and instead of stigmatizing and punishing Canadians who are suffering from substance abuse disorders, it is time for bold and compassionate leadership from the federal government. We need to rapidly expand proven harm reduction approaches while making significant long-term investments in prevention and public addiction treatments of all kinds. I urge this Parliament to vote in favour of C-37 for the government to accelerate its action in some of the other areas that we have identified, to view drug addiction as a health issue, and most importantly right now to send our thanks and our support to the frontline responders who are filling a tremendous gap in a time of true national emergency.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the Minister, from the member across the way. And you know, one of the things that's really important to recognize is that the New Democrats have acknowledged the importance and supported us as a government trying to push this legislation forward. It's truly appreciated. But it is one aspect of a comprehensive approach that the government has taken in terms of being able to deal with the national crisis. And I'm wondering if the member would like to provide some comment in terms of, yes, the legislation is good. We hope to get it passed soon, but it's also important that we work with the many different stakeholders. And the stakeholders I'm referring to, whether it's the provincial entities, the municipal governments, the first responders, the communities themselves, that there's a much larger role for all of us to be playing, and the important role that the national government needs to play is one of leadership. And so it's more of a holistic approach in trying to be able to prevent many of these accidental accidental overdoses from taking place. Would she not agree?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, we were hoping a year ago that the federal government would step up and declare the opioid overdose crisis a national emergency. We had testimony at the Health Committee where Dr. Emberley from the Canadian Pharmacists Association said it is definitely a national problem. No community is unaffected. For that reason, I believe we have to treat it as a national crisis. We also had Dr. Blackmer from the Canadian Medical Association say absolutely the Chief Public Health Officer should be coordinating a national response to the opioid overdose crisis. There's a lot the federal government can learn from what's being done at the provincial level. This is a national emergency. So, we wish that the Liberals had stepped up earlier. We certainly thought that they were going to based on their election rhetoric, but and people have died in the interim. So we want them to accelerate their actions and support frontline workers and addicts and their families.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very heartfelt and well-founded speech on this bill. As she says, we need the federal government to respond to this national health emergency crisis. But we also need, as she quoted people in her writing saying, the way to prevent this is we need investments in affordable housing and harm reduction, safe injection sites. That is what my mayor, Mayor Don Iveson, is calling for in the city. Right now, the cities have to pay for the protection measures that are in place for the police who are having to respond. And so they'll be given Noxolone kits, but also the analyzers, which cost a lot of money. So what additional measures could be taken in addition to passing this bill that the federal government could take to actually ensure that people are no longer living at risk and people who are resorting to drugs feel that there is some kind of mental health support available for them?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. There is so much work that the federal government can do if it truly wants to step up to the plate on this. I was elected to local government for 12 years before being elected to this House, and we heard this again and again. If we had partnership with the federal government on a national strategy to abate poverty, we would lift so many people out of being in health crisis. If we better supported home care, then we would have seniors best supported where they want to be at home. We would not have people brought into the emergency department clogging up acute care beds. One after the next, if we take our federal leadership role to help people in the most desperate places, we save money ultimately for the government. We are easier on frontline workers, we are easier on families, and we allow people to have the dignified life that every Canadian surely deserves.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Honorable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking the floor to speak to Bill C-37.
An act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts, which contains essential amendments to address the current opioid crisis as well as problematic substance use more generally. La toxicomanie et la dépendance pose.
Drug addiction causes serious risks to individuals, families, and communities. Mr. Speaker, our community is determined to tackle the complex public health issues by taking an approach that protects public health and maintains public safety through a drug policy that is comprehensive and based on cooperation, compassion, and data and science.
Mr. Speaker, an addiction poses significant risks for individuals, families, and indeed communities. Our government is committed to addressing this complex public health issue using an approach that protects public health and maintains public safety through drug policy that is comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and most importantly, evidence-based. A comprehensive public health approach to this crisis must include harm reduction alongside prevention, treatment, and enforcement. Harm reduction recognizes that not all individuals are ready, willing, or able to seek treatment for drug addiction. Those who are outside of the treatment system, for whatever reason, Mr. Speaker, deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Just like every other Canadian, their lives are valuable and they're worth saving. Supervised consumption sites and other evidence-based harm reduction measures provide services to active drug users to help improve their health and prevent harms, including death. And I know that some members in this House talk about supervised consumption sites as controversial, Mr. Speaker, and that they have well-grounded concerns about this portion of Bill C-37. But today I want to address these concerns by discussing the evidence on supervised consumption sites. This evidence is available in peer-reviewed journals, including some of the most esteemed medical journals around the world. We're living in a time where opinions can somehow become facts simply by stating them in a public forum. And this concerns me, and it should concern everyone in this House, Mr. Speaker. As Canadians, we're lucky to have the most well-researched supervised consumption site in our own backyard. Insight. While supervised consumption sites have existed in Europe since the 1980s, the studies done on Insight produced specific, measurable evidence of the impact of this supervised consumption site on drug users and on the surrounding community. Insight began as a pilot project, Mr. Speaker, and was the focus of a significant scientific evaluation. Over 30 peer-reviewed journal articles came out of this evaluation, all of which demonstrated that Insight was achieving its objectives without having a negative impact on the surrounding community. I won't stand here, Mr. Speaker, and list off each of these studies, but I will mention a few. For example, a 2004 study, Mr. Speaker, published in the Canadian Medical Association Journal, found that in the 12 weeks after Insight opened, the number of drug users injecting in public and the number of publicly discarded syringes and injection-related litter were reduced as a direct result of Insight being there. Further, Mr. Speaker, a 2006 study published in the New England Journal of Medicine found that at least weekly use of Insight and any contact with the facility's addictions counselors were both independently associated with people entering a detoxification program more quickly. Finally, Mr. Speaker, given the opioid crisis that we are currently facing, I want to highlight a 2011 study published in The Lancet that found that fatal overdose rates in the area around Insight decreased by 35%, Mr. Speaker, after the opening of the site. This is compared to a decrease of only 9.3% in the rest of the city during the same time period. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction indicates that the common concerns regarding supervised consumption sites, such as increases in crime and drug use, are simply not grounded in evidence. It is clear from the research that supervised consumption sites can play an important role in a community's response to problematic drug use. But this does not mean that supervised consumption sites should be opened without taking into account the needs of a community and public health and safety considerations through a thorough review of an application. Rather, Mr. Speaker, it means that the application process should start from a place that acknowledges the evidence. Sites need to be properly established, considering the need for a site, community concerns, and local conditions that may influence the effectiveness of the site. And they must be properly maintained to ensure clients continue to receive proper care and communities continue to have confidence in the service that's being provided. And it is understandable, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians may have questions and concerns regarding the establishment of such a site in their community. These sites are still relatively novel, Mr. Speaker, in North America, and that's why consultation with the community plays an integral role in the success of a site. The Supreme Court clearly recognized the importance of consulting with community members when establishing such facilities, and included community support or opposition as one of the 5 key factors the Minister of Health must consider when assessing any application. Je veux toutefois préciser une chose.
But I'd like to make one thing clear, Mr. Speaker. Consultations are only part of the process. The government is determined to make its decisions based on the evidence. That means you have to go beyond ideological debate. And that comes up a lot when you're discussing drug addiction. All relevant information has to be taken into account, and an enlightened, evidence-based decision has to be made. That is why Bill C-37 proposes to replace the 26 criteria currently provided for in the Act with 5 factors set out by the Supreme Court in its decision, Canada Attorney General versus PHS Community Services Society. That decision was handed down in 2011.
Would relieve the administrative burden on communities seeking to establish a supervised consumption site, Mr. Speaker, but it would also do so without compromising the health and safety of those operating a site, its clients, or the surrounding community. Removing the application criteria from legislation allows the government to maintain a thorough, evidence-based application process that can be adapted and updated over time to reflect emerging science. At the same time, it would also keep communities at the heart of applications and allow applicants to respond more quickly to emerging health issues. For example, there would no longer be a requirement for applicants to submit evidence that supervised consumption sites are effective and have public health benefits. And as I noted earlier, Mr. Speaker, the evidence in this regard is clear. Instead, applicants would need to demonstrate the need for the site and the public health benefits of the proposed site for the local community. This change will help ensure that applicants consider their local context, including the needs of their community, when designing their proposed site. Now, this government, Mr. Speaker, is committed to making objective, transparent, and evidence-based decisions. With respect to supervised consumption sites, the evidence is clear. Properly established and maintained sites can save lives, Mr. Speaker, without having a negative impact on the surrounding community. And I urge all members to support Bill C-37 so that we can move forward in addressing the opioid crisis through a comprehensive response that includes evidence-based harm reduction measures that help save lives. Merci beaucoup, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. And I was delighted to hear that around the consultation was an integral part of the strategy, and the community was at the heart. And I'm just wondering, because all of the language around community consultation was removed from this bill, several amendments were voted down, and I'll just quickly touch on those. That support or opposition within a 2-kilometre radius of the site, that was voted down. 2-kilometre radius identifying schools and daycares, that was voted down. Letter of support or opposition from mayor and council or the police chief, again voted against. And there's no criteria laid out within this bill, and I'm just wondering where is the integral part of community consultation within Bill C-37 as it relates to the comments that my colleague has just made.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. It's actually outlined quite clearly in application section 2, E, expressions of community support and opposition. And the reason it's included in there, Mr. Speaker, is because it's one of the 5 key criteria that was outlined by the Supreme Court in their decision. It's a key component of what we're proposing here. We're very proud that we're including it in there because we understand the importance of ensuring that communities provide their support and have a chance to voice their opposition or their support of any one of these sites. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for really understanding and highlighting the importance of insight and the role it's played in saving lives and protecting people that are struggling through addiction. We heard from the Health Committee that they talked about the underfunding, the chronic underfunding of community-based detox and addictions treatment. Under the Conservative government, we saw addiction treatment get cut by 15%. I'd like to ask the member if he also agrees that there is a lack of investment in treatment facilities for people with addictions. And also, I know the Liberals have said that they don't support calling this a national emergency and that they don't believe it would give the public health officer any new tools. What new tools can this government offer in the immediate, in the budget that's coming up, and immediate resources, because this is a crisis? And will the member agree with me that this is a national emergency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. The one thing that I can say is that this government takes this crisis very seriously. There are many aspects of C-37 that are going to do some good across the country in ensuring that we're doing all that we can as a government to respond to this crisis. Some particular insights into that, 2 key components, one of which is going to be to ensure that we're providing the CBSA with the tools necessary to ensure that they're able to look at packages that are coming in from the United States and elsewhere that are less than 30 grams to make sure that the primary source of this product coming into our country is being addressed by the CBSA and providing them with the tools, but also to ensure that we're now going to register the pill pressing and other devices that are required to make some of these opioids. So we're looking at this from a comprehensive approach, from a wide-eyed view, and I'm very proud of the different initiatives that are included in C-37. But I will also add this, Mr. Speaker. We're always looking at different ways that we can ensure that we're doing right by Canadians, particularly youth that are affected by the opioid crisis, and we're going to continue to look to different ways that we can help them.
Time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one thing that is of particular concern to me is we have known that carfentanil has been coming in from China for probably close to a year now. And I'd like to ask the honourable member why it has taken so long to get that particular piece of legislation to the table. They talk about this means lives. It's taken a year to deal with something very simple as giving border security the tools that they need to stop some of the fentanyl and carfentanil from coming into this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for her question. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we've been working on for quite some time, ensuring that we're consulting with stakeholders all across the country, ensuring that we're giving the Justice Committee and the different committees the time necessary to take a look at this and make sure the recommendations we're putting in place will actually have an impact on solving this crisis. One of the things, as I will state again, Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the fact that this bill will empower the CBSA to be able to look at the different packages that are coming in, allow them to do something that they weren't able to do before, and that is to look at packages that are less than 30 grams to see whether or not they contain fentanyl, so we could put a stop at the direct source of this problem, and that is this product making its way into our country to begin with. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, we're always going to look at different ways of doing it, and we're going to ensure that we take the time to do it right by consulting the different stakeholders necessary in doing so. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today to speak on Bill C-37. This bill would amend the minister's powers and discretion when it comes to approving drug injection sites in communities across Canada. It would remove community safeguards and put these important decisions entirely in the hands of a single minister and not in the hands of a local community. Mr. Speaker, in an ideal world, we would not have to deal with this issue of drug addicts and where they choose to consume their deadly drugs, but we do. And in an ideal world, drug abuse and the crime it causes in our communities would not be something we have to face, but it is. And in an ideal world, Mr. Speaker, every addict would be on the road to recovery and the success rate would be 100%. That is just not the case. In reality, Mr. Speaker, drug abuse has been around as long as anyone can remember, and it is getting worse. Literally, people are dying every day from their addiction and drug abuse. Many years ago, Mr. Speaker, before I entered politics, I served on the Alberta Alcohol and Drug Abuse Commission, or ADAC, and I served on there for a number of years, and I learned a lot about drug addiction and the incredible pain that it causes. And the experience there affirmed to me why we should never deal with drugs in a cavalier manner. Mr. Speaker, Canada already has good legislation in place to permit drug consumption sites or safe injection sites, whatever you want to call it. But let me stress before I continue that there is no such thing as a safe injection site, as there is nothing safe about drug injection and the abuse of drugs. The Liberals and the NDP claim that this current legislation is so onerous that no organization can succeed in getting a drug consumption site approved. Yet, we see that this government approved 3 of them in Montreal earlier this month. This proves the current legislation does strike a good balance. Now, referring to the current legislation and its purpose, the Supreme Court of Canada has set out clear criteria that must be met before a drug consumption site can be approved. One pillar of the current Conservative legislation was strong community consultation, which the Supreme Court agreed was essential. These consultations were not meant as a way to prevent sites from opening, but rather to adhere to the advice of experts in the field and to respect the community that will eventually have to support such a facility. Experts in drug addiction have testified before Parliament that for a drug consumption site to be effective and have any benefit, there must be a buy-in from the local community, a buy-in from the local law enforcement, and buy-in from local health officials. So let's stop for a moment and explain what these sites are. These sites are a designated place in which we allow people to cause harm to themselves while immune from the law of the land. You can shoot up with a deadly illegal drug so long as you do it at one of these facilities, one of these sites. You do the same thing a block away and you're breaking the law. So we must ask ourselves then, how do we allow certain people to break the law multiple times a day, and how do we square that with society's expectations as laid out in our criminal laws? How do we condone the use of illegal drugs as a society and then tell our kids that they are not good for you? Mr. Speaker, very few people who are offered help at these injection sites ever accept an offer for treatment. They don't want to give up their highs for the reality that await them. Of those that do enter treatment, even fewer see the program through. Of those that see the program through, even fewer actually stay clean. Mr. Speaker, I've had numerous conversations with addiction counselors in the past, and many have told me that the reality is finding someone who they can take from a drug abuser status to a somebody clean status is like finding a needle in a haystack. They say that in reality, most of these people currently addicted to drugs will die from their addictions. They may die earlier in life. They may develop health-related issues. They may die while engaged in crime to feed their addiction, or they may simply just overdose. These addiction counselors say that these sites, they do save lives, but then they question if they really do. If you save an addict's life today, or tomorrow, or next week, but then they die the week after from an overdose, did you really save that life at all? They suggested that these consumption sites are therefore not really a conduit to treatment, but rather facilities for self-destruction and abuse until the addiction wins the war on its victims. That is a sobering assessment, Mr. Speaker, of what we face. Therefore, we really need to target the source of this problem, as it appears rarely fixable after the fact. We need to prevent access to addictive substances before an addict develops. We need to stop this Liberal and this NDP attitude of acceptance when it comes to drugs. Instead of campaigning to make drugs legal, they should be campaigning to make it harder for folks to even get introduced to the world of drugs. I, along with my Conservative colleagues, have been pushing for this Liberal government to tackle the root of the cause, and that is the continuous flow of illegal drugs into our country and onto our streets. I was appalled, Mr. Speaker, when I introduced a motion in the Health Committee a few months back to get the Chinese ambassador to come and inform us and tell us what is his government doing to prevent deadly drugs from being shipped into Canada. Because 98% of illicit drugs are coming from China, Mr. Speaker, and all the Liberals on the committee could do was vote down the motion. And it was disheartening, it was disgraceful. This government is more concerned about being friends with the Chinese government than stopping the flow of deadly drugs on Canadian streets. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the NDP want to make it really easy to open up a drug consumption site by removing the safeguards and removing community consultations and turning a blind eye to the effect it will have on the community. You know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP, they want to remove all of the burden of proof from the applicants when it comes to opening up drug injection sites. But it's funny, they want all this less onerous application process for safe injection sites, yet they want to increase the burden on job-creating applicants when it comes to building pipelines. They argue that safe injection sites will save lives. Well, I say that getting pipelines built will save lives, as it will reduce our escalating suicide rate in Alberta. High unemployment and the despair in our oil patch is also costing lives. As I stated before, the experts are telling us that we need community buy-in for these facilities to be successful. So why do the Liberals and the NDP want to sneak these facilities into our communities without proper consultation? Now, drug consumption sites do have some benefit. They allow us to hide our problems away from the streets, and yes, they save addicts so that addicts can then fuel their addiction for another day. In very few cases, they also do facilitate a path for recovery. But let's not kid ourselves and believe that there is a lot of light at the end of this tunnel. These sites do help keep things like limiting dirty needles in our parks, and they do make it cheaper for the healthcare system to monitor and save some addicts. But what they don't do is reduce the drug problem in Canada. They don't stop people from becoming addicts. They very seldom get addicts off drugs, and they don't curtail the profits for organized crime. These sites are not a silver bullet. They are one very weak tool in our fight against addictions and their deadly toll. If we want these sites to have some positive benefit and improve outcomes, We need community buy-in, and this is done through open, transparent, and exclusive consultations. Sadly, it is not what this bill will do. It will weaken the existing legislation, and therefore I must vote against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for his speech. He's mentioned that the community's support, as stated by the Supreme Court, and I quote what he said, was not meant as a way to prevent safe consumption sites from opening. Indeed, it wasn't meant to prevent the opening of safe consumption sites, and we've taken exactly the language that's in the Supreme Court judgment, which states that one of the factors to be taken into account is the expression of community support or opposition. What was meant to prevent these sites from opening were the 26 criteria in Bill C-2 that the previous government had put forward, and when he's mentioned that we've had 3 sites open in Montreal, does the member know how long it took for these sites to open? When we're facing a health crisis in Canada when it comes to opioids, it took nearly 2 years. I'll answer that question. It took nearly 2 years for these sites to open when the community was requesting it, the mayor, the provincial actors, as well as the health professionals in Montreal. So my question to him was just, is he at least aware of the time it took for these sites to be approved under the previous legislation? And also, while I have the floor, I must say that I'm always a bit challenged by the comparison that he's making with pipelines and these safe consumption sites. And when he talks about addicts, they are people. And sometimes the government, we have a responsibility to protect the people, sometimes from themselves. And that's what these safe consumption sites are all about. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and I will address that second point first with regard to comparison of the pipelines and to these safe injection sites. Now, the point that I was trying to make in committee, it was simple, although maybe difficult to express, and that was that I firmly believe that when applying for a pipeline or a drug injection site, the burden of proof should rest with the applicant and not the taxpayer. Now, I know that the NDP believe that those applying for pipelines, they must prove it to be in the public interest, that it is safe, and that strict operating conditions be applied. So I expect the same for those who want to open drug injection sites in our community too. So that was my point with regard to the pipelines. Now, with regard to community consultation and how long it took to get these facilities in Montreal, it may take time, honourable member, but we also know that there's a lot of NIMBYism in our communities, and I don't blame them. These facilities are magnets for the types of people and the types of activities that we work hard to shield from our children. That said, these facilities will have to go somewhere else then, on somebody else's street. So I think that the key thing here, honourable member, is that communities are properly consulted, and this legislation will not do that. So this is what the experts are telling us, honourable member, and this is why the Liberal government is so determined to move ahead without hearing from these key stakeholders.
Before going to more questions, I just want to remind the honourable members that you speak through the speaker, not directly across, even if you refer to him very politely, as was done earlier. Just go through the speaker. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
First, I want to thank my honourable colleague for raising his concern around drugs in our communities. I wish that we didn't have drugs in our communities. I share his concern. The war on drugs hasn't worked. That approach hasn't worked. Mr. Speaker, people are using drugs, hard drugs in our community. People that we know, people in our communities. I saw a man in downtown Vancouver that came from a good family in our community, and he was struggling with addiction, and he went to Insight. He went to a safe place to do drugs, and actually he ended up getting treatment and came home. And that was really important, that we know that we can save lives, Mr. Speaker. And I hope it's not the Conservative position that those who aren't ready or able to seek treatment today aren't worth saving. Under the Conservative government, and maybe the member can explain to this House, they cut 15% on addiction facilities. And we know that we have to take a multifaceted approach. We have to do what we can to stop drugs coming into our communities, to provide safe places for people to do drugs, for people to get the therapy and the addiction services they need. Does the member support me in that we need to take a multifaceted approach? But these facilities, no one has died at Insight. Nobody has died at this facility, and it's important that we take a holistic approach to tackling this problem. We've tried with education. We see children now doing drugs in Vancouver, and I hope the member will come to downtown East Side, and he'll meet people from my community, my rural community, that have ended up down there, and he'll see the benefits of this facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation in 45 seconds or less, if possible.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and I will say to the honourable member through the Speaker, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, is that I have been down to Insight. I toured there over the summer. It was a disturbing sight. It was a sad sight, and of course, I agree with the work that they're doing at Insight. But my main point tonight was, Mr. Speaker, that we need to have community consultation when we implement other facilities like Insight into other communities around Canada. It was a disturbing tour that I was allowed to partake in with a number of colleagues. The police were there with me. We went into the back alleys in East Hastings, and I tell you, the work that they're doing is good work. The needles are being put away safely. They're provided with safe needles. They are monitored, and the naloxone is there if it's required. That is a good thing. But my point tonight was we need community consultation before we open up safe injection sites around Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac St. Louis will have approximately 2 minutes, so I advise him to maybe give us a condensed version of his speech.
Time to make a compelling case, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very pleased to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-37. Protecting the health and safety of Canadians is a key priority of this government, and that's why on December 12th, 2016, the Minister of Health, with support from the Minister of Public Safety, introduced Bill C-37 in the House of Commons. Ce projet de loi propose plusieurs modifications.
This bill proposes several amendments to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to the Customs Act, which would help the government better respond to the opioid crisis and related crises more generally.
Bill, Mr. Speaker, that seeks to balance the important objectives of protecting public health and maintaining public safety. It is designed to better equip both health professionals and law enforcement with the tools they need to address this issue. Over
the last decade, the harm associated with substance abuse in Canada has become greater, and the issues have become more complex. The difference between legal and illegal substances has become blurred with the opioid crisis, the use of various prescription drugs, and the rise of synthetic drugs.
To helping Canadians affected by problematic substance abuse, legislative and regulatory controls are certainly an important part of this approach. However, as we know, drug use and dependency pose significant risks for individuals, families, and communities. Our approach to addressing problematic substance abuse must include preventing and treating addiction, supporting recovery, and reducing the negative health and social impacts of drug use on individuals and their communities through evidence-based harm reduction measures. And these must also be a part of our approach, obviously, to addressing the problem. Harm reduction is viewed by experts as a cost-effective element of a well-balanced approach to public health and safety. Harm reduction, how much time, Mr. Speaker? Just about it, eh? Okay, well, been a very good debate. I've listened intently. It's been very informative.
Comme il est 17h40, conformément à l'ordre.
It being 5:40 pursuant to order made earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House.
Mr. Carey, seconded by Mrs. MacLeod, moved that Bill C-37 be amended by deleting Clause 42. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Okay. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Barsalou-Duval, moved that Bill C-37 be amended by deleting Clause 53. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Okay. Is it nobody standing up? Il n'y a personne qui s'est levé? Okay, c'est bon. I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division at the report stage of the bill. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La mise au voix porte sur la motion numéro 1. M. Carey, appuyé par Mme McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou propose que le projet de loi C-37 soit modifié par suppression de l'article 42. Que tous ceux qui ont pris la motion veuillent bien se lever.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampal.
Ms. Rampal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pullis.
Mr. Pullis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nadel.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame
Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr.
Ms.
Hussain.
McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Tobacco North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Chan.
Mr.
Mr.
Chan.
Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabruson.
Ms. Dabruson.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms.
Ms.
Tassi.
Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr.
Mr. Fraser
Fonseca.
Westnova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Lefebvre.
Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon le Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascouy, Fraser
Ms.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Stegeman. Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr.
Mr.
Tan.
Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Salcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans
Monsieur
Souci.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaine, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou
Madame
Duval.
Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Yeas pour 83, 82, 83. Nays contre 214, 214.
Je déclare la motion numéro 1.
I declare motion number 1 defeated.
Mrs. Philpott, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, moves that Bill C-37. Shall I dispense? Okay. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland
Mr.
Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr.
Mrs.
Iking.
Romanado.
Mrs.
Mr.
Romanado.
Lauzon Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey
Mr.
Charlottetown.
Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mr. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalatia.
Mr. Scarpalatia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr.
Ms.
Virani.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Madame Mendes.
Madame Mendes.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Fort Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs.
Mr.
Schultz.
Serre.
Mr.
Madame
Serre.
Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Seacon. Oh, Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Dussault.
Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou
Madame
Duval.
Gill.
Madame
Monsieur
Gill.
Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. Mason Gulf Islands.
Mason Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson
Mr.
Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lozon Stormont à Salgangary.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van
Mr. Van
Kesten.
Kesten.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings. Dennis.
General.
Mr. General
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr.
Mr.
Kelly.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lippert.
Mr. Lippert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz. Pour 214, 214. Nays, contre 83, 83.
Declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Agreed? Agreed. It being 6:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed. Order. Order, the Honourable Government House Leader. The point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I believe you would find agreement for the following motion. Que nonobstant les articles de règlement.
That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the hours of sitting and the order of business on the House on Tuesday, February 21st, 2017, shall be those of a Monday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Honourable Leader, Government Leader in the House have unanimous consent? Agreed. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
It being 6:31, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business consideration of report stage of Bill S-201, Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, standing in the name of Mr. Oliphant.
There are 8 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill S-201. Motion number 1 to 8 will be grouped for debate and voted upon accordingly to voting patterns available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les motions.
I will now submit motions number 1 through 8 to the House.
Seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting the short title. Monsieur Boissonneau, appuyé par Monsieur Mendicino.
Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moved that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting the short title.
Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting Clause 3. Monsieur Boissonneau, appuyé par...
Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting Section 4.
Seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Mr. Boissonneau, appuyé par Monsieur Mendicino.
Seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting Clause 6.
Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by motion number 7. Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Motion numéro 8.
Motion number 8, Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting Clause 8.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I will use my time to speak to address Bill S-201, an act to prohibit and prevent genetic discrimination, and of the amendments that were tabled yesterday, which propose to delete clauses 1 through 8 of the bill. I begin by noting that the proposed amendments were neither the subject of discussion or debate before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights during its consideration of the bill. It is important to take this opportunity to address some critical concerns arising from the proposed legislation. I will first clarify that I fully support the intent of Bill S-201, which is to protect Canadians from being discriminated against on the basis of their genetic characteristics. I agree wholeheartedly that no one should be singled out solely on the basis of a genetic predisposition to a particular disease or condition. That is why I believe fundamentally the amendments to the Canadian Human Rights Act should remain in this bill as a matter falling squarely within the federal jurisdiction. As all members of the House are aware, Mr. Speaker, it is our duty as parliamentarians to ensure that we fundamentally respect the Constitution before passing any laws. Part of that duty means that we must remain vigilant of the constitutional division of powers between the federal parliament and our federal counterparts. In particular, Mr. Speaker, clauses 1 through 7 of Bill S-201, which would enact the Gender Non-Discrimination Act, or GNDA, intrudes into provincial jurisdiction over contracts and the provision of goods and services. This is not about abstract or academic concerns, nor is it about solely cooperative and respective federalism, which forms the bedrock of democracy in our country. This is a matter of our fundamental obligation as members of Parliament to ensure that legislation complies with our Constitution. I share the concerns previously expressed by the government. Cabinet is certainly not alone in this view, as a number of provinces have written to the government in opposition to the GNDA portion of S-201. I will return to these letters shortly, but first I will offer some background on the constitutional responsibilities we have with respect to our provincial partners. La loi constitutionnelle du Canada.
The Constitution Act of Canada concentrates powers between the federal government and the provinces. The Parliament can legislate only under powers in the Constitution and residual powers, and provinces have their own areas of jurisdiction.
This division of powers, the courts look to whether the law's, quote, pith and substance, end quote, what the law is really about relates to a federal area of power. La loi visant à interdire.
The legislation to prevent genetic discrimination requires a person to be subjected to a genetic test and to submit the information in order to maintain specific modalities as part of a contract or an agreement in order to provide goods and services. When we examine in this context, it's clear that the legislation in question, in its substance and letter, for contracts and goods of services, those fall under the purview of the provinces when it comes to property and civil law.
The Constitution engages concerns that are bigger than any one piece of legislation, no matter how laudable its intent. As written, the GNDA impedes on a critical set of powers which belongs exclusively to the provinces. Monsieur le Président, je vais maintenant porter mon...
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to draw my attention to replies provided by the provincial governments. Our government has received letters from Manitoba, Quebec, and BC on this bill. Each letter shares the same concerns that the legislation is designed to prevent genetic discrimination, and it would interfere in areas under exclusive provincial jurisdiction. In a letter signed by 3 ministers of Quebec, including the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Finance, and Jean-Marc Fournier, the minister responsible for Francophonie, and this legislation would, and I quote, be such that we note that due to what it is targeting is a significant interference in areas under provincial jurisdiction. The regulation covering contract and services are areas that fall within the purview of the provinces. We refer to the position of the Supreme Court on this with respect to assisted. This is such that there must not be a breaking in the sharing division of powers. End of quote. So the minister has proposed an approach that is more respectful of the jurisdiction of the provinces when it comes to this issue.
Friesen, the Minister of Finance in Manitoba. Minister Friesen expressed similar concerns to his Quebec colleagues, stating as follows, and I quote, "We have consulted with other governments and among my staff, and we agree that there is considerable potential for this act to stray into areas of provincial jurisdiction over insurance. As you might expect, provinces are not inclined to relinquish our constitutional authority, and certainly not without discussion. Provinces will likely be forced to seek judicial review on the validity of this legislation if it receives royal assent." Minister Friesen also draws attention to the broader policy discussion regarding disclosure of genetic information that ought to occur between the federal and provincial governments before comprehensive legislation is passed. The third letter comes from the Honourable Suzanne Anton, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of British Columbia. Minister Anton begins by noting that the BC government is, quote, very supportive, end quote, of the intention behind Bill S-201. She underscores her government's commitment to the protection of basic human rights and raises significant concerns with Bill S-201. I quote, "However, we share the view that the proposed act may go beyond Parliament's legislative jurisdiction. In fact, we would identify the following considerations relative to the issues raised by this bill. 1. The proposed bill has the potential to encroach in a number of areas of provincial jurisdiction and as such would benefit from a more comprehensive review and amendment prior to passage. And 2. Proportionality. In reviewing the potential consequences for an act of prohibited discrimination under the bill relative to comparable discrimination under human rights legislation, it appears that the consequences of this bill would be significantly greater and arguably disproportionate relative to the consequence of actual discrimination." The minister concludes by stating that as a result of these concerns, the government of British Columbia opposes S-201 in its current reform. In reviewing these letters, there is no doubt that as a government we are running the risk of provoking and impeding upon the jurisdiction of our provincial partners. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we have proposed the deletion of clauses 1 through 7 of Bill S-201, not because of disagreement with the stated goal of the bill. In fact, the contrary is true, but because of a sincere belief in upholding the fundamental balance of federalism without which our country cannot function. Mr. Speaker, this issue is too important to not get right. In my remaining time, I will briefly address reasons for proposing the deletion of Clause 8 of Bill S-201, which contains the amendments to the Canada Labour Code or the CLC. Employment-related discrimination in Canada is typically addressed by human rights legislation like the Canadian Rights Act, not by labour legislation. There is concern about singling out one specific form of discrimination for protection in the CLC and about establishing a separate complaints mechanism under the CLC that would only consider complaints of genetic discrimination. By amending both the CLC and the Canadian Human Rights Act, we would be creating two parallel and overlapping avenues for redress. This would be confusing for employers and employees and could result in conflicting decisions and an inefficient use of public resources. In Canada, addressing discrimination falls squarely under the purview of Canadian Human Rights Commission, and that is where it must remain. Bill S-201 also departs from the traditional and respectful approach to labour law reform, which involves consultation and consensus building between employers, labour unions, and the federal government. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, Clause 8 of this bill should be deleted. While recognizing the tremendous work that has gone into the development of Bill S-201, only the amendments to the Canadian Human Rights Act should be supported by this House. In closing, I wish to emphasize that all Canadians should be protected from genetic discrimination, a matter that requires ongoing cooperation between federal and provincial governments. Such important intergovernmental cooperation must and will continue to protect the rights of all Canadians. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Is there no questions, Mr. Speaker?
I'm afraid not.
Not afraid? Okay. Well, I'm very surprised, quite frankly, at the comments by my colleague that, in fact, when this was before the committee, those who testified generally agreed that it was within the Constitution of this country. That there was that. We heard evidence completely on that. The honourable member said he's completely supportive of all the efforts behind this. Well, when you've gutted the bill, you know, certainly that gets called into question here. And so I'm very disappointed, quite frankly, on that. And I would have been interested to hear what they heard from the province of Ontario. I'm sure they must have said, when they were out soliciting legal opinions here, what did the province of Ontario tell you? I bet they told you it was okay, did they? I can imagine that's what they said, yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, despite that, I'm pleased to support this bill. I believe it was very important, and as you heard, it would prohibit requiring any individual to take a genetic test or to disclose the results of that genetic test. I think the time has come for us to do something about genetic discrimination. Mr. Speaker, it can take many forms, all of which are unjust and feed the Orwellian mentality, which can be destructive to the welfare of a free and open society. Genetic testing is routinely used as a tool for medical diagnosis, which of course is a positive thing. But as the science of genetic testing has evolved into a multi-billion-dollar industry, so too has the possible misuse of this information in ways that are contrary to patients' best interests. Canada, unlike most other Western nations, have not kept pace with the rapid growth of the genetic field, and thus we have no laws, provincially or federally, that protect Canadians having their own genetic information used against them. This bill would ensure that Canadians are fully protected against employers or insurance companies who would deny employment or insurance coverage. Studies indicate that there are also grave social consequences to the misuse of genetic testing. It's a dangerous precedent, as certain groups may encounter discrimination based on their race. For instance, Mr. Speaker, people could be evaluated not on the basis of their merit and abilities, but on predictions of future health and or their performance based on ethnicity. For instance, in the United States, African Americans statistically do not live as long as Americans of European descent, even when there are no socioeconomic factors present. Scientists have also discovered that Jewish people can have a propensity for Huntington's disease. They too could be denied insurance. And increasingly, and rightly so, patients are reluctant to agree to have their medical genetic testing done for fear the results may be used against them, putting their own health at risk, even when such testing might prevent disease and give the patient the opportunity to adopt lifestyle choices to avoid medical complications. Recently, the Globe and Mail reported on the case of a 24-year-old professional that was dismissed after sharing with his employer that he had tested positive for Huntington's disease, although his symptoms wouldn't manifest for approximately 20 years. Canada is the only G7 nation not to have protections in place for citizens like that. Currently, there are 38,000 genome tests that can be done, and that number is growing exponentially, daily indeed. And Canada has not kept pace
with the science, and it is imperative that we do so now. It's our duty, Mr. Speaker, that Bill 201 would prohibit services provided from demanding or requiring a person to disclose past results of genetic testing in order to exercise their prejudice. Insurance companies and employers are not the only ones in this area that can be affected by forced disclosure. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that if we don't get passed will become exponentially, in my opinion, harder to pass in the future, but it does the right thing in protecting people from possible discrimination. We have to get involved with this. There are legal opinions that this is perfectly within federal jurisdiction, and despite, I'm sure, the solicitations of the honourable member and others in the government looking for ways to, or for reasons to defeat this, as I pointed out to them, the provincial jurisdiction with the largest Justice Department in Canada happens to be outside of Canada in Ontario here. And what did Ontario say? Well, Mr. Speaker, Ontario said they are okay with this. They don't have any particular objections with this. And so I'm asking the members of this House, this is an opportunity for all members of Parliament, regardless of which political party they are a part of, to stand up and do the right thing. And I hope this gets passed, Mr. Speaker, by all members of this House. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Well, resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to stand here and add my voice in strong support of Bill S201, an act to prohibit and prevent genetic discrimination. I want to recognize the hard work of Senator James Cowan, recently retired, who has been shepherding this legislation in one form or another for several years now. In light of his retirement, I think it would be a tremendous gesture on the part of this House to honour his work on this legislation and pass the bill without amendments. Hear, hear. I also want to acknowledge the hard work of the member for Don Valley West, who has sponsored this bill in the House of Commons and has provided convincing and sustained arguments for its passage every step of the way. Finally, I want to thank my colleagues on the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights, who I worked with on this bill through 5 meetings. I especially want to thank my Liberal colleagues on that committee for having the courage to stand up against the wishes of their government and help pass this bill through the committee without any significant changes. I support the need to protect Canadians from genetic discrimination through strong federal legislation. We believe that all Canadians should be afforded the best health care possible, and genetic testing is increasingly part of health care prevention. Accordingly, Canadians should have a right to know their genetic characteristics without fear of discrimination by employers or insurance companies. Indeed, with few exceptions, the vast majority of witnesses said that the passage of this bill, with all of its main clauses intact, was vital to protect against genetic discrimination, and I think my Liberal colleagues on the committee did well to listen to the evidence during the clause-by-clause consideration of this bill to pass it in its present form. There are 3 main pillars to Bill S201, which my colleague from Don Valley West refers to as the 3 legs of a stool. All are necessary to keep the stool from falling over. First, the bill would enact a new Genetic Non-Discrimination Act to prohibit any person from requiring an individual to undergo a genetic test or disclose the results of that test as a condition of the following: either providing goods or services to an individual or entering into and continuing a contract or agreement with that individual. These changes are detailed through clauses 1 through 7 of the bill. Second, the bill would amend Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code to protect employees from being required to undergo or disclose the results of a genetic test, and provides employees with other protections related to genetic testing and test results, and these changes are detailed in Clause 8 of the bill. Finally, the bill amends the Canadian Human Rights Act to prohibit discrimination on the grounds of genetic characteristics, and that is part of Clause 9. I want to make it very clear to all honourable members that this bill must pass with all of these provisions in place in order to make it effective. Mr. Speaker, during the witness testimony, we heard from a variety of witnesses. We had the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs, the Canadian Coalition for Genetic Fairness, the Canadian Association of Genetic Counselors, the Canadian Medical Association, and the Canadian College of Medical Geneticists. We had several constitutional experts, including Bruce Ryder, Peter HoC, Hugo Sir, and Pierre Thibault. The Canadian Institute of Actuaries, and also, of course, we had moving testimony by Dr. Ronald Cohn, the pediatrician-in-chief at the Hospital for Sick Children. In particular, there are a few examples of the testimony that I want to include in my limited time. So, representatives from the Canadian Human Rights Commission have testified that if this bill was amended to contain only the clause to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, we could not responsibly tell Canadians that they can feel free to have genetic testing without the fear of genetic discrimination. In fact, Marie-Claude Landry, none other than the Chief Commissioner of the Canadian Human Rights Commission, underlined this when she stated, quote, "While changing the CHRA would be a positive step for human rights, it cannot address all of the concerns surrounding genetic discrimination," end quote. Dr. Ronald Cohn gave particularly moving testimony at the committee about young children whose conditions require genetic testing for diagnosis, but whose families feel they cannot consent to the testing for fear of genetic discrimination. Without the testing, he could not properly treat these very sick children. Dr. Cohn and over 100 genetic scientists, medical doctors, genetic counselors from universities across Canada wrote to the Prime Minister in November of last year and urged him to retain all of the key provisions of this bill as it was passed by the Senate. Hear, hear. The committee also heard captivating testimony from the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Association of Genetic Counselors, and the Canadian College of Medical Geneticists about the medical promise of genetic testing and the revolution in medicine it presents. However, the full potential of genetic testing will not be realized if people are legitimately worried about discrimination. Now, I want to turn, Mr. Speaker, to the constitutional issues, because I see that the member for Edmonton Centre, who has recently joined us on the Justice Committee, has moved several report stage amendments to Bill S-201. His motions call for the deletion of clauses 1 through 8, which will effectively gut this bill and turn it into nothing less than a paper tiger when it comes to protecting Canadians against genetic discrimination. The deletion of these clauses will leave the bill with nothing more than an amendment to the Canadian Human Rights Act, which will give Canadians a false sense of security that they will not be discriminated against because of genetic testing. I pointed to this fact earlier in my speech from the testimony of the Commissioner of that Commission. Now, I have respect for the member for Edmonton Centre, but this action on his part makes me more than a little bit angry, because these amendments flagrantly ignore the recommendations of the committee, and they are an insult to the witness testimony and the hard work of that committee. Right. One of the main concerns of the legislation was the constitutionality of the proposed Genetic Non-Discrimination Act. In fact, the minister, in a letter to the Justice Committee dated November 17th of 2016, outlined the government's concerns with the aforementioned clauses because she felt that it intruded into the provincial jurisdiction over the regulation of contracts and services. Our committee consulted with a variety of constitutional experts, one of whom is none other than the great Professor Peter HoC, who is probably the most consulted constitutional scholar in Canada. These eminent scholars clearly had held the view that the prohibitions listed in the first clauses of this bill are a clearly justified use of the federal criminal law power. In previous rulings, the Supreme Court of Canada has held that a valid criminal law power requires, number 1, a prohibition, 2, a penalty, and 3, a criminal law purpose such as peace, order, security, morality, and health. Federal criminal law power against a public health evil relies on the fact that it is directed against human conduct that has an injurious or undesirable effect on members of the public. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court has stated that, quote, acts or conduct that have an injurious or undesirable effect on public health constitute a public health evils that may be properly targeted by the criminal law. Mr. Speaker, discrimination based on genetic testing does have an injurious and undesirable effect on public health. When people are too afraid to go for genetic testing because of the fears of discrimination, this does not allow physicians to do their job properly. Taking a test that could help someone's life should not be a calculated risk. I ask all honourable members in this House, especially to my Liberal colleagues across the way, please summon the courage to do what's right. Support this bill without these amendments. Listen to the hard work that this committee did. And let's do something right for Canada. Let's get rid of these amendments, pass the bill as it was passed by the Senate. And with that, I close my remarks, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin my remarks today echoing the previous speaker, who thanked the tremendous work of the recently retired Senator James Cowan, who put his heart and his soul, his head and his hard work into getting this bill to us today. I also thank the members of the Senate Human Rights Committee who spent hours getting the bill right so that it could pass there unanimously and get to this, the other place, in their words. I thank the patients and the doctors, the parents and researchers, the advocates, legal scholars, the many health groups, and the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs who persisted, making sure that this bill passed at second reading and got to the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Justice and Human Rights, so ably chaired by the member from Mount Royal. I thank all the members of that committee and also the former Justice Minister and the Minister for Cowichan and Malahat Langford, both for their remarks and for their work on the committee, and for the whole committee sending it back to this House unchanged so that we could consider it, pass it, and start making a difference in the lives of Canadians this very day. It's a rare opportunity that we in this House can actually pass a bill that will change the lives of millions of Canadians and change it for the better for sure. But unfortunately, the amendments presented by the member for Edmonton Centre will essentially gut this bill. If they are passed, they will rob it of its ability to help all Canadians and limit its effect to very few. Mr. Speaker, for me, the bill as it stands right now is the only way to ensure that all Canadians, regardless of where they live, where they work, where they receive health care, frankly, where they may face discrimination in family law, labour law, or with respect to the provision of any good or service, will not be discriminated against because of their genetic characteristics. This is a bold law, Mr. Speaker. It's a 21st century law designed to combat a 21st century problem, new to us since the discovery of the human genome. The proposed amendments would, as I said, make the protection envisioned in this bill so narrow, so small, as to make it impotent in the face of a problem that any Canadian could be challenged with. Unfortunately, the member for Edmonton Centre is new to the Justice Committee. He didn't have the advantage of being part of it when, after very careful consideration, they chose to return it to this House with full and complete support for every one of its clauses. The committee considered the medical necessity of the bill, the horrendous choices faced by adults and particularly parents of young children who have to decide whether or not to undergo a genetic test in the face of possible discrimination. They saw the social evil of failing to protect every Canadian, ensuring that we all get the best health care possible. The committee also considered the jurisdictional questions and came to an all-party conclusion. I'm so happy to have brought together the NDP and the Conservatives. It doesn't happen often enough, but I am sensing, it's Valentine's Day and I'm sensing some love there. But this was an all-party conclusion that it is indeed within the right and I think the responsibility of the federal government to enact this bill. Legal scholars appearing before the committee did not all agree, but the majority said, without hesitation, that they believed it is within our powers, your powers, my powers, our powers to pass this bill. The committee considered the concerns of the insurance industry and their fear that rates for life insurance would go up if the bill passes. They, however, also learned from the Privacy Commissioner, who undertook 2 studies and determined, I quote, the impact of a ban on the use of genetic information by the life and health insurance industry would not have a significant impact on insurers and the efficient operation of insurance markets. Mr. Speaker, the Justice Committee could have chosen to vote down each of the 8 clauses that are proposed to be deleted, but they did not. They chose to protect the integrity of this bill, all 3 aspects, what I've referred to as a 3-legged stool, and they did that after very careful consideration of all the evidence. And so now the government is proposing to delete almost every section of the bill, including the title. How could they have reached such a different conclusion than those of our colleagues on the committee, the Justice Committee? Well, the arguments that they heard at committee were different. We have heard the argument the government has is jurisdictional, but according to Professors Bruce Ryder of Osgoode Hall, Pierre Thibault of University of Ottawa, and the most distinguished constitutional scholar in our country, Peter HoC, who has been cited over 1,000 times in Canadian courts, including the Supreme Court of Canada, S-201 is valid constitutional exercise of federal criminal law power. The Supreme Court of Canada has repeatedly emphasized that the criminal law power is very broad and can apply to areas that would normally be under provincial jurisdiction, especially to counter social evil. There are many examples of the Supreme Court which has upheld this doctrine for food and drugs, tobacco, firearms, security trading, and assisted human reproduction, and more. Is genetic discrimination a social evil? Just ask the parents who go to Toronto Sick Kids Hospital. Just ask them what it's like when, as Dr. Ronnie Cohen has said, parents of his children, very sick children, have been paralyzed by the fear of genetic discrimination. If a fear of discrimination is so great that it prevents a parent from having their child receive a genetic test that could save their life, is that not a social evil? This is not anecdotal. The CMA told committee that, and I quote, they strongly support the enactment of Bill S-201 in its entirety. Canadians deserve to have access to the best possible health care without fear of genetic discrimination. Peter HoC said the only conceivable purpose of the bill is to prohibit and prevent what Parliament would regard as the evil of genetic discrimination. To sum up, the Canadian Human Rights Act changes are simply not sufficient to do the job at hand. And that's the only part that the government would save. The Act only applies to sectors and industries within federal jurisdiction. Amending the Human Rights Act would be of little or even no assistance to most Canadians who encounter or fear genetic discrimination. In fact, it could be dangerous. People could have the false assumption that they're being protected, but could lose their job, could lose in a family law case, could lose benefits, could be denied insurance, or anything else that we assume should be protected under Canadian law. Canadians want strong laws to protect our rights. They want to ensure that the federal government, their federal government, is taking action to protect them. The government claims that federal action alone cannot ensure the protections its stakeholders are calling for. I support the call for additional provincial legislation, but almost every witness that the committee heard told them that strong federal action is absolutely necessary. The federal parliament, this body, can take action and can do so while respecting our Constitution. That's our job. And I ask members of this House to defeat these amendments, pass this bill as it stands, make a difference in the lives of Canadians, and ensure that every Canadian has the health care they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise this evening in strong support of Bill S-201, an act to prohibit and prevent genetic discrimination, and in strong opposition to the amendments brought forward by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, which would have the effect of gutting this important piece of legislation. At the outset, echoing the comments from the honourable member for Don Valley West, I want to acknowledge the tremendous work of Senator James Cowan, who recently retired after serving in the other place for 12 years with distinction. And I also want to acknowledge the honourable member for Don Valley West for his tireless advocacy on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, the honourable members for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, Niagara Falls, and the member for Don Valley West very ably set forward the arguments that were heard before the Justice Committee in great detail about the constitutionality of Bill S-201. Mr. Speaker, simply put, it is not in question. The constitutionality of Bill S-201 is clear. And I don't intend to elaborate any further on that point, but I want to talk about why Bill S-201 is a good bill and why it is so important that we see this legislation passed and why we stand up against the government's effort to gut this bill. Mr. Speaker, in recent years we have seen a tremendous transformation in medicine as a result of genetic testing. As recently as 3 years ago, there were some 2,000 genetic tests. Today, there are more than 48,000 genetic tests. That number continues to rise each and every day. Mr. Speaker, advances in genetic knowledge and technologies and their resulting applications present tremendous opportunities in medicine. Information from genetic testing can help patients seek early treatment and modify lifestyle choices in order to minimize the impact of a genetic mutation. Mr. Speaker, genetic testing guides the selection of pharmacological therapies. Genetic testing can help prevent disease and illness. And Mr. Speaker, with early detection and treatment, genetic testing can save lives. And while there has been tremendous advancements in genetic testing and in genetic medicine, absent robust safeguards, genetic information can be misused and abused. As a member of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I, along with the members of the committee, heard very clear evidence that genetic discrimination occurs in Canada. We heard evidence of genetic discrimination in the provision of insurance, evidence of genetic discrimination in the area of employment, evidence of genetic discrimination in housing, among other areas. We heard evidence of a young mother who had her life insurance policy rescinded because she told her insurer that her mother had been diagnosed with breast cancer and that her mother had a BRCA mutation. We heard evidence of a young man who lost his position of employment because he told his employer that he had a genetic mutation. We heard evidence of a landlord who required that tenants provide medical information, including genetic information, failing which they would lose housing privileges. We heard evidence from Dr. Cohn, the chief pediatrician at Toronto's Sick Kids Hospital, who gave compelling evidence of parents, literally with tears in their eyes, refusing to have their children undergo genetic testing, even though that testing was the best way forward in terms of identifying the right treatments for those children, all because they feared genetic discrimination. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that genetic testing is real and it happens in Canada, there are literally no safeguards. There are no laws on the books to protect Canadians against genetic discrimination. So consequently, Canadians are faced with two choices. They can either undergo genetic testing and face the risk that they will experience some form of genetic discrimination, or they can forego genetic testing, foregoing an opportunity for early detection, foregoing an opportunity for early treatment, and foregoing an opportunity to potentially save their life. Mr. Speaker, that is a choice that no Canadian should have to face. Mr. Speaker, this legislation, Bill S-201, closes the legislative vacuum by doing three key things. The honourable member for Don Valley West often has referred to this bill as a three-legged stool. What this government is doing is gutting or removing two legs, two critical legs of that stool. As a result of the amendments that are being brought forward, this government would be gutting a section of Bill S-201, which would amend the Canada Labour Code to establish a complaints process for federally regulated employees to bring forward complaints about genetic discrimination by their employers. The government is leaving intact the amendment to the Canadian Human Rights Act, which would establish and expressly incorporate into the Canadian Human Rights Act that genetic characteristics constitute a prohibited ground of discrimination. And make no mistake about it, that part of Bill S-201 is an important component of the bill in terms of updating Canada's human rights laws and making it absolutely clear that genetic discrimination is unacceptable and that it clearly constitutes a prohibited ground of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. But make no mistake about it, the burden falls on the complainant to advance a Canadian Human Rights Act complaint. And that's why the most important section, which is being gutted by this government, is the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, which would prohibit someone who is providing a service or entering into a contract with another person from requiring someone to take a genetic test or to provide genetic test information, and it further would prevent someone from sharing the genetic information of an individual without their consent. Mr. Speaker, it is that part of the legislation that is so critical. That part of the legislation would give Bill S-201 teeth. And it is that part of the bill, the essence of the bill, that is shamefully being gutted by this government. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me just say that Bill S-201 is comprehensive, it is robust, and if it is passed and the government's amendments are rejected, Canada would go from having no laws, being the only country in the G7 without laws to protect Canadians from genetic discrimination, to having some of the strongest and most robust anti-genetic discrimination laws in the world. Mr. Speaker, let us pass Bill S-201 and let us reject the amendments brought forward by the government. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mont-Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in very strong support of the bill as reported back by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, which I chair. I rise today in fervent opposition to the amendments brought forward by the member from Edmonton Centre. The member for Edmonton Centre, when he brought forward these amendments, stated that they had not been considered by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And that's true, and the reason why they had not been considered is because they would have been non-receivable at committee. You don't move at committee to strike a clause. You vote against the clause when it comes up before the committee. The committee unanimously, people from the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, and the NDP on the committee heard the evidence, and all of them decided to vote in favor of those clauses, thus rejecting the proposed amendments that are being brought forward by the member from Edmonton Centre. And I can only say that I hope that the House considers the hard work done by the committee and listens to the witnesses that came before us to tell us how important this legislation is. Mr. Speaker, did you know that 12% of Canadian women will one day be diagnosed with breast cancer? Now, that sounds horrible, but if a woman has the BRCA1 mutation, she has a 65% chance of developing breast cancer by the age of 70. If she has the BRCA2 mutation, she has a 45% chance of developing breast cancer by the age of 70. You also have more than a 30% increase in the chance of ovarian cancer. So these are dangerous things. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if you could, that you were a 35-year-old woman. Your 40-year-old sister was just diagnosed with breast cancer and told that she has the BRCA1 gene. You have a history in your family of breast cancer. Your grandmother died of it, so did your aunt. You are of Ashkenazi Jewish descent, which means you have a 1 in 40 chance of having this mutation as opposed to a 1 in 800 chance in the general population. There is a test available, easily accessible, to determine whether you have the BRCA mutation. It would stand to reason, wouldn't it, that you would do this test? After all, if you found out you were negative, you would breathe a huge sigh of relief. And if you found out you were positive, you could take preventive action. You could do enhanced screening. You could get on the birth control pill, which reduces the chance of developing breast cancer. Or, alternatively, you could have a radical mastectomy that drastically reduces your risk of having breast cancer or other types of surgery. So, it would stand to reason it was an easy decision, right? But in Canada, the decision is not so easy. The committee, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and the Senate committee before it heard testimony from people in this situation that chose not to have the screening. They came up with reasons that they were looking for jobs and were afraid that a future employer would not hire them if they disclosed the result of this genetic test. She may have young children and be worried she won't get life insurance or disability or long-term care insurance because the insurers will not insure her or will give her prohibitive rates that she can't pay. You are worried that knowing you have this gene may lead to discrimination not only for you, but for close family members, perhaps for your children. Canadians should not ever have to worry about a decision that could save their life. When we heard from medical professionals that testified before the Justice Committee, they told us that a significant number of people in this situation refused to be tested, leading to a woman like the one I just described at 35, getting a job, getting insurance, and then dying of breast cancer at age 40 because she wasn't screened for the gene and didn't take preventive measures. People should not die in Canada because they're afraid to take a genetic test. And Mr. Speaker, this doesn't happen in other countries. Laws exist to prohibit genetic discrimination in most of the Western world. Criminal sanctions exist to prevent this in France, Austria, Germany, Norway, and Israel, amongst other countries. The law before us seeks to amend the Canada Human Rights Act, the Canada Labour Code, and to attach criminal penalties to requiring someone to submit to a genetic test or to disclose the result of a genetic test. The goal here needs to be able to protect people across the country. The amendments to the Canada Human Rights Act that the government supports are very nice, but they only apply to federal matters. This would leave the vast majority of Canadians unprotected. We need to be able to reassure Canadians from coast to coast to coast that they should not be afraid to get genetic testing for diagnostic or predictive reasons. In order to prevent the social evil of genetic discrimination, we need to make use of Parliament's criminal law powers. And protecting people here is not an insignificant issue. As of November 2014, there were over 24,000 tests for over 5,000 conditions, and these are increasing exponentially. Genetic tests will allow Canadians to live longer and healthier lives. Of all of the witnesses that came before our committee, the vast majority were in favor of the law. Medical associations, genetic associations, the Privacy Commissioner, and the Chief Commissioner of the Canada Human Rights Commission. The only ones who disapproved were the insurance industry and the actuaries. Yet they have known about this concern for years and done nothing to help resolve it. If those who vote to defeat the amendments and support the law as drafted will be doing the right thing when it comes to policy. But of course, the government has raised a separate issue that I want to deal with. It argues that the law is unconstitutional as it seeks to regulate contracts and insurance companies which fall under provincial jurisdiction. This position has been refuted by the majority of experts that testified both before the Senate and House committees, which included such luminaries as Bruce Ryder, Pierre Thibault, and Canada's foremost constitutional expert, Peter HoC, who has been cited in over 1,000 court decisions. Federal criminal law power falls under Section 9127 of the Constitution Act of 1867. The leading case to define the criminal law power was the Margarine reference of 1949. In that case, Justice Rand of the Supreme Court of Canada said that a law passed using Parliament's criminal law powers has to have as its dominant characteristic the putting in place of prohibitions coupled with penalties for a criminal public purpose, such as preserving peace, order, or security, or promoting health or morality. The court importantly recognized that social evils change over time and that Parliament has to be able to deal with them under the criminal law power. In fact, over the last several decades, the court has emphasized that this is the broadest and most flexible of Parliament's powers. And we have used it in such varied areas as the Food and Drug Act, the Tobacco Act, the Environmental Protection Act, and securities legislation. In the Assisted Human Reproduction Act referenced several years ago, the court upheld very similar provisions criminalizing cloning or payment of surrogates. And I want to say, I saw the letter from the province of Quebec. The province of Quebec cites only this one case to say that it may be unconstitutional, when in fact that very reference came to exactly the opposite conclusion, where the criminal law powers were upheld. So it is clear to me that the pith and substance of this law is to prevent the evils of genetic discrimination and not to regulate the insurance industry, which is not even referenced in this bill. I want to cite Peter HoC's brief, where he states, a valid criminal law involves three elements. 1, a prohibition, 2, a penalty, and 3, a typical criminal purpose. In the proposed Genetic Discrimination Act, all three ingredients are present. There is a prohibition of genetic discrimination, a penalty for breach of the provision, and the only purpose is to prohibit and prevent the evil of genetic discrimination. Mr. HoC concludes, I agree completely that the proposed law would be a valid exercise of Parliament's criminal law powers. Mr. Speaker, when there is a dispute or debate about constitutionality related to criminal law in Canada, I would prefer to cite Peter HoC than anyone else. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I strongly support the bill. I think it is right when it comes to policy. I think it is right when it comes to the question of federal-provincial relationships. Someone needs to take the lead in this country to prevent genetic discrimination. Mr. Speaker, let it be this Parliament. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge will have approximately 3 minutes to make her point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll get started there. I rise today to speak on Bill S-201, an act to prohibit and prevent genetic discrimination. Mr. Speaker, many of my comments will be similar to those you've heard today, but I thought it important to add my voice to this debate. I want to thank the honourable member from Don Valley West for sponsoring the bill here in the House and for his important work and advocacy on this issue. The study of genetics is a complicated one, Mr. Speaker. In my conversations with stakeholders and constituents, it was fascinating to learn about a field that remains a mystery for many Canadians. And a genetic test, according to the Federal Medical Devices Regulations, is a test that analyzes DNA, RNA, or chromosomes for the purpose of prediction of disease or vertical transmission risks or monitoring diagnosis or prognosis. In Canadian healthcare institutions, tens of thousands of genetic tests are conducted each year to diagnose disease, guide treatment, inform reproductive planning, and to test for influences in drug responses. As of this moment, if a Canadian has a genetic test, there is no law, federal or provincial, that provides protection against a third party demanding and attaining access to those test results. Bill S-201, if passed, would provide much-needed protections for Canadians against discrimination on the basis of genetic tests or characteristics. It would do so by, amongst other measures, prohibiting the collection, use, or disclosure of genetic test results without prior consent. It would also add genetic characteristics to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. The bill, if not amended, also provides employees with the right to refuse undergoing genetic testing and/or disclosing these test results to their employer. The employers would also be prevented from dismissing or retaliating against an employee for exercising those rights. If our government is committed to protecting Canadians from the possible misuse of their genetic information And this bill is an important step towards helping prevent genetic discrimination while safeguarding their privacy. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, as genetic testing technologies become more accessible and sophisticated, access to online genetic information has become widespread. Protecting Canadians from genetic discrimination is a pressing issue now more than ever, as genetic testing for both diagnostic and predictive purposes have become a normal part of medical practice. Factors such as family history or one's ethnicity can increase the chances of certain genetic mutations. Genetic testing can quite literally save lives, as it allows Canadians who suspect they might be of higher risk to take preventative action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La période prévue pour les...
The period for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the bill will be moved to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be able to speak tonight. You have before you a very concerned Canadian, very concerned about this country's economy, and particularly the bill that my children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren will one day have to pay. Mr. Speaker, you'll remember that a few hours before Christmas, on December 23rd, the Minister of Finance tabled a document that was very concerning. It was a document that told us that if we stay on this track, Canada would have a debt of $1.5 trillion by 2050, and that we would only be able to balance the budget by 2055. The government was so proud of this document that they weren't even willing to publish it until a few hours before Christmas. And then they hid it from Canadians for 10 weeks. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, if one day I become a cabinet minister and I have a document that I'm proud of, I will be happy to publish it as quickly as possible. But if I'm not proud of it, I'll hide it in my desk. Well, that's what the government tried to do for 10 straight weeks. Mr. Speaker, when our government was in power 16 months ago, we left our house in order. We left a surplus of $2.9 million. We had the best debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and that's our record. But then the Liberals were elected based on a promise that there would only be a $10 billion deficit over 3 years, whereas today we know that we're headed to a deficit 3 times bigger than that. They had promised to balance the budget by 2019, but now the Department of Finance is saying that the Liberals are going to miss their target by 36 years. Any old accountant who made a mistake that big would be fired immediately. Well, let's hope that the Canadians choose to fire this government in a couple of years. They also promised cost-neutral changes to the tax system, but in fact, it's going to cost $1.8 million more. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, 65% of Canadian workers are not affected by their so-called extraordinary tax changes. So someone earning $45,000 per year, somebody earning a very modest salary, would see zero changes to their tax system, whereas somebody earning $65,000 a year would have a bit more money in their pockets. $2.50 a week. Is that a significant change? No. Who really benefits from these tax changes? Those earning between $145,000 and $200,000 per year. So that's far from the middle class, Mr. Speaker. Same thing for their child assistance. The minister always says proudly, "Oh, this is the most generous package we've ever given to Canadian children. We're giving so much money." But we don't actually have that money. So they're paying this out of deficit and debt and bad management. They're also attacking companies, Mr. Speaker, with their liberal carbon tax, with their increased contributions for the pension plan, and with a corporate tax rate that has not been lowered, and they're eliminating tax credits for companies. So I'm very concerned as a Canadian to see that this government has totally lost control of public spending, and that this government was unable to answer me when I asked 15 times when the budget would be balanced. I always ask them when the tax credits, which tax credits will be eliminated, and they haven't answered me. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government is making wise and necessary investments to ensure economic growth, sustainable economic growth that will help the middle class and those working hard to join it. Mr. Speaker, our approach has been recognized internationally by the IMF and other organizations. We need to make sure that the benefits of growth are shared widely. That's the only option. This is why we've taken many important measures to strengthen the middle class. We've increased our support to families by lowering taxes for the middle class and by initiating the Canada Child Benefit, which is more generous and better targeted than its predecessor. We have also worked with the provinces and territories to improve the Canada Pension Plan and to ensure that Canadians have a more dignified and stable retirement. Furthermore, we've taken important steps to help Canadian businesses grow and create well-paid jobs for Canadians. This is the foundation of economic growth that will be sustainable. Mr. Speaker, our government is also making significant investments in infrastructure, which will create good jobs for Canadians and will help clean the environment and create more prosperous communities. Infrastructure plays a key role in strengthening the middle class, and it also helps provide people with access to clean drinking water and clean air. So, Mr. Speaker, we are giving confidence and optimism back to the middle class. We are creating more prosperous communities, and we are creating the necessary climate for economic growth, which is pushed by hope and hard work. Mr. Speaker, allow me to briefly address one of the points raised by the member for Louis Saint Laurent. The retirement income system. Our government wants to ensure that Canadians who work hard their entire lives receive a safe and dignified retirement. That's our goal. This is why we increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement and strengthened the CPP. Once the changes are put in place, the enhanced CPP will increase benefit payments from the CPP by about 50%, which means an increase of nearly $7,000 per year in current dollars. This is up to a maximum of $20,000 per year. In other words, most Canadians will be able to spend more time with their grandchildren rather than worrying about paying the rent. Mr. Speaker, the government is making wise and necessary investments that will improve the lives of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 points. First of all, about infrastructure. Our government, under the member for Roberval, had an $80 billion infrastructure plan, and they have a $120 billion plan, but with huge deficits. Now, in terms of working with the provinces, remember, there's a big dispute between the federal government and the provinces now about health, and the Liberal government is using exactly the same numbers that we had for health transfers, even though they criticized us for that at the time. And again, the government has taken over the same targets that we had for the Paris Agreement that we had. So they're copying our targets. But I'll end on a good note. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and once again, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. The government has been working tirelessly to bring significant change for Canadians, and we've been doing so for more than a year. During this period, we've made significant progress, but there's still much work to be done. As things develop more and more quickly and the world economy changes, Canada needs to ensure that middle-class families have the confidence, the tools, and the opportunities they need to build a better future and be able to succeed. Our government is continuing to take significant steps to create a better future for Canadian families, and we are continuing to make wise investments in order to revitalize the economy, to create sustainable growth, and to strengthen the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to rise on a question I raised actually back in October of last fall. Before I start, I want to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence on getting his new position and portfolio. Got to know him quite well working on the Committee of National Defence, and so it is good to see him in this new role, and this is my first chance to publicly congratulate him on this, and I'm looking forward to working closely with him as we go forward. Now, in the question that I raised on October 27th, we were looking at, I was having a discussion with the former Parliamentary Secretary about the peacekeeping mission that the Liberal government wants to undertake. And as we know, here we are in February, and there hasn't been any details of this plan released. Now, we can talk about how the Liberals want to return to UN peacekeeping. We can talk about how they blindly committed our troops to a mission in Africa that's incredibly dangerous. We can talk about how they committed 600 troops plus police officers to go over there, $450 million over 3 years. But really, we need to talk about the mission itself. We still have no details. The Minister of Defence told this House that he would come back to us with a plan by the end of December. And here we are, 6 weeks into the new year, and nothing. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that this mission that has been rumored to be in Mali is incredibly dangerous. We understand that this mission is going to put our troops in harm's way in a UN mandate that is all too often convoluted, overly controlled by bureaucrats, and too often ineffective. Now, you'll find that those of us on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, do support fighting terrorism. We do support going into a mission that's in our national interest. We do support trying to protect those that can't protect themselves. But unfortunately, we are dealing with a situation in Africa where we have organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS running rampant. We know for a fact that they have said that they're going to target the blue helmets of peacekeepers. We know for a fact that well over 100 peacekeepers have already been killed in the Mali mission. And we also know that too often when we go into these UN missions, that the rules of engagement, the chains of command are so convoluted that it doesn't serve the interests of our soldiers who are on the ground. So we still ask, when is this mission going to be announced for Canadians to know? When will this UN mission come to the House for a full debate and a vote? And why has the government been so silent after campaigning on this, after the Liberals promised that we're sending 600 troops and police officers over to do this peacekeeping, after they committed $450 million? Why don't we know today what the plan is? Our troops want to know, Canadians want to know, and more importantly, they want to know how is this in Canada's national interest, and if this is the best use of Canadian resources and of our troops when we're facing so many problems in so many other places around the world.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I would first like to compliment the member for his work on the Standing Committee of National Defence. We all benefited from his sound knowledge of defence files. Monsieur le Président, le Canada a un rôle.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a very important role to play in the fight against Daesh. That's why the government is investing $1.6 billion on security, stabilization, humanitarian, and development assistance in the region. Approximately $305.9 million have been allocated to extending and refocusing Operation Impact. Almost a year ago, this House thoroughly debated and voted in favor of refocusing the mission. Our Special Forces personnel have actively been performing a train, advise, and assist mission. We have deployed helicopters for the transportation of troops and materiel. The efforts undertaken by our troops have been very successful. Since the fall of 2014, our Special Forces personnel have successfully trained approximately 2,000 members of the Iraqi security forces. And in October, efforts were undertaken to liberate Mosul. And 62% of the territory held has been recovered, which was originally controlled by Daesh. This campaign for Mosul is large in scale, and we expect it to be a long and, in fact, a difficult fight. However, it's moving forward according to the Iraqi plan and the timeline. We should be extremely proud because we have a Role 2 medical facility in northern Iraq. Approximately 50 military members are now working in this facility with a mandate to provide life-saving medical and surgical care to coalition forces. 364 patients have been treated in this facility to date. CAF members receiving medical care at this facility were treated for a disease or non-battle-related injuries. We're very proud of our medical team's work. We know that Canadians want to know what our troops are doing, and that is why our government has always been open and transparent with respect to this mission. And when we have information, we would be more than happy to inform the opposition on the peacekeeping mission. However, there is still a great deal of information required. Once choices have been made and we have the information, we will provide it. Contrary to what the member says opposite, our government has taken steps to organize several technical briefings. They've been provided in recent months, including one on social medias. A technical briefing took place on January 26th to talk about the work being done by Canadian forces and to talk about progress by Iraqi security forces in their operations to liberate Mosul. Another technical briefing in November made it possible to discuss work for men and women in uniform and what they're accomplishing to support the offensive in Mosul. The minister appeared before the committee to talk about the mission, and there have been visits by journalists as part of these operations in November 2016, and we will continue to do so on a regular basis. Journalists noted on site what kind of support Canada was providing to the coalition. Mr. Speaker, we will always be transparent, and we will do so, but by taking into account the risks that disclosing information could in fact have. We will continue to support the Iraqi population.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the Parliamentary Secretary was speaking about the mission in Iraq, Operation Impact, because I actually did ask two questions that day. My first question was on the peacekeeping mission in Africa. The second question was on Operation Impact. And why are both those issues linked? Not just because it's about the Canadian Armed Forces, it's because there has been no transparency. As just a case in point, he talks about a handful of public briefings that they did, technical briefings that they did on Operation Impact. They still haven't been able to explain, or it doesn't compare to the 15 plus that we did in a matter of a few months on Operation Impact. Every time our troops were in a firefight, every time our troops were involved in any air combat mission, we told Canadians. And instead what we get back from this government is, no, you're not going to get any further details on what our troops are up to. We know that they're firing sniper rifles. We know that they're using missiles to defend themselves, but we also know that this has become more than just defensive moves. This has also been done in a very combative nature as they're taking over Mosul. But I can tell you, we expect transparency from this government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, this government has been open and transparent about this mission. But we will never jeopardize the safety of our troops. Daesh in the past has shown that combatants were not simply interested in what we are doing, but in what we're saying as well. We will continue to share what we can, and we will keep confidential what must remain confidential. We will continue to be open, taking into account the risk that disclosing information could have for our troops. We will continue to inform Canadians of our action against Daesh. Allow me to point out again just how impressed we are and proud we are of the efforts that have been made to deal with Daesh. And our forces continue to provide important assistance in the dismantling of Daesh alongside coalition forces, and we are very grateful for that.
London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, I asked the Minister about the many veterans and families struggling to access supports from Veterans Affairs. His response to my question left me wondering if he is hearing the many voices pleading with his government to listen and make the simple but important changes needed. Just last week at the Veterans Affairs Committee, we heard from the spouse of a veteran who highlighted very succinctly what I have been hearing for years. She said her husband, Mark, who was released from the military, was left with the impression that he was just another number. And sadly, this indifference has continued now that he is a veteran. This testimony highlights the fact that we are failing our injured veterans and their families. The Department of National Defense and the Department of Veterans Affairs are failing the men and women who serve this country. Mr. Speaker, the Minister should know very well by now that our veterans and their families are struggling. Medically releasing veterans have to wait to access their pensions when they leave, putting an already stressed family in financial hardship. Veterans and their families are also left without knowing what supports they will qualify for, leaving them with more questions about the financial resources on which they rely. In addition to financial support are the psychological supports that must be in place immediately. Waiting for a referral from VAC and the additional 6 weeks before a veteran can see a doctor at an OSI clinic is shocking and unacceptable. If we're able to immediately help the veteran in need, it will reduce the pressure and potential trauma for the veteran's family. The current system is failing not only our veterans, but also their families. More supports for spouses caring for veterans are essential. They may need help to repair a damaged relationship, resources to assist with learning how to live with and help someone with PTSD, and supports for their own trauma. None of these resources should be difficult to access. They should be readily available as soon as they are needed. And these are just some of the struggles that veterans and their families face today. But I get very worried, Mr. Speaker, about the future. And as these veterans age, they and their families will struggle again, struggle to access specialized care that the veteran might need. Right now, we have long-term care facilities, such as the one in my riding, Parkwood Hospital, that have expertise in serving the special needs of veterans. But post-Korean War veterans and peacekeepers cannot access these specialized facilities. As a result, these hospitals are slated to slowly shutter their doors. I noticed today that the Minister visited my riding and made an announcement that he would open 5 beds in Parkwood Hospital. These beds have been sitting empty in the hospital for years. We need more beds and space to help veterans. Parkwood has the facilities to help veterans struggling to access long-term care, but the government lacks the political will to make this happen. They are content to download veteran care to the provinces. The announcement today does nothing to address the lack of a long-term plan for modern-day veterans. If we don't start to expand care, we're going to lose the expertise housed in facilities like Parkwood. So with much more work to be done to support the veterans, I wonder what the Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary would like to share with this House in regard to how they will address the financial and healthcare hardships medically released veterans and their families face when they leave the military. Will the government enact the Military Ombudsman's recommendations that all benefits and pensions be in place before a CF member is released from the military?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for having raised this important issue of benefits that Canada offers veterans and their families. We all know that Canada has a debt of gratitude to these veterans for the sacrifices that they've made and their service. We understand that when a man or a woman serves in the Canadian Armed Forces, the entire family serves alongside. As a mother of 2 Canadian Armed Forces members, I can confirm that. This is why, in fact, Veterans Affairs Canada offers a number of services to veterans that will provide financial support to assistance following illness or an injury, and health services as well as services for well-being. Veterans Affairs Canada plays an essential role to support men and women who have served in uniform. It's the veteran's family that plays the main role in the event that someone is sick or injured. Veterans Affairs Canada offers specific resources for families, for a caregiver, for example, and liaison services for long-term care, as well as mental health care services.
Integral to the work of the department and what we're doing. We've done a lot since November 2015 to improve veterans' access to benefits and resources, and we're continuing to look for ways we can better serve them. For example, we've reopened the 9 Veteran Affairs offices across the country that were closed by the previous government, including one in Sydney, Nova Scotia. We also opened a new office in Surrey, British Columbia, and we're extending our outreach in the north. Because mental health is a priority, we are committed to ensuring all eligible veterans and their families have the mental health support they need when and where they need it. A new operational stress injury clinic opened in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia last June. We're working hard to find out how we can do better, how we can deliver the resources and services that veterans and their families need when and where they need them. We are also working to simplify the process for applying for and accessing these benefits. And there is a robust arm's-length appeal process to address any issues that veterans or their family members may have with Veterans Affairs Canada. We're here to listen to veterans and their families. I urge anyone who has an issue accessing benefits and resources to reach out to the department or to their local MP. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Valentine's Day, and we've heard a lot about the importance of love and caring for one another. And I know that the Parliamentary Secretary cares very much about veterans and their families. For many months last year, she sat with me on the Veterans Affairs Committee and heard the same testimony, the same struggles, the same pain that our veterans and their families deal with on a daily basis. The issues and problems plaguing the Department of Veterans Affairs are many. The struggles of veterans and their families are real. But an important question remains. What is the government doing and going to do about the barriers that veterans face? What actions, what changes will it make to ensure that veterans and their families will no longer struggle to access services and receive the support that they so desperately need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, in fact, today being Valentine's Day, I had the great pleasure of visiting Pearly Rideau and spending Valentine's Day with my extended military family, our veterans. The secret to a successful transition to civilian life is to begin the process even before the Canadian Forces members leave the military. Veteran Affairs and the Department of National Defence have been working together over the past year to make that transition as seamless as possible for members and their families. They have closed a number of gaps that were not addressed by previous governments. And yes, there's still work to be done. And the departments will continue to work to improve not only the services, but how they're delivered to better meet the needs of veterans and their families. And I'm so happy to be working with the member opposite again on this important file. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc.
Therefore, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.